there is significant work very different, very important, and that's that should be other sections.
Yeah, no, it is not, I mean, people want to reach out.
Yeah, except for your side. Your side.
There was another problem with this side.
You may from Edin as well.
Oh yeah, I asked them about because there was one where
I know, and I was like, this is, yeah. But you fix it. Okay.
on the other side. You on the other side. How far is from that?
I would like to sit here.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sit down there.
Go.
But can you see the screen as well?
The screen.
The screen from the
It's okay. It's okay. Here, I guess.
They're still waiting for Edin. You quickly walk to the rest.
Who is the first speaker? Adam?
Now we're going to do the
No.
introduction.
Well,
So you want us to start?
you can start because
All right.
you get some problems on time.
We start?
Hola, gracias.
Right?
I'm start.
Okay, you start.
Yes.
Good morning. Przepraszam, dzień dobry. Chairperson or moderator, which names is the best?
We are all chairs and we are
Oh, you are all
presenting. Yes,
So
yes,
there's
yes.
no problem is gender. We are really looking for gender balance.
I'm a
So
chairperson.
start with good balance of gender conference. All
Great.
the best. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Witold, and we are really honored to be here and to talk about unhealthy commodities and big industries. In the last days, we already heard about Mateusz's fantastic PhD work, and now we are kind of looking in this session at the work that he has been doing afterwards. So he joined the Tobacco Control Research Group in spring 2019 and has been involved in a wide range of different projects, as you will see in the session today. Some of them are with internal people in the Tobacco Control Research Group, like myself, Dr. Britta Mateusz, but also Edin, who's here with me today, but also external people, including Professor Łukasz Balwicki. So today will really be a whistle-stop tour of projects that Mateusz has been involved in since 2019. And we obviously can't capture everything and not go in great detail, but you're very welcome to get in touch with us if you are interested to find out more. And the very first presentation is going to be by our director, the director of the Tobacco Control Research Group, Professor Anna Gilmore, who unfortunately can't be here, but she sends her regards and recorded a 10-minute video for us. So I think we can start the recording. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting our Tobacco Control Research Group from the University of Bath to join you, and my sincere apologies that I can't be there in person at this very special event. I would obviously have loved that, but I'm delighted that two of our team, Britta and Adam, can be there in person, and that we've been able to gather some inputs from across the Tobacco Control Research Group. I've been asked to give a brief introduction to this session. Just very briefly to flag that I have no conflicts of interest, and there are details on the website of our rules on funding and our current funders. So a key purpose of this session is to remember the wonderful Mateusz Zatoński. It is 18 months since Mateusz passed away. We still miss him very much, and we feel the loss within our team. But I appreciate that's nothing compared with what many of you, and particularly his wife and family, must be feeling. He was incredibly special and hugely talented. And although nothing can make up for not having Mateusz with us, he accumulated a really important body of work while he was with us. That includes work on flavours and menthol, a diverse body of work on tobacco industry interference, which we also call corporate political activity. That includes work on the UK Tobacco Industry Interference Index, work on tobacco industry interference in low middle income countries in general, and in South Africa in particular. And within that big area, work specifically on the intimidation of tobacco control advocates, because that was an underexplored area that we identified as an issue. He also supervised a PhD student, Adam, who's with you today. And you will hear a little bit about key elements of all this work. But I'm going to try and put that in its broader context. And I'm going to start from this point. So we recognised many, many years ago that the tobacco industry was far from unique. So although our group is called the Tobacco Control Research Group, in fact, we do work across the whole spectrum of what we now call the commercial determinants of health. And that really refers to the fact that it's become increasingly clear that the commercial sector plays a huge role in driving ill health, both human and planetary ill health, and inequity. And this body of work has become known as the commercial determinants of health. Recently, we published a Lancet series on this, and you can see here the model that we put in that of the commercial determinants of health. But in fact, that model dates back about 8 years. This was the original conceptual model that I developed about 8 years ago to present at a conference in Brussels. And we've been using that model to direct our work within the group. And so what we began by doing is trying to understand in detail these key corporate activities, they're labelled here, but in the Lancet paper we refer to these as practices. And so a huge amount of effort has gone into really understanding in detail corporate political activity. And that was a huge part of what Mateusz did with us. So let me talk you through that a little bit. We started with the tobacco industry. And of course, because of the release of tobacco industry documents through litigation, there was a huge amount of evidence on the tobacco industry. And it used to drive me mad when people would say, well, how does the tobacco industry influence policy? And we had so many case studies and you could use examples, but we didn't actually have a way of really saying, these are the exact ways in which the tobacco industry influences policy. So we began to pull that evidence together so we could very clearly answer the question, how does the tobacco industry influence policy? And we did that in this way. So we first did a systematic review of how the tobacco industry influences marketing policy. Then we did a systematic review of how it influences tax policy. And then we pulled the evidence from those two reviews together to develop this model and taxonomies of tobacco industry political activity. And we called that the policy dystopia model. I'm sure Britta will explain that shortly. And then what we did is, because at that time most of the evidence was from high-income countries, we therefore did a piece of work in which Mateusz was key, looking at whether those taxonomies also applied in low middle-income countries, which they did. And then we also realised that most of this earlier work was really about short-term policy influence in what I call the acute policy window. So when a government is trying to pass a policy, and the work looked at how the industry tried to interfere in that policy space. But of course, the tobacco industry also plays a long-term game. And so we looked also at the tobacco industry's long-term influence strategies. And then we realised that there were some gaps in that there were some particular methods of influence that were not well detailed. So we looked in more detail at industry intimidation, and again Mateusz was key here. And finally, we've also just published a paper now because we've gone more recently well beyond tobacco, and in this paper we bring together the evidence across tobacco, alcohol, food and gambling to show that actually they all engage in the same political strategies. But if we go back to tobacco, we now have an in-depth understanding of tobacco industry political activity. And we now know that the tobacco industry uses the same strategies over both place and time, so across low middle income countries and high income countries. But there is, of course, some minor variation with context. And in general, it's more audacious in low middle income countries. It also uses the same strategies over the short and the long term. But what we found is that we have generally neglected the long term. And so the easiest way to think of this is the tobacco industry has a toolbox of strategies here, but the specific tools it uses, it chooses to use, will vary with the context. But of course, because they use the same strategies, this is actually really useful for us to know. And so we can use these taxonomies in a number of practical ways. So they provide an evidence-based way to understand industry practices so that you can predict and prepare for and counter them. So I think about using this use as being in the short term to counter their attempts to undermine a policy. And you can use them as tools for advocacy to help you get prepared to counter the industry arguments and tactics. We can also use them to establish structural changes to prevent longer term influence. So, you know, we know how important it is through this work, for example, to have transparency registers, and that's one reason why we set up the Tobacco Tactics website. We can also use it to focus our monitoring on the key areas and tactics that we know they will use to influence policy. And of course, to focus and undertake comparative research. And again, we used our monitoring, and this was a key piece of work that Mateusz did, was using our monitoring to develop and write up the Tobacco Industry Interference Index for the UK, based, of course, on a method developed by GGTC. And I know that Mateusz was really keen to take forward comparative work on that, and that's perhaps something you could discuss this morning. And then, you know, leading on, what are the next steps that we can do with this work? And a key next step really is to find solutions. So we've done a huge amount of work looking at what are the problems, but far more challenging is to find the solutions. And that's what Mateusz's PhD student focused on, and he'll talk about that shortly. So just going back briefly to our original conceptual model, we also have developed a taxonomy of how the industry across the board, so different industries influence science. That's called the science for profit model, if you want to look that up. And then Mateusz also played a key part in trying to address gaps in our understanding of how the industry markets its products. And that includes Mateusz's work on menthol, which you'll also hear about. So that's it really, and I hope that sets the background a little bit for the diverse work that you'll hear about during this session as outlined here on this list. So let me finish by saying it's wonderful that you've all come together to remember Mateusz and to reflect on his hugely important contribution to our field. As someone passionate about public health and equity, we know Mateusz would have brought huge commitment, as well as his incredible expertise and insight and skills and humour to this work. And we will continue to push forward this work to help secure a healthier future for people and for planet, as we know Mateusz would have done. And of course, we will continue to remember him as we do so, so that his legacy continues. I wish you all the very best for your meeting. And again, I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person. Thank you.
The next brief presentation will also be recorded, and it is by Christina Kyriakos, who is a PhD student at Imperial College, who worked together with Mateusz on flavors and on menthol, and was also working together with Dr. Hiscock, who is another member of the Tobacco Control Research Group.
Hello, my name is Christina Kyriakos from Imperial College London, and on behalf of Rosemary Hiscock and the rest of the team working on menthol at the University of Bath, I'll be presenting on research on flavors in menthol in tobacco and Mateusz's contributions to the impact of this field and in fostering collaboration. The University of Bath project on menthol and flavored tobaccos in low and middle income countries was inspired by Mateusz. He found the group a great placement student, Sarah, to work on the project. She said, "He was always very kind and encouraging to me from the first interview for my placement." Not long after the project began, the COVID winter lockdown descended in the UK. Their friendly project meetings were a rare highlight at that time. Mateusz's encouragement set the tone for high-quality work and gave them impetus to prioritize it. This resulted in the publication of a paper entitled Menthol and Flavored Tobacco Products in Low and Middle Income Countries, a Growing Menace. Mateusz was the loveliest of colleagues, generous with his time and his expertise. He was enthusiastic, supportive, and a source of valuable guidance. The STOP project is still reporting on menthol and flavor. I'm now going to talk about some of Mateusz's contributions to my PhD research on menthol and flavors. Mateusz and I met through working on the Eurus Plus project. From then I knew he was an extraordinary tobacco control researcher, a supportive colleague, and one of the kindest, most genuine and humble people I've known. His work on menthol cigarette use and anticipated behavioral responses to the EU menthol ban across 6 European countries, including Poland, inspired my PhD research to examine global trends in flavored tobacco use and the impact of banning menthol and flavors in cigarettes. When I moved to London, Mateusz not only offered me tremendous support as a friend, but also as a colleague, where he introduced me to the University of Bath menthol team to find ways we could collaborate and synergize efforts around flavors. Mateusz was graciously the second reviewer of 2 systematic reviews as part of my PhD, a role that is no small task. He offered incredible expertise and acumen. These were the first systematic reviews on the topic of flavor capsule cigarettes. The output of these papers also resulted in content for the University of Bath's Tobacco Tactics platform, a testament to the collaboration Mateusz had fostered. Mateusz's previous Eurus Plus research and University of Bath work around examining strategies used to circumvent the EU menthol ban also informed my use of ITC project data to analyze the impact of the EU and UK menthol ban on quitting outcomes and unintended consequences. I'm forever grateful for Mateusz's contributions to my PhD research and professional development. Mateusz's legacy will continue to shape my research around menthol and flavors moving forward. His work around use of flavored tobacco use in low and middle income countries inspired 2 studies I'm currently working on. One using ITC project data to analyze flavor capsule use in 6 countries, including 4 low and middle income countries. And a second study conducted key informant interviews with stakeholders from 7 low and middle income countries to examine barriers and facilitators to implementing a menthol cigarette ban. Mateusz's commitment to bridging the gap between research and policy has also influenced my engagement with other dissemination activities, such as planning a pre-conference workshop for the Society for Research on Nicotine and Tobacco on best practices for developing tobacco product standards, including menthol, with a focus on low and middle income countries. His work has also been cited and will continue to provide evidence to governments requesting evidence on banning flavors. Lastly, I look forward to continuing collaborations with the University of Bath. I feel inspired and privileged to try and continue even a small part of the work that Mateusz led in this area. Thank you.
Professor Gilmore already mentioned that one of the key areas of work that Mateusz did in the TCRG was the Tobacco Industry Interference Index. He led it in 2019 already, when he had just joined the team. And our colleague, Dr. Rauf Alepshihi, he's leading the tobacco industry interference this year, and he's going to reflect on his experience and his collaboration with Mateusz. And after that, we actually hear another presentation on another tobacco industry interference index focusing on Poland, which Dr. Balwicki will talk about, where Mateusz has also been involved. So we start with a recording from Rauf.
Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this very special event. My name is Rauf Alepshihi and I work as Managing Editor to Tobacco Tactics at the Tobacco Control Research Group at University of Bath. I will talk about the UK Tobacco Industry Interference Index, referring to Mateusz's contribution and the progress of the work so far. I first declared that I have no conflict of interest and that I don't accept funding from the tobacco industry. I wanted to start the presentation by sharing one of the memories with Mateusz, and I want to go back. When I joined this team, I joined remotely because I joined within the COVID pandemic. So I worked for many months from Egypt, and I had many online meetings with Mateusz. In one of them, I was consulting him about my PhD project, and I joked with him that because of the pandemic, the full-time work, and many things, I will not be able to do my PhD in London school as he did. So I will not be able to take this very well-known picture that many of my friends who work in public health managed to have during their studies there at the stairs of London School that they use as their profile pictures in many social events. So it was a silly joke, and months later I moved to the UK, and the second day of my arrival, Mateusz cycled across London. He took me on a tour around the city, and I found myself in front of London School. We took the picture and he told me, now you have your picture that you can use for social media. So this shows the kind of person Mateusz was, his attention to details, being a friend to everyone, and just being a delight to work with all of these were small part of his amazing character. When I joined the team, Mateusz had already published the first version of the UK index, which is part of the Global Tobacco Industry Interference Index, which assesses governments' compliance to the implementation guidelines of Article 5.3 of the FCTC, mainly on how governments perform in protecting public health from the vested interests of tobacco industry. He invited me to co-author the second index with him. He guided me through the process, and typically generous in the following report, he passed the project to me without stopping his support or his guidance. We always had a joke about how the two people leading the UK index are not from the UK. We are now preparing the fourth edition of the index, allowing us to have data that allow us to compare the UK performance over a period of almost 7 years. Along this period, we identified many incidents of interference that varied from being at local level to national level to even international level, with monitoring the UK diplomats' behavior and engagement with the industry abroad. Because of this extent and incidents like these outside the UK, I believe that the UK index impact goes beyond the country, and this aligns with Mateusz's work in advancing public health at global levels. This work led to many outputs, not only the 3 reports, but academic publications we presented in conferences, scientific, journalistic, and even human rights conferences. The work was covered by media in the UK and in other countries as well. We prepared policy briefs, we engaged with stakeholders at many levels, we presented to executive branch and also to legislative branches of the country. So back to this picture that I started with, I wanted here to conclude with this slide. It's a screenshot of a slide that, the first slide of my presentation at the Senate, the Welsh Parliament, one day after Mateusz passed away. I will read what I said in this slide when I presented it at the Parliament. Mateusz was a great academic and a colleague who passed away yesterday. And although our group cancelled the most of its obligation for this week, I believe that he would have preferred for his research to be shared and to have an impact. I decided to go on with this session to share the work led by Mateusz, hoping it will lead to a policy change benefiting public health and protecting more people from the harms of tobacco. This session in the Senate, the Welsh Parliament, in addition to many activities related to the index, played a key role in leading the Welsh government in its response to tobacco control consultation to clearly state that the tobacco industry comments will not be taken into consideration as a strategy and delivery plan are further developed. In its long-term tobacco control strategy, which was published last year, the Welsh government flagged its commitment to the WHO FCTC and mainly flagging its intention to take protective measures to protect health policy from the vested interests of the tobacco industry. By this piece of evidence on Mateusz's contribution to protecting public health, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Łukasz Balwicki. I had the honor to meet Mateusz Zatoński. We first met on one of the conferences. It was ECTOH, so European Conference on Tobacco and Health in Madrid. And quite quickly we found some common interest, common language about the tobacco control, both worldwide and also in Poland. And it was a great honor because Mateusz Zatoński introduced me and my team to the work we have done mainly in 2020, and then we have published in 2021. That was a first edition of global tobacco industry interference index in Poland. And for now, this work is led by one of our colleagues, Maria Sunta, and I've just looked just before our session that we have kind of a nice exchange of emails when Mateusz asked if we were interested in leading this work for Poland and to join this global initiative, just to show how tobacco industry is active in Poland. So I present some of the results of the first edition for Poland that we have done with my colleagues and our students in the Medical University of Gdańsk. So you can see what we have found. So first, I want to declare that I do not have any interest regarding this presentation, and I think Professor Gilmore has mentioned about the role of the tobacco industry interference influencing our policy, but to sum up why it's really important to look at those kind of links, interferences into the public health policies. First, this kind of interference results in first, insufficient legal regulations. We know that tobacco industry is pushing on our government, for example, preventing from increasing the taxes, or changing any legislation. We have a kind of a good history in Poland that we had a good legislation, then we had we have worsened it with the push, for example, of the industry. Sometimes industry is not active very directly, but indirectly. Some of you know maybe that in Poland we were very happy with kind of a comprehensive smoking ban in hospitals, but maybe not all of you know that in 2016, with the help of Polish psychiatrists, there is an allowance exclusion for psychiatric wards. They are allowed to establish as smoking rooms in hospitals, in psychiatric hospitals. That was a kind of an indirect influence of the government, of the industry. And those decisions that are made by the government and by our politicians can be lowered in the quality, and actually it reduces the effectiveness of action. So it's quite important to look how the tobacco industry is active in this political field, how it influences decisions. So first, like probably in many countries, we have 4 big tobacco companies active in Poland. That are the data from 2019. 99% of the let's say market is divided into the 4 main companies. The biggest is Philip Morris, the second is British American Tobacco, and the rest is divided to JTI and Imperial Tobacco. As I mentioned, this project was coordinated by Global Center for Good Governance in Tobacco Control. The headquarters are in Asia, and is led by by our colleague Mari Asunta that are in touch with. And this work that was done for Poland is a part of kind of a global initiative. More than 80 countries has participated at the time that we have done this research. And this kind of a project is ongoing. So probably the next edition that we are working now and finishing our job will be probably in much wider scope, and more countries will join this initiative. So. What have we done? We have gathered the data from 2020, and we are looking for any activity, intensity, frequency, and severity of incidence of tobacco industry interference in those in 2020, and we have used the questionnaire that was delivered to us. And there was also scoring guidelines, so we tried to assess the intensity and the heaviness of this interference. And all of this is regarding to the Article 0.5 of Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, that Poland is a party. So somehow this article says that when it comes to the establishing any policy related to health, public bodies cannot cooperate with the tobacco industry. That is unfortunately not the case for Poland and also for other countries. So here are some examples of the informations and facts that we have found in looking for some data. And all of this index is based on the data available in public. So we cannot rely only on just rumors and maybe some gossips, but we have to find some confirmation in facts that are published in some documents, in media, in social media. So we always have to reference our findings. So as an example, we have also, because it was a first index, so we have also published some information about the 2019, but it was in the end, and one of this was the meeting in the parliament, our Polish parliament, regarding the heated tobacco products. So the meeting was arranged by not the usual member of parliament, but the deputy marshal of parliament, and one of the journalists has spotted those politicians entering this meeting in the House of the Parliament. You can see the logo of the Philip Morris, and that was the event that was not recorded or recorded and registered in the kind of a records that should be. So also other members of government has participated in this meeting. We have looked also of the CSR, industry CSR activities, so corporate social responsibility activities. For example, it was 2020, so it was a COVID time, that Philip Morris has donated funds and for materials supporting the fight against pandemic, and began to produce disinfectants in one of its factories. So we saw it in many countries, not only in Poland, but it's an example how industry wants to show the positive side, so doing something good for the community, also for the public bodies. We monitor those activities. They grow, for example, trees. They are involved in many activities. Of course, if they do it privately, we can say it's okay, but if they do it in hand of the public bodies or public institutions, that's something that influences further decisions. We looked also to the side of the benefits that industry gets from the government or the public bodies, and one of the examples is that there was a delay in the tax put on the e-cigarette liquids in 2020. Actually, this kind of a delay coincide with the president election. So that was a kind of few months postponed in introduction of this tax, just after waiting for the election. So actually, it's still the case that for example, heated tobacco products are not covered with the equal taxes, and many say it's a kind of let's say, benefit that industry is getting from the government. We are looking at this case, and we'll also prepare more data on this in the next edition of the index. We looked for also unnecessary interactions between the industry and the government, and still it was the case in 2020, and still is the case for now. We even have discussed with our colleagues that, for example, our government totally relies on assumptions or evaluations of the illicit trade on the data coming from the tobacco industry. And of course, it's one of the data that we can also use, but we know from the previous research that sometimes industry exaggerates, for example, illicit trade just to prevent from further taxes increases. So that's why still, unfortunately, our government uses only data coming from the tobacco industry. Our prime minister also was taking part in the meetings where a representative of Philip Morris was present there. So, unfortunately, we do not have good transparency record on the meetings with the tobacco industry. Many meetings are not recorded, as I mentioned, in the House of the Parliament. Our legislation, when it comes to lobbying activities, is very weak, I think, and we have the registry of the lobbyists, and in the Parliament, I think it's up to 10 people register, up to 10 companies are registered as a formal lobbyist, for example. That's a kind of a weakness that we have, and that's why sometimes the records are not very transparent. And of course, we had the law in place, the law that Professor Zatoński has created. Unfortunately, it prevents our government from official sponsoring, etc. So, but unfortunately, we are not monitoring. We have gathered some data. For example, local schools, public schools, got the funding from the many companies to establish some classes, workshops, etc. So we also found this information that even though there is a prohibition of sponsoring, it happens especially at the local level, and our schools are public, so this also corresponds to the index. So we also looked if Poland has a preventive measure. Unfortunately, there is no requirements, for example, from abstaining from meetings with the tobacco industry. In Ministry of Health, they obey kind of internal rules, but when it comes to other ministries, there is no kind of regulation saying how it should look like, if it should be recorded, etc. So this is something that we should also take into account. And that was the end. So our country was scored not so bad, actually. So still there are countries that maybe have much more interference. We have scored 53, and so we are kind of in the middle. There are the best countries, there are the worst countries. So this is the kind of a chart that shows that what kind of scorings we got from in this index. So what were the recommendations coming from the report? That information about the Article 5.3 from WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control should be disseminated, because it looks like that many government bodies that do not know that they should abstain from the contacts with the tobacco industry. And we do not have any specific regulations implementing those framework these provisions from Framework Convention. And we should ensure the transparency and monitoring of those kind of interactions. And of course, government should be independent. And when it comes especially to the analysis of the market, and also especially illegal tobacco trade. So finally, the work is underway. We are preparing the report, 2-year report from years 2021 and 2023, just in the beginning. So two years and the beginning of the 2023. So I hope we can share the most up-to-date data on the next conference. And all this work was begun with Mateusz's help. So I'm really thankful, and I want to say gratitude to him that he involves us in those activities so that Poland can be present and can be part of it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to briefly talk about a study that I have done with Mateusz starting in spring 2019, when both of us actually joined the tobacco control research group. And this is about adapting the policy dystopia model to low and middle income countries. I have no conflict of interest to declare, and as Anna Gilmore already says, on our website you can find information about our funding policy and also a list with all our projects and funders. Anna Gilmore already mentioned that tobacco industry interference is a key obstacle to tobacco control, and we could really also see that in Luca's presentation just now. And Anna said that it's very important that we understand tobacco industry interference because it really helps us to better predict, preempt, and counter it. And Anna said that we know a lot about tobacco industry interference. There are a lot of country-level case studies, papers describing, for example, how a tobacco control policy came about in the country or could not be adopted or so, talking about the strategies that the industry used to interfere in that. And the tobacco control research group started already around 10 years ago to bring this evidence together in the form of first these 2 systematic literature reviews on tax and marketing regulation, and then bringing that together in the policy dystopia model, which shows how the industry uses discursive and instrumental strategies to achieve its preferred policy outcome. And that can be to avoid a policy altogether, or if that is not possible, for example, then maybe to weaken it or to delay it. So how does then the policy dystopia model look like? We start with the discursive strategies. So there are some areas, some topics that the industry will always emphasize, that they always focus on. And that is what we call discourse expansion. It's in green here. So the industry will always talk about the cost of a policy to the economy and society. So how jobs will be lost, how illicit trade is going to go up, how tax revenues will be lost, and so on, but also how it will criminalize the public, how a policy is unconstitutional, for example. On the other side, there are then also some areas that the industry doesn't talk about, right? Or that they try to argue against. So that is discourse containment, discourse denial. So they won't talk about the intended public health consequences of a policy or the benefits to economy or society. But they will rather then try to argue against that. So they will say, we don't have enough evidence that the policy will work, or the policy will not work for another reason. They also don't talk about the costs for themselves, right? So they do not talk about if the policy is adopted, they might lose some sales. They will also not talk about compliance costs, for example. They will not talk about that. So these are the discursive strategies, and the PDM really shows how the same arguments are used again and again, with small adaptations and variations depending on the context. Looking then at the instrumental strategies, what we also call tactics, the PDM identified 5 key strategies, and I start with the lightest shade of blue, which is coalition management. So this is how the industry tries to build and strengthen its coalition, working with industry bodies, working with third parties, astroturfing, for example, but it is also about how they try to weaken and to fragment the public health community. Secondly, then, information management. This is about the production and dissemination of information and evidence that is favorable to the industry, but also about trying to preempt, to silence, to counter the evidence and the information that is not in their interest. Number 3, direct access and influence on policy. So this is about establishing and maintaining relationships with policymakers, for example, often informal, but also about using formal channels to influence policy making, for example, participating in public consultations or so. But the industry also uses incentives and threats to influence policymakers and policy making. Number 4, involvement in illicit trade. So this is about the engagement in illicit tobacco trade to maximize its profits. And finally, the industry uses legal strategies, and that can be to prevent a policy, to weaken a policy, or also to delay or avoid the implementation of a policy that has been adopted. And it's similar here to the arguments that also here the PDM showed how the same tactics are repeated over time in space. So why did we then need to adapt the PDM to LMICs? Anna Gilmore already mentioned that the majority of literature on which the PDM is based is on high-income settings. It's around 75% of the papers were on high-income settings, while around 10% were on low and middle-income countries, which is really a reflection of the peer-reviewed literature at that point in time. But we know that LMICs are really important if we want to address the tobacco epidemic. 80%, over 80% of smokers live in low and middle-income countries, and we also know that the adoption and implementation of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control tends to be slower and weaker in low and middle-income countries. So therefore, in this context, we started to look into tobacco industry interference in low and middle-income countries to see if we can adapt or refine the policy dystopia model to better capture the reality there. And this collaboration was absolutely fantastic. Mateusz was so generous with his time. We spent so many hours developing ideas, chatting about the policy dystopia model, what we could do, looking at the data, coding, and all of that. I learned so much from him, and the same goes for my collaborators as well. And what was really important was that he didn't shy away from asking difficult questions, but he did so in a very encouraging way and really helped us to push the work forward. So what we found, and I can only present a couple of findings here, a key argument in almost all countries was illicit trade. And we heard that in the previous contribution already, that illicit trade is a really important topic. Some other arguments were also very prominent that we already know from the PDM, but I wanted to draw your attention to also some arguments we found that didn't feature in the PDM before. So how the policy will be bad for a country's development, right? So not just the tax, not just jobs, but the development as such. And also in some countries there was a strong emphasis on the livelihood of farmers. There were also then some arguments from the PDM that we didn't see, and maybe we don't see them yet, question mark. So, for example, they don't talk about social justice arguments that much about how a policy is unfair to smokers, or governance arguments, for example, the slippery slope or the government being anti-free enterprise. In terms of the discourse containment or denial, we really saw some interesting LMIC-specific reasonings for why a policy will not work. So it was repeatedly claimed that, this policy might work in a developed but not in a developing country. Often then it was talked about state capacity, so our government is not really strong in implementation, so the policy will not have any effect. The argument around the lack of evidence was less prominent, which is maybe good news. But what was also really striking was that the industry indeed didn't mention its cost, but they emphasized very, very strongly the great contribution they make to the country's development, to the economy, how they help farmers, and so on. So that was a really, really important theme that then also came through in the sorry, that was one too quick. That also came through in the tactics. And I can only briefly talk about tactics here because my colleague is going to speak more about tactics in the next presentation. But a key finding was that reputation management was not only, as in the PDM, about rehabilitating the image of the industry, but it was instead about building and maintaining a favorable reputation. It's very concerning. So participants mentioned to us a wide range of CSR activities. The list is here, it's also in the paper: building cancer wards, building a library, renovating the local police station, funding a religious festival, funding an art exhibition, you name it, right? At the same time, we also saw that the industry really tries to partner with the government in difficult times, presenting themselves as an ally. So giving out drinking water during a drought, but also offering the government support in a civil conflict, for example. And we have seen much more of that actually during the COVID-19 pandemic. Lukas mentioned that as well, not only in low and middle income countries, right? Another finding I wanted to briefly mention was that intimidation of advocates seemed to be quite frequent. So, and that was something that didn't feature very strongly in the PDM, which might be because many of those studies are based on on industry documents rather than the accounts of advocates and researchers, for example. So I put two quotes here, one about the working against a prominent individual, so trying to tarnish their image. And the other quote here around people following you, you receive anonymous letters, anonymous phone calls, and so on. And we then starting to look into that and saw that there is some grey literature into that topic, but there is anecdotal evidence, right? So people in the tobacco control community are aware of cases and so on, but there is no peer-reviewed literature. So this led us then to the first exploratory study on the topic, which was published last summer. And again, here I cannot overstate Mateusz's contribution. Researching intimidation is very challenging, but he always kept us on track. He always reminded us why it is important to push this work forward. And in this study, we actually found that 2 out of 3 of our survey participants said that either they or a colleague had experienced intimidation as part of their tobacco control work, which is very concerning. The forms of intimidation ranged from attacks in print media, on social media, but also physical intimidation, theft, burglary, and legal threats. So we also found that it not only impacts organizations, so it costs them money, it costs them time, it also impacts their relationships with relevant stakeholders, as well as individuals, some of whom we found already left the field. So we really think that intimidation is a key challenge to tobacco control that we need to talk more about in the tobacco control community. And we are currently conducting a follow-up study on the topic, which I really think that Mateusz would have supported. We focus there on responses to and potential ways of addressing intimidation. And I want to end by saying that whenever I have doubts, whenever I have questions, when I'm not sure what to do or how to respond to a reviewer's comments, I really think of Mateusz, and I try to imagine what would he do, what would he say, and it always helps. So this is another way I wanted to mention to you how he remains a really important contributor to my and to our work. Thank you very much. And we're now going to listen to a short recording of Alan Gallagher, who is another colleague of ours who's going to talk a little bit more about industry tactics.
Hi everyone, my name is Alan Gallagher and I'm going to be talking to you today about a paper I worked on with Mateo and other colleagues which explores tobacco industry tactics to influence policy and how these are used as part of a larger long-term proactive industry strategies. Very briefly, TCRG doesn't accept funding from tobacco companies, etc., etc. You can see a full list of our funding on our website if you would like. So let's start with some good news, which is that as a result of significant progress in tobacco control over the past few decades, the industry is now facing the threat of a tobacco-free future, with over 65% of the global population now being covered by at least one key tobacco control measure from the FCTC. Further, some research is now indicating that changes in smoking rates are beginning to lead to a tipping point where the industry's massive profit margins will begin to slump. However, progress is slow, and despite Article 5.3 of the FCTC, the industry is repeatedly identified as the single greatest barrier to the progress of tobacco control. So the work we did explored this barrier by using the policy dystopia model as a conceptual framework to identify long-term policy influence strategies of the tobacco industry. We explored a broad range of data, including whistleblower documents and findings from over 2 decades of tobacco industry monitoring, to outline 2 case studies in which we think best reflect industry efforts to influence policy. These are illicit trade and harm reduction. And both of these provide insight not just into the industry's overall objectives within these areas, but also the specific tactics we've utilised to try and achieve these objectives. So to summarise these tactics briefly, across our case study topics of harm reduction and illicit trade, we identified 3 major industry policy influence strategies. Firstly, information management, which refers to attempts to skew the evidence base in favour of a preferred outcome from the industry. Secondly, coalition management, which involves the industry building and managing coalitions to provide alternative and more credible platforms for the arguments. And lastly, reputation management, which refers to industry efforts to be viewed as a good corporate citizen in order to gain policy influence. It's important to note here that each of these tactics ultimately reflects a shift away from direct industry involvement to more aggressive utilisation of other voices in policy debates, and this is likely a response by the industry to Article 5.3. So I don't have time to give detailed examples for each of the tactics, but I want to spend a bit of time in one of them to give you a clearer sense for what they entail, and that's reputation management. So in relation to illicit trade, the industry has been working to improve its reputation, which was that of a pariah supplier of illicit products for decades, and indeed BAT's own documents from 2012 demonstrate the company's acknowledgement that it's currently perceived as part of a problem and so needs to be viewed as part of a solution instead. And as such, the company outlines it will do this by working with customs authorities and governments worldwide, which we've then seen various examples of. Looking then at harm reduction, similarly, this time PMI documents from 2014 demonstrate that the company's aim has been to appropriate harm reduction language in order to once again present themselves as part of a solution to a problem they are largely responsible for, in this case the problem being the harm of their own products. So I picked reputation management to explore in more detail because I think this tactic really outlines and captures the long-term policy influence strategies of the industry, which in both cases are ultimately to renormalize itself in order to be viewed as part of a solution to problems it's actually been responsible for. And by presenting itself as part of a solution, it's also working to give itself a seat at the policy table on these issues. So I'd like to now finish up with some recommendations for how to respond to some of the specific tactics used by the industry that we identified. So on reputation management, the tobacco control community ultimately needs to be more proactive in long-term thinking, just as the industry is. Ultimately, we need to be able to predict where companies are going and produce counter-arguments early on. On information management, we need greater transparency within academia. This is really important in the context of the industry funding data on these topics. And so that can require detailed conflict of interest disclosures, as well as potential taxation of the industry with a specific purpose of funding independent research. And lastly, on coalition management, we need greater transparency within policy processes and from the industry in order to identify the full network of organisations it funds. So here, continued research and monitoring of the industry and its allies is crucial so that vested interests can be identified and flagged to both policymakers and the public. So that's it. Thank you for your time. Please do check out the paper online for more information, as this was really just a whistle-stop tour.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Bircher. I'm a PhD student at University of Bath, and I had the privilege of being supervised by Mateusz Zatoński. The first presentation I'm going to give to you today is a bit of work that Mateusz was unfortunately unable to finish. Britta and I were asked by Mateusz to help him with some analysis for work that he did in South Africa, where I'm from. And Britta and I thought that it would be very important, and our team at University of Bath thought it would be very important for us to complete Mateusz's work. Just want to show you some photos of South Africa. It's a very, very beautiful place. I'm from Cape Town. That picture there. But it's also a very, very unequal society, and there's a lot of poverty, a lot of social inequalities, a lot of health inequalities. So this work follows on Mateusz's, one of Mateusz's projects he did at University of Bath, where he looked at how the industry tries to frame policy debates on tobacco control in South Africa. So a little bit of a background for this particular work. We know that tobacco consumption is quite high. It's responsible for about 44,000 annual deaths. We've also seen an uptick in the consumption of newer tobacco products. South Africa actually used to be a leader on the African continent for tobacco control, but it's lagged behind over the past 10 years. So recently there's been new policy proposals for tobacco control. One is the Control of Tobacco Products and Electronic Delivery Systems Bill. And this kind of tries to regulate point of sale advertising and create kind of 100% free smoke-free places. We have excise and tobacco tax, excise, tobacco, and nicotine tax, and we have a track and trace system all on the cards. But there's been no recent kind of analysis of how the industry is influencing policy development in South Africa, and we know that there's been a lack of this work in low and middle income countries. We use various frameworks. I'm not going to go into them now, but what I want to point out is that Mateusz went to South Africa. He traveled there with one of his colleagues at University of Bath, and he conducted about 21 interviews. He spoke to civil society, he spoke to researchers, he spoke to public officials, he spoke to journalists, and he spoke to the industry themselves. So Britta and I have been wrapping up this work, and I just want to kind of leave you with some key findings. Firstly, the tobacco control policy as a concept is lumped together a lot of the time. And that's how it's framed by stakeholders. But really, there's quite a complex legislative process that goes into each of these policy proposals. For example, the Control of Tobacco Products and Electronic Delivery Systems Bill, that is headed by the Ministry of Health. But then excise tax, that is headed by the Minister of Finance. And then tobacco track and trace, that's headed by, implemented, or would have been implemented by the South African Revenue Service. Now, all of these are separate actors. They don't always work together. And it's quite complex in how these processes are made, and they're also actually constitutional implications for how these policies should be made. And it's not always clear to tobacco control researchers and advocates how all of these separate processes come together to create tobacco control policy as a coherent concept. and of course, Minister of Finance and the South African Revenue Service don't always adhere to Article 5.3, so they're likely to meet industry. We also know that the tobacco industry in South Africa, at least, is quite a heterogeneous actor. So there's kind of a cleft between within the tobacco industry. You have local producers and you have multinational corporations, and there's kind of a rivalry between these two groups. And you had things like illicit trade, assassination attempts, and spying between them. And this is all alleged, but this is what came up in a lot of the interviews that muddied the water and created a barrier for creating tobacco control policy. In South Africa, there's an issue with corruption, and there's been alleged links between political leadership and kind of local tobacco producers. There's suspected alleged political donations by industry. This came up in the interviews, and again, this kind of created challenges for tobacco control, for advocating for tobacco control. And lastly, and this is what Britta kind of touched on, is this idea of the tobacco industry adapting their tactics for the context of different countries. So, for example, the tobacco industry, they use these arguments that tobacco control might negatively impact the informal sector, the formal economy. So it might criminalize street vendors, for example, which is a large portion of South African economy. So those are the findings, and that it's a very exciting project, and we hopefully wrapping that up soon. So thank you for listening to that. I'm going to move on now to my PhD presentation, which is the next presentation. So I'll wait for the IT to help me move on to the next presentation. Okay, so now this is, I'm going to talk to you about my PhD. Again, I was lucky enough, privileged enough to be supervised by Mateusz Zatoński. Before I start my presentation, I just want to give some personal reflections on working with Mateusz. Sorry, this doesn't seem to be changing. There you go. So Mateusz, he supervised me for the first 18 months of my PhD. And this is arguably one of the most important parts of your PhD for anyone who's doing a PhD. So, he was very instrumental in helping me conceptualize and think about my topic and my research questions. Now, just reflecting on kind of who he was as a supervisor, it wasn't always about work. He wanted to get to know me. He was curious about who I was, and he wanted to kind of know how I ticked, what my motivations were. And this helped to kind of solidify our working relationship and kind of connect us also around his interests in tobacco and industry influence. And he did seem wise beyond his years. I mean, he wasn't much older than me, but in age, but he was much older than me in wisdom. He's very, very supportive of original thinking. I've never, he encouraged me to think originally. He encouraged me to push the boundaries of my ideas and my thoughts. And there were points when I wanted to maybe backtrack and do something else, but he kind of encouraged me to keep on going, to do something a bit different. And I'll talk about my PhD in a bit. But I felt a big loss. He was emotionally invested in my PhD, and I felt like he had my back. So, his absence left a bit of a void in my work. Although I've got other supervisors, I'm very lucky to have the support of many incredible colleagues at University of Bath, including Anna Gilmore. But there's a he was very hands-on, and there's a lack of someone rooting for me who had a deeper connection to my work, and that's something you don't get unless you're there from the very beginning. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's my PhD. What I'm going to talk to you about is actually the interventions to industry influence on policy. So we've spoken about the problem. My PhD focuses on the interventions to industry influence. Now, we have some ideas about what these interventions are. For example, these are lobbying regulations, you have conflicts of interest policy, you have prohibiting governments from interacting with industries, so for example, Article 5.3. But these are very much focusing on the policy-making process. We also know that industry adapts to these policy interventions. For example, with Article 5.3, you have these proliferation of third-party groups. So policymakers don't always know if they're interacting with industry. We also know that there are these underpinning factors such as international trade, regulatory approaches, and economic systems that underpin industry's power that they do wield, that allows them to influence policy. So the question is, how can interventions be more effective and sustainable going forward? And how can we think differently about interventions? So this brought me to something called systems thinking. And this is a lens that moves away from linear thinking, reductionist thinking, to thinking there is an interconnectivity and feedback between causes and outcomes. So it tries to embrace the complexity of a phenomenon, and we can certainly apply this lens to industry influence on policy. Next slide, please. So the aim of my PhD really was to create a systems map to visualize the complex pathways through which unhealthy commodity industries influence policy, and then to identify interventions. And when I say unhealthy commodity industries, my research in particular focuses on tobacco, alcohol, and unhealthy foods. But we know that there are actually other unhealthy commodities like gambling, fossil fuels, etc. Next slide, please. So in the workshops I did, we came up with 5 key pathways that industries use to influence policy. And this is direct access to public sector decision makers. Number 2 is the creation of confusion and doubt about policy decisions. Number 3 is the prioritization of commercial profits and growth. Number 4 is the leveraging of policymaking norms, rules, and processes. And number 5 is leveraging the legal and dispute settlement process. And this is just a picture of a systems map. It looks like a bowl of spaghetti with meatballs. And this just shows the complexity with this kind of work. But this is a snapshot, of course, and you kind of need to explore this this map a little bit more to understand how it works. But I'm unfortunately not going to go into too much detail about it today. Next slide, please. Except there is just one path I'm going to kind of explain. So if we kind of peel back the layers of what enables industry to prioritize commercial growth and profits above other societal values, we have things like shareholder primacy, so that's maximizing the value of a company for shareholders, is the lending investment activities of financial institutions, which provide the capital for unhealthy commodities industries to grow. You have the prioritization of GDP growth as a measure of economic growth, and then you have, you know, short-term view on policy decisions that policymakers might use when they're making decisions. So, for example, when they try win a vote in elections, they look for kind of these short-term goals, these short-term wins. Next slide, please. So moving on to the next part of my PhD now that I've created a systems map to have a bird's eye view of how industries influence policy and these underlying, what underpins that. The question is, well, what are the interventions that we can apply? Next slide, please. So the workshops came up with about 27 key interventions. Now, this is quite a lot, but the point was to capture the complexity of the system. And I suppose the key question or the key concept here is there is no one way of preventing industry from influencing policy, where you have these separate pathways, these separate yet interconnected pathways that industries use. You have underlying underpinning elements that allow industry to influence policy. So the question of where in the system can we intervene? And there really are many places we can intervene. My research didn't look at where we can prioritize and kind of the feasibility and sustainability of it. I think that's for future research. But just some examples here, we know things like reforming political financing, regulate lobbying, regulate revolving doors, or regulate public-private partnerships. But then, if we look at another pathway, for example, that it's not always part of our discussion, is how do we reduce unhealthy commodity industries' ability to leverage the legal and dispute settlement process. For example, we could reform investor dispute settlement processes and judicial proceedings. We need to undertake strategic litigation. We need to fund legal practices to oppose unhealthy commodities. We want to leverage human rights. We want to also think about leveraging other international treaties, and we want to develop anti-corruption legislation, which would be very important in South Africa. The question is, how can you prevent industry from influencing policy within the context of a highly corrupt society? But then there are other ways to influence policy, and these might be extremely difficult. We want to challenge neoliberalism and GDP growth, for example, as a measure of GDP. We want to reform investment practices, which industries are acceptable to invest in. We want to look at corporate ownership and management structures. So there's accountability for management, for decisions that corporations take that impact people's health. We want to create fair competition and encourage the production and consumption of healthy alternatives. So all of these things work together. Now, you might be wondering why there's arrows between all of them and why there's scissors. Well, this just goes to show you what I'm trying to say is that all of these interventions are highly interlinked. You cannot look at one intervention in isolation because they work together, essentially. These scissors kind of represent this idea of we want to disrupt all the pathways. We cannot just look at one pathway because industry might adapt and use another pathway to influence policy. Next slide, please. So just some final thoughts that I want to leave with you today is industry influence is highly decentralized throughout the system, so it's not in one place. You have political practices, but then you also have these underlying conditions that allow industries to use these political practices that almost give them their power. What I wanted to show you there was a kind of a roadmap for interventions so we can start having a systematic conversation of what an alternative system looks like. So the question is, where should we go from here, and kind of what further research should we be doing into interventions? And again, there's this idea of a holistic approach that interventions both need to work together, but actors in different sectors of society need to work together to disrupt all these different pathways. So just the question that I want to leave with you today is the question of effectiveness and sustainability and feasibility. And I just want you to think of what I've showed you today, and kind of if you think about interventions to industry and influence, what are going to be likely sustainable, feasible, and effective interventions going forward. Thank you very much.
So this session hopefully gave you an overview of some of the work that we have been doing and that Mateusz has been involved in. As I said in the beginning, we only could give really brief presentations. So if any one of you is interested to find out more about some work or wants to connect with us, please feel free to do so. And we are going to be here a bit longer for a discussion, but we really wanted to use the opportunity at the very end to give the floor to some of our colleagues who were very keen to also contribute some reflections on working with Mateusz. We have heard so much about his great work as a scholar and what a supportive colleague he was, and we think it's only appropriate to really at the very end, giving the floor to our colleagues, some of who provided or recorded themselves, and others wanted to provide some written comments. So please watch the last video with us, and after that we are going to stay here a bit longer in case you have any questions. Thank you very much.
Mateusz was a truly remarkable person, not just for his academic prowess, which was in itself hugely impressive, but also, and I'd argue more importantly, because of his character. He was always kind, supportive and generous, and simply a pleasure to be around.
The way I would like to recall Mateusz is the guy that walked to my desk to welcome me as a new PhD student. Mateusz and myself are interested in art, in coffee, and this is how our friendship started. We stayed connected despite the lockdown and beyond. We had our small chat about work, art, life, and when he's going to visit next, Bath, where is the place we're going to have coffee. And it happened that he became my confirmation examiner.
When I was working late in the office and he was leaving, he would always come up to me and say I'd done a great job that day and that I should go home soon because there was more to life than work. So I'm very lucky to have these fond memories of Mateusz and to get to share them with you all today. And I will end by saying that as we celebrate Mateusz's remarkable academic achievements and contributions to public health, today let's also celebrate his equally remarkable character.
I guess blessed are the people that had the chance to be part of his life, and I was. He teaches you to remain positive despite everything, and I have embraced that. Thank you, Mateusz.
We are happy to take any questions if anyone has any comments or questions. No, not right now. Well, we will be around. So, you know, because I think coffee is waiting downstairs. But we are going to be around here, so please feel free to come up to us and ask us any questions or provide any comments. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy już na salę.
Keep quiet. The time is just a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, not afternoon yet. I'm pleased to welcome you at the session on essential nutrients and health. I'm sorry, it's on the other sheet. I would like to welcome you, of course, all prelegents, and my dear colleague Mindaugas Stelemekas, who is the head of Health Research Institute and a professor at the Department of Preventive Medicine at the Faculty of Public Health, Lithuanian University. Mindaugas, welcome. And I'm pleased to co-chair this session with you. So I put the microphone to you.
Okay, thank you for presenting me, and once again, thank you for having me here, and it will be a pleasure to chair the session together with Kinga. And I think first we will start with our first presenter, and I think we don't need very long introductions to Professor Witold Zatoński, who is a champion in public health here in Poland. And please, Professor, you have the floor, and we will have a 20-minute presentation.
Jeszcze jedno tylko powiem. I bardzo prosimy o wyłączenie telefonów, szanowni państwo, lub przyciszenie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded to mute your phones or turn them off completely.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning to you indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
Chociaż wczoraj było lepiej, bo mogłem chodzić, a ja...
Yesterday I was able to walk around, and I'm a dynamic speaker who likes to pace himself literally when speaking.
Jak z grubsza dzisiaj, znaczy wczoraj, ta nasza dyskusja
Our yesterday's discussion was mainly focused on
czynnikami, które uszkadzają zdrowie i właściwie
hinder or damage our health.
Że jeden z nich nie uszkadza aż tak zdrowia, żeby
some would
płacić
argue
tak
that
wysoko.
one of them does not damage our health to the extent that would justify its price, so that you could avail yourself of that substance, which when overused will put you, will knock you off your feet. In any case, today I'd like to touch upon another topic related to nutrition and broadly conceived diet and how it affects our general overall health, our behavior as humans, and I'd also like to address the latest developments in nutrition knowledge.
Nie ulega żadnej wątpliwości, że w ostatnich 50 latach doszło do takiego zupełnie przewartościowania.
An undoubted fact that the past 50 years have witnessed a revolution in the understanding of diet and human nutrition.
Powszechnie i to właściwie ma miejsce, każdy może spojrzeć na dietę
It has commonly been maintained also here in Poland. When you take a look at your diet or our dietary habits as a society here in Poland and compare these habits from 50 years ago with the current trends, then you will see a revolution of sorts. In general, in order to track health-related changes, you need to observe trends for years. Politicians, especially those who read too little, who are ignorant, would argue that change is possible to attain after 5, 10 or 15 years, that this temporal threshold is sufficient in order to verify whether and to what extent change has been exerted. Kinga, the clock, I know I'm on the clock, but it's misleading me. I don't know what 17 minutes mean. Okay, I'm down to 17 minutes of my speaking time. Good. All right, so it's a timer, right? It's a countdown timer. So I spent a large chunk of my life as a clinicist, and then I was acutely aware of the fact that lung cancer incidence increased in the world, and I studied it around the world. Following the political and economic transformation in Poland in 1989, as an avid student of those changes, I was struck to notice that Poland witnessed an unbelievable phenomenon. Out of the blue, following a long period of exposure to the primary disease that everybody knew about, namely cardiac arrest, that was consistently growing in Poland, contrary to Western Europe, where cardiological transformation took place a little bit earlier, and the trend subsided. In Poland, on the contrary, I noticed a spike in the early 90s, a tremendous spike, or rather, excuse me, a tremendous downfall in the number of cardiac arrests and acute cardiovascular diseases. Obviously, physicians would like to take all the credit. They would say that they started to work better and more efficiently overnight. Obviously, it's more complex. Cardiovascular death rate, which began to decline very sharply, as you can see, took me by surprise. Truth be told, no one was able to effectively consult me and advise me on the background of this sudden change in the dominant tendency, not only of cardiovascular deaths, but also cardiovascular incidents or cardiovascular diseases as such. This became my principal challenge professionally for a period of time. Naturally, I was able to find out some stuff about it. First of all, you could see that what transpired in Poland in the 1990s had taken place in Finland 20 years prior. Finland, which was a country whose population consumed most butter and most animal fats in Europe per capita. Post-war Finland grew phenomenally, and like us, and they stuffed themselves with animal nutrients. They smoked, they chain smoked, and they drank themselves to death. So Finland in the 1960s was an arena and host to the civilizational diseases, and was in Finland, actually, or it was in Finland and some other Western countries around 1960, that was home to the higher incidence of cardiovascular diseases. So my first instinct as a scholar was to inquire about the root cause for this state of affairs, and I found out that the situation in Finland was exactly symmetrical with that in Poland. Obviously, we ranked very high, even though we didn't really come even close to the level of incidence and cardiovascular deaths noticeable in Finland in the 1960s. The years between 1990 and 1995 was a period where I traveled a lot. I traveled extensively to Finland, spent a lot of time there in order to compare and contrast their results with the trends in Poland. And not long afterwards, in 1998, I published, in collaboration with my peers around the world, an article which was initially rejected by a journal that I submitted it to as an exemplar of Eastern science, as they referred to it, and I had to rely on my colleagues' authority in order to get this article eventually published in 1998. Said article showed you a sudden drop-off in the incidence of cardiovascular diseases and dramatic changes in the trends of fat consumption. As you can see, there was a sudden upturn in the consumption of unsaturated fats. And that very time also saw a sharp decline in the consumption of butter. So that was one very sharp indicator that the epidemiological drama was as if steered by or driven by the structure of unsaturated fats and the drop-off of saturated fats. There was a big warfare going on in Poland, a struggle of butter versus margarine and or other spreads based on plant fats. And obviously my first instinct was to accord this trend to a decline in smoking, but my inner skepticism and my inner wisdom as a scholar, my better judgment led me to inquire more about that state of affairs, and it seems to me that after due research, the declining incidence of heart attacks and cardiac arrests was directly correlated with the revolution in fat consumption in Poland that took place in the early 90s. Naturally, I will leave technicalities and exact stats to specialists, but from an epidemiological standpoint, what was crucial was the awareness of the fact that a huge leap and bound was taken with respect to trends in plant-based fats consumption. The subsequent step was looking for an expert in that regard. In Poland, that person was Professor Krieger, who passed away recently, unfortunately, an eminent expert on on plant fats, who was our primary consultant in that regard. And to be honest, fat industry did talk to us pretty eagerly, and they were willing to collaborate. As you can see, 7.67 kilograms per person initially in the 1980s, all the way up to almost 20 kilograms early into the 20th century. That was the fat consumption with respect to plant-based fats. That seemed to be the driving factor. But what was the underlying trend that spurred it? I personally think that being an epidemiologist in Poland in the 1990s was a blessing in disguise, because despite the many problems that we faced along with the countries such as Hungary, the Czech Republic and Slovakia, we were unique in experiencing very sudden and revolutionary changes, and our country was very specific in that regard and diverged from such countries as Russia, Belarus and other former Soviet bloc countries. Even though there was no, let's say, response to that new trend. And we were wondering about this uniqueness of Poland and appealed to the better judgment of experts around the world in order to understand why sunflower oil is quote-unquote bad for you and why rapeseed oil is supposed to be fabulous, better than olive oil even though olive oil as such was unavailable at the time and was pretty expensive back then. So the question remained, and we wanted to find out how come one kind of oil worked wonders and the other, or was supposed to work wonders and the other didn't. So it was back then where I met Walter Willett. I don't know which of you know him. I'm sure that experts do know him, but I'm asking about people who are outside of our circles. So who is this guy? There you go. These are the world's leading experts and researchers based on their quotation index and D index. So a lot of citations and D index. The clear leader in this category is Walter C. Willett. Speaking of the devil, right? And number 8, you've got Salim Yusuf. So, Mr. President, we are currently working with both of those scholars who are leaders in the pack in their own category. So we are proud to speak to speak on this and to boast this fact. And I'm sure we should market our university as an institution that does collaborate with the best of the best. Together with Walter, we wrote a paper on this very fact, on changes in dietary fat and declining coronary heart disease in Poland. And the population-based study was what we conducted. We examined the effect of increased intake of alpha-linolenic acid on the incidence of ischemic heart disease in the population with extremely low intake of omega-3 fatty acids. And it seems that, in particular in Poland and in other countries where the consumption of plant-based oils is low, and I mean a particular kind of rapeseed, canola, which is a genetically modified type of rapeseed. But do read more about that, please. In Poland, we had an insufficient intake of alpha-linolenic acid, So an acid from a group that has a phenomenal impact on metabolism. I guess we should have a shot of this every now and then to take a step towards good health. So that's what we argued for. We conducted the seminar. Oh, is that the end of my lecture? I don't think I have any more slides that would show you the structure or the breakdown of fat consumption in Romania. At the time, we didn't really upload them, but I do have some time left, so I'll tell you about it nonetheless. When we analyzed the consumption of fats in the neighboring countries, we were flabbergasted, but also pleased with the fact that Poland in the 1990s, once we reached that annual intake of 20 kilograms of rapeseed oils per person per year, Poland, among those oils, rapeseed oil and soya oil were the dominant types of plant-based oils, both of them rich in omega-3 fatty acids. 90% of those oils were those two oils. And then we also consumed fish, but unfortunately fish is only available to rich folks such as myself, rich people who eat it every other day. Because on average in Poland, unfortunately, the intake of fish meat is very, very low in comparison with other countries. And yeah, so a shot of rapeseed oil and a piece of seafish rather than freshwater fish. Because of the high alpha-linolenic acid intake. So that was my humble contribution to the history of global science. And I'm not done. I'm far from being finished, ladies and gentlemen. If I may get back to the previous slide, I would much appreciate that. All right, very well then. In short, Walter Willett is the Pope of diet and nutrition and epidemiology of nutrition globally, and I would strongly advise you all to at least consult his book on nutritional epidemiology, which he published several years ago, and in which he stated that, okay, first of all, he included a personal dedication in the copy that he presented me with, but more importantly, on page 7 of this book, he argued that the largest breakthrough science-wise with regard to diet are our ecological observations that show us the correlation between saturated and unsaturated fats and our diet.
Także jesteśmy wpisani na numerze, ja rozumiem, że pan nie ma pieniędzy. A dżentelmeni, a ja nie jestem dżentelmen. Mam nadzieję, że pan też nie jest. I on jakby te nasze odkrycie.
And so our discovery ranked very high. And he did pay attention to that and remarked on it in the introduction of his book, where he stated or listed the factors responsible for cardiovascular and coronary diseases. So thank you very much for letting me share my experience in this regard, even though diet was never really my forte in terms of my research. And so I guess that at least in this regard I made this a little bit closer to you, especially here in the Polish context, where not many people touch upon this subject, even though mass media do have an opportunity to inform us on key matters in terms of diet, rather than force-feeding us with commercial information instead of science-based information, so that we stop living 8 years shorter than people in the Western countries.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now let's move on. I'm very sorry to say that Professor Piotr Jankowski couldn't stay with us longer, and he had to leave because of sudden obligations. So we can provide from the remaining prelegents 15 minutes per each presentation. Mindaugas, please go on.
So, moving on with our agenda, now I would like to give the floor and invite for a presentation Dr. Anna Harton, who will be presenting presentation on the dietary mistakes and health consequences and changes in nutrition during the pandemic in Poland. So, dear Dr. Anna, you have the floor.
Szanowny Panie Profesorze, Szanowni Państwo Przewodniczący, bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za zaproszenie do wygłoszenia wykładu w tej sesji. Dziękuję Panie Profesorze za rozpoczęcie sesji, za wprowadzenie nas do tematów związanych z żywieniem. Ja będę kontynuowała ten temat i opowiem Państwu o błędach dietetycznych, jak również o konsekwencjach zdrowotnych w pierwszej części mojej prezentacji, natomiast w drugiej części skupię się na tym, co zmieniło się w zakresie żywienia w trakcie pandemii w Polsce. Drodzy Państwo, rozważając błędy dietetyczne...
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now talk about the pandemic and the consequences of errors, dietary errors due to the pandemic in Poland. The dietary errors results from a specificity of nutrition of a given age group. The factors depend on the age of the kids and people in general. Kids are very small and they undergo very important nutritional programming, metabolical programming. Metabolical programming starts during the fetal life. It then lasts during the pregnancy and then for 2 or 3 years. So the first 1,000 days is very important for programming the kid towards health, not towards the disease. It is a critical period in the life of a small human being. What do we know from the research? What happens when it comes to nutritional errors in this age group? We have our own Polish research published a decade ago, and a research which has been repeated in 2016, published in 2017. This research was realized by the Mother and Kid Institute by Professor Vetter. What do we know from this examination? The errors which we have identified in the past are the same that we observe today in this age group. All the time we are dealing with excessive number of meals, mothers feed infants too often. These diets are protein rich, too many proteins. We are convinced that proteins are most important nutritional aspect, but because it's a building block, but proteins basically should provide 10 to 20% of energy, and this is also a very important building block, but let's not over-exaggerate. Mothers very often introduce completing products to the kids too early. They want to deliver to kids new sensations, sensory impulses by changing and varying the diet, but for the first 6 months we should be providing mostly mother's milk to children. All these errors will overfeed children with proteins, but also sugars, salts, and there's not enough calcium, definitely not enough vitamin D, which is a problem that we are which have been bothering us for years, and we, as well as Poland, was been bothered by this problem. Not enough fish, not enough vegetables, which is a very important group of products, and we as Polish people in our culture, we don't have that much share of these types of products in our lives. We should eat 30 grams of fish per day. As adults, we only eat half of that amount. Ladies and gentlemen, one way or another, this model of nutrition of infants and small kids is inconsistent with the norms and recommendations for this age group, and this may have its consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, another age group, important one, is kindergarten age kids. Here there are also nutritional errors, especially in nutrition of this age group. We have not enough milk, not enough dairy products, not enough fruits and vegetables, not enough fish, but definitely what's not missing are snacks. Fat and carbohydrates, some things which we should rather avoid. Even if they are carbohydrate mixture of carbohydrates and fat, then it's the fat we don't want, and it's the fat that the professor mentioned is not conducive to our heart. Ladies and gentlemen, feeding this providing nutrition to this age group is related to also other errors, especially in we apply foods in through the punishment, like a cart and cart system. So this is not by providing unhealthy products, and we are giving fats and carbohydrates as a reward to our kids, which is not something we should do. We create bad habits. Kids very often don't want to eat meat, they don't want to eat vegetables, they don't want to eat fish. But these preferences will be connected to a very early childhood. So what we give kids at the infant age will be transposed later on what the kid likes as a kindergarten age, and at what he likes in the future years and what we like as adults. If you recall what you didn't like when you were a kid, it was very often connected to what has been served to you as in the past. Why do we pick all these products for kids? Because we are directed by preferences, and these preferences very often are related to what we are born with. We have a preference of sweet things, no doubt about it. So even if we remove in time providing sweet things to kids, then the kid will nonetheless like those sweets. So no point. But let's control the number of sweets. Another age group is young people. Young people, it's the age when young people are very much learning new behaviors. Youths also copies peers, copies the environment, but also let's remember that they also come of age, and this is an age where kids need more energy, more calories, but also in a well-balanced diet. Definitely we shouldn't avoid activity, physical activity at this age, and young people are not always physically active, and a lot of examination, physical exam, a lot of research shows that we are less active than in previous years. And in the case of young people, we see that the young people are spending a lot of time on sedentary activities, so just sit in front of the computer screen or other screen. What else can we observe in this age group? Young people are very much susceptible to fashions. In these fashions, fad diets are observed in terms of nutrition. Fad diets. As you can see on the slide, every year there is dietary reports being published, observing and reporting about different fashionable diets. In 2023, what's fashionable? Intermittent fasting. Young people are fascinated by novelties, especially when they are backed by some sort of electronics and applications which you can use. Ladies and gentlemen, other devices that we observe in nutritional of young people are errors which are related to the number and irregularity of meals. What needs to be emphasized that young people very often don't eat breakfast. Sometimes they go to school without the first breakfast. This problem relates to 30–40% of young people in Poland, and this problem is growing with the age of young people. The older young people, the less they consume the first breakfast. What we can see, and you probably see this as well, the fact that young people consume energy drinks. Problem observed by a high percentage of teenagers. They like colorful drinks, and these drinks, there's a lot of sugar, a lot of other products, chemicals we don't want excessively. Caffeine. Consuming these types of products is not recommended for young people below 16. But as we know, they are consumed because of attractiveness of these products. Ladies and gentlemen, nutritional errors which we observe in different age groups will have a tendency to be clustered. As you can see on the slide, very often it happens that if young people don't eat breakfast, these people also don't eat vegetables. Fish, that professor mentioned, there is not enough milk and milk dairy products, but definitely what's not missing is other products, like, for example, too much sugar and salt. Analyzing nutritional errors in kids, it's worth looking at ourselves as caretakers and parents, and also caretakers from educational facilities like teachers, school teachers. We are the model for these kids, role models. If kids will model their behavior on their caretakers' behavior, and if we don't eat proper food, they will not eat proper food as well. So, if we think about why our kids are not eating some products, it's worth analyzing our own nutritional habits. Ladies and gentlemen, the nutritional errors have their background in child age, and the early childhood errors will cause errors in later life, so they will be multiplied as the people become adults. Our nutrition influences our health, and thus it will have consequences on health. we observe a lot of dependency on how nutritional affects our life. Obesity, first problem that needs to be addressed. If you read epidemiological data related to Poland and internationally, this is a big problem, and this is a problem that my colleague will address. Ladies and gentlemen, from these nutritional area errors result metabolic problems, metabolic syndrome. We observe this often, and we have more diabetes type 2. We have then more more hypertension. Our examination in Poland shows that 18% of kids with obesity have hypertension and other problems that will be diet-dependent diseases. I also would like to emphasize a big problem related to diet, which is dental caries disease. We have reports from 2022 or data which between 2016 and 2019 that the situation, especially in younger age groups when it comes to the caries, is getting worse. Also data show that 100% of children between 6 and 7 have caries, dental caries disease. All these errors may result with nutritional disturbances. These errors are correlated with psychological things. If we do realize that there are certain diseases, certain dependencies, then if we care about our health, does this result in better behavior? Well, yes, to a certain extent. The data which we are presenting to you are our Polish research data, and they prove that if we are afraid of our own health, we will change a certain nutritional behavior, because the change of this behavior is possible at every stage of life. And here authors are raising such problems as changes, such as if you're aware of the problem, you consume less alcohol and less fat food. And referring back to the topic of butter addressed by the professor, here in this study, care of our own health and consequences related to inappropriate choices didn't contribute to the change of fat structure consumption and butter consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, 2020 Oh, sorry, I cannot hear the question. Well, right now we are observing in younger age groups. We are recommending for younger age group butter, yes, because it's a natural fat, a real one, and it should be there in the diet. But in the older age groups, depending on their health, but there is a preference to consume this natural fat. We have better now. We have better margarines. In the 90s, we had those low-quality butter replacement, high trans fat butter replacement products. Now we have better ones, and they are just consuming these products are very attractive to the consumers, and basically they are eating them is tantamount to eating butter itself. Now we have this. Now we have, instead of a pyramid, a dietary pyramid, we have a dietary plate, and this dietary plate refers to kids as well as to. We are seeing new structures of nutrition. So, what kind of share of particular products should be there in every meal? What I would like to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, in 2021 there was a new publication regarding the COVID pandemic, and I think this was also the Polish Academy of Science has contributed to one of the reports written during pandemic. Basically, there were two recommendations of the Polish Academy of Science addressed at the general population, but also kids, and these in there are practical guidelines what to do during COVID. So bigger share of fruits and vegetables, bigger drinks, of appropriate drinks, avoiding alcohol, bigger activity, physical activity, and all other recommendations which were also made earlier, but now the authors are even emphasizing them more. And in relation to this, also in the very beginning of COVID, we have seen a lot of publications which were possible to find online. They were published not only by a National Institute of Health, Public Health, and here you can see the recommendations during COVID, what to avoid, what to pay attention to, what will improve our resistance, and what our physical activity should look like. What happened because of these recommendations? We have a research regarding how did supplementary consumption changed during COVID pandemic. We can see that the consumption of these nutritional factors has increased, which are relevant or don't have relevant influence. Well, we don't know, but in the publications at least we read and heard that the influence on our resistance. So more garlic in diet, curcumin, ginger, and all those factors related to our resistance, natural resistance. What happened during COVID? What changes happened during COVID? If you look at the data showing obesity among kids, we can see that through the pandemic. Very often we had more diabetes, we had more obesity in kids, and the authors clearly emphasize that this problem is related exactly to inappropriate dietary habits in that time, as well as lack of physical activity and another data regarding teenagers. I am summarizing. Two more slides and I will summarize the same the same negative changes which observed among teenagers. So worse habits, less physical activity, psychophysical condition as well. During pandemic, it changed. What is a care, psychological care among kids? The influence of COVID, how the COVID had an influence on mental health. Yes, we know this. Patients with dietary dependent diseases also have felt this situation, but they were eating more fat, more sugar, more salt. Summing up, the errors we are observing among different age groups, and as they are dependent on the specificity of nutrition and they have a particular health-related consequences, and the changes we observed during COVID were negative and just deepened the problems we already had. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And now we move on to, we would like to invite Dr. Danuta Gajewska, who represents Department of Dietetics, Institute of Human Nutrition Sciences, Warsaw University of Life Sciences. Please keep the time ready. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I am more than pleased to be able to tell you a little bit about the current nutritional status of Polish population, which we can assess based on different parameters. I'd like to focus on one among them, namely on the proper mass, body mass. So, body mass among the youth and adults, as well as children, as well as the trends observable during the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, data on obesity and excessive body mass from the latest report is far from optimistic. Most children unfortunately suffer from obesity, and 2/3 of adults live with overweight or suffer from a big obesity. And more importantly, more worryingly, no EU member state is even near to meet the WHO criteria. We're not on track to halt the rise of obesity levels in societies, and unfortunately the nutrition trends in modern day society translates directly into an increasing growth of obese individuals in different populational groups. So I'd like to briefly comment why obesity and overweight are problematic. Well, there are many direct interrelations between BMI and premature death risk. So I guess that excessive body mass index over 25 kilograms per square meter can correlate with a 14.2% likelihood of premature deaths, 13%, over 13% among men and 15% among women. And your lifespan will be shortened by 13%, both among men and women. Data conducted by different institutions, the data compiled by different institutions in Poland show to indicate that many Poles suffer from obesity and overweight, and the statistics of the Polish Statistical Office demonstrate that the changes over the past several years, almost a decade, between 2010 and 2019, if you compare 2010 to 2014, then the ratio of people with overweight or with obesity was similar, but then in comparison with 2019, these figures are visibly higher. It is statistically significant in here. What you can have some doubts about is methodology. So this is a representative group that was examined, a randomized group of adult Poles, slightly over 1,000. But this was a declarative study, so it was questionnaire-based, and so we can only hope that the respondents were true to life in their responses. Similar data has been published in Poland for 2019 by the Chief Statistical Office in Warsaw. It was also based on interviews and questionnaires, and it seems that back in 2014, slightly over 50% of Poles suffered from overweight, and 57 in 2019. So that ratio has increased, and if you compare men and women, many more men suffer from overweight and obesity than it is the case with women. If we analyze the age groups in which overweight is declared, then it seems that with men it is at a very early stage of 25 to 34, where the ratio of people with an improper body mass index is much higher than the group who are within limits. And with women, it is only after the 55th year of their life, which is strictly related to menopause, and it is much more difficult for women to maintain a proper body mass afterwards, even though it's technically possible, of course. And in the final age group, 65 plus, the ratio of men and women with increased body mass that includes overweight and obesity is more or less roughly similar. The tendencies even out somewhat. So unfortunately, women catch up with men in this regard as they get older. Moving on, you can risk a general conclusion, a hypothesis that along with age, the number of people with overweight or obesity is rising, which is an indicator to keep educating adults and seniors on the necessity to maintain a stable body mass throughout their lifespan, because obviously being overweight or obese is not a factor conducive to a long life expectancy. And then we've got the rise of overweight and obesity among Poles aged 20 plus in 2020. 54% of Poles were overweight as of 2020, including more men than women, with obesity affecting slightly less than 10% of our population, more so with men than with women. This is data for 2020. And if you think of how the pandemic has affected overweight and obesity, Professor Harton already mentioned that our eating habits were far from ideal throughout the pandemic, which was a driver of eating mood-lifting foods without taking due care of one's nutrition and proper physical activity. And as per declarations provided in the questionnaire conducted by NIZP PZH, 28% noticed increased body weight, and 16% or 18% with women decreasing or cutting down on their weight. So this period was a period which affected people in both ways, and the structure is really interesting in terms of how it all breaks down by gender. So 30% of men and 27% of women in terms of weight gain, and 27% of women and 18% of men in terms of weight gain, and 30% of women and 17% of men in terms of weight loss. And then, if you think of the changing body weight of Poles during the pandemic by such criteria as education or place of residence, then you will see that citizens living in urban areas were more affected by obesity among men, and in women this trend was converse. So it was women living in rural areas that were more affected by that than those living in urban areas. Obviously, the coefficient in this regard is pretty obvious. The more you consume, the more you gain weight, and the less you move, the less you can burn off. And obviously, those women living in rural areas would have it easier to move and to engage in physical activity than those in urban areas and blocks of flats who often chose to stay at home for fear of getting infected. And in terms of self-assessment, it turned out that along with the increased excessive body mass, the number of people who are negative in terms of how they assess their health also rises. And the same goes for the self-assessment of one's appearance. Along with one's weight, one's self-assessment, sense of self-worth drops down. When it comes to proper body mass among children and the youth, The problem is highly complex and intricate, and I think that Professor Hartmann briefed you on different problems affecting these susceptible groups, so infants, little children and teenagers, and the consequence of these problems are excessive body mass among children and the youth. The analysis conducted between 2006 and 2018 evidently show you that the ratio is pretty high, even though it's not linear, save for the oldest age groups. In this case, the year 2010, especially with boys, was an exception to the rule, and maybe we should take a closer look at the methodology chosen and the size of the examined group. However, what we could say decisively is that the problem of excess body mass affects boys more so than it does girls, for different reasons. But these data, these stats oblige us and bind us to intervene, especially with the youth and the children, and to provide them with a systemic solution that will help us curtail and mitigate this dangerous trend. And last but not least, some more stats I'd like to show you. The ratio of visits in which patients were directed to a specialist consultation. So obesity is ranking pretty high, as you can see, as a predicator of therapy, as a factor requiring intervention. The first person to intervene would probably be a dietitian, because treating obesity with children is highly demanding and requires great accountability and great sensitivity in order not to skew the course of therapy or to hamper proper growth of a young organism. So you should conduct it among a team of specialists with a leading doctor assisted by a dietitian at the very least. And in order to show you that it's not all that tragic, that we do have a chance to do something about it, to introduce a new diets. One of those diets is one that has been devised theoretically without proper clinical research. So there you go, you have it on your plate, can pick up on the trail and do the research. Is the Pesco-Mediterranean diet with intermittent fasting. So several components at once. And the authors obviously make the provision that this is a hypothetical diet, which should be technically efficient because it does contain all the elements which you, Professor Hartmann, and others today have mentioned. So I'd like to encourage you to maybe test it on your own and see for yourselves. And obviously you can take home this message, a recipe for a healthy lifestyle, again, hypothetically and theoretically, to see if you're implementing these elements that guarantee you a healthy lifestyle. Thank you very much for your attention.
Right. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, and we move forward with our agenda. And our next speaker will be Dr. Katarzyna Poltyn-Zaradna, who will talk about nutrients and prevention of cardiovascular diseases, and it will be a pure Poland project results.
Dobrze. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie, za możliwość
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the possibility to present to you the influence of
zarówno w dniu wczorajszym, jak i dzisiaj.
lipid acids on health and the mortality that we were studying in 18 countries around the world.
Umieralność, przepraszam.
Yes, sorry, I mean mortality. So the influence of lipid acids and hydrocarbons on cardiovascular diseases and general mortality in 18 countries on 5 continents.
Coś to, przepraszam. Ja bardzo przepraszam. O, już wiem, panie profesorze. Do przodu zielonym.
How does this button work?
Dziękuję pięknie. To by się przydało każdemu z nas. Przepraszam najmocniej.
Sorry for that, for the technical problems.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, for 2 decades it has been recommended to decrease, to limit the lipid acids consumption, hypothesizing that lowering the saturated fatty acids and lowering them, their presence in the diet will decrease cardiovascular diseases. From the 2008 report that was delivering us data that helped us analyze the influence of saturated fatty acids consumption in correlation with mortality, we have noticed, ladies and gentlemen, that indeed increased consumption of saturated fatty acids is negatively correlated with the coefficient of mortality caused by cardiovascular diseases, both in terms of men as well as women. We've talked a lot about the dietary recommendations, and as emphasized by Professor Zatoński while analyzing epidemiological changes, while analyzing the populational changes, let's have a look historically at let's look at the changes, behavioral changes. In the beginning of the 80s, USDA wanted to update the so-called 4 basic nutritional groups. They would try to modernize a new taxonomy of dietary products to be to be easier to remember, easier to analyze, and they involved Louise Lane and her team. She wanted to create a new paradigm, light group.
Następnie chudego mięsa, ryb i drobiu. Niestety to nie jest to, co widzimy tutaj.
So, as you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, this pyramid was politically incorrect. USDA unfortunately suggested and enforced the introduction into it some changes. Grains have been at the basis of the pyramid. They've been recommended from 6 to 11 portions per day and not 2 to 4, as Lane has suggested and her team in the very beginning. This recommendation to eat less has been changed into avoid excess. This small change might have been small, but it has led to a disastrous epidemic, both of obesity and diabetes, which Light and her team has been mentioning immediately, not agreeing to the suggested changes. Over the years, we might see what the consumption of particular macro parts have looked like among men and women. we know what the recommendations of dietitians look like. The correlation between the saturated fatty acids, their consumption, and the incidence of and cardiovascular incidents have been studied excessively. The conclusions coming from the research, cohort research, as well as randomized studies have indicated that saturated fatty acids are not related to general mortality, cardiovascular diseases, stroke, or diabetes type D. Also, the authors indicated that it's not probable that the replacement of saturated fatty acids with multi-unsaturated fatty acids with the N6 row decrease the risk of cardiovascular incidence, mortality caused by cardiovascular diseases, as well as general mortality. All of these examinations show lack of coincidence between the saturated fatty acids in the diet and mortality. So what became important was to estimate the dependency between the consumption of fatty acids, including fats in general, saturated fatty acids, unsaturated fatty acids, as well as hydrocarbons, and the general mortality and the occurrence of cardiovascular diseases. And that was the goal of the analysis as part of the pure analysis. Many times it has been emphasized that the pure examination is an exceptional. Research is exceptional because it includes currently over 200,000 participants. Currently, it's conducted in 27 states around the world. The data which constituted the basis for the obtained results, which I will allow myself to present in a second, we obtained the data from among over 135,000 participants who live on 5 continents and consuming a lot of varied diet. Variable diet. Our tool constituted validated questionnaires of frequency of consumption of food in order to measure the long-term effect of the consumption. The age of the participants included in the examination is between 35 and 70 years old. Of course, this included people without heart incidents on the baseline level. We analyzed demographic changes, lifestyle, and what needs to be emphasized is, of course, a big number of events corresponding to the final points. We use the multivariable Cox frailty analysis with random intercepts to account for correlation of observation within. You can see here the way we recruit to a particular examination. Overall, the average energy level from fats in the entire research was between 21% of energy. It's higher, as you can see, in Europe, it's higher in North America, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. But the lowest percentage was observed among African inhabitants, Asia, South Asia, as well as China. It's worth paying attention also to the percentage level of energy delivered from saturated fatty acids, which in general examination was about 8%. The highest was observed in America, North America, and the lowest consumption was characterizing inhabitants of Africa and China, where it was oscillating on the level of 6%. We analyzed also exactly the percentage, the amount of consumed hydrocarbons in diet. The average result for the entire pure research was 60%, a bit above 60%. The most hydrocarbons is consumed by African inhabitants, Southeast Asia and Asia. Their consumption exceeds definitely 60% of energy, is about 65% in China. It's the lowest in North America, Europe, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Very exactly, we tried to analyze the structure of the consumed meals, appropriate percentage of energy, micro elements, and their influence on mortality in general population. What I would like to pay your attention? I would like you to pay attention that together with the growth of the consumption of saturated fatty acids, we may observe also decrease of risk of death caused by non-heart-related incidents. And a reverse situation is also true with the growth of consumption of hydrocarbons in diet. Unfortunately, the risk of death in general increases. We haven't observed mortality, yes. Yes, Professor, as a final expert among us, to give his comments. But unfortunately, the comments are not made to the microphone, so. So mortality is the number of, in a given year, in a given time span, the amount of new deaths for a given disease per 100,000, and it's standardized. Death rate is a number of deaths for a given disease among people who have been suffering from this disease, not in the general population. So this is a different definition. So this the results from the translation from English, but you know what this is about.
Przepraszam najmocniej. Dzięki temu doszkoliliśmy studentów.
Thank you. This was very important for students. So we have analyzed in detail the structure of the consumed fatty acids as well as their influence on the increase or decrease of risk. In an analogous way, as in the case of general population, as well as in the cardiovascular diseases, we have seen a very protective activity of the related to the amount of consumed fats. We have also analyzed the risk of death and cardiovascular diseases. In the case of replacing 5% of energy delivered by hydrocarbons with other nutritional substances. And here it's worth paying attention to the fact that in the case when hydrocarbons were replaced with multi-unsaturated fatty acids, we have observed a marked lower death rate by 11%. Despite that fact that we see that the replacement of hydrocarbons with other nutritional substances also decreases the risk, and we have to remember that these are unfortunately non-relevant statistically data that's not relevant statistically. Summing up, what can we say? High hydrocarbon diet, above 60% of energy, is related to higher death rate and higher mortality. Acids and unsaturated fatty acids are related to a lower risk of death. We have observed the lack of relation between the total content of fat, the type of fat, and cardiovascular incidence. And our dietary recommendation is we should minimize the fat to below 30% of energy, as well as saturated fatty acids to the level not exceeding 10%. And these recommendations, however, not been confirmed by this examination. Analyzing in detail the data which we have obtained, it needs to be emphasized what are the good and bad sides of this examination. Pure has its good sides and bad sides. It's a global in the examination, so that's a good side, which allows us to analyze the amount of there's a broad scope of the activity, but we have a big cohort with big amount of events, and we have the analyzed cohort is 135,000 people. But as every examination, it has its limits. This consumption of nutritional substances have only been evaluated on the baseline level. The high rich hydrocarbon diet and low fat diet can be an indicator of poverty. And what was inaccessible was the analysis of saturated fatty acids like trans in the research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kasia. Very interesting presentation. And now let's move forward. Now I would like to invite Professor Hanna Kraus, who is Director of Institute of Preventive Studies and Director of Doctoral School here at University, Calisia University. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Państwo Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo, dziękuję za zaproszenie na konferencję i mój wykład będzie dosyć praktyczny, bo postaram się powiedzieć Państwu, które produkty mogą wspomóc troszkę.
I would like to assist which products may assist us in better resistance. If we look at the resistance in the system within our body, it seems that we shouldn't be sick at all because we have the first line of defense like mucus, skin, and we have cells, phagocytes, and then also the lymphocytes. All of this should be enough to be consistently healthy, but we know that that's not the case. So can we actually support ourselves somehow? Well, we can. We can support the first, second, and third line of defense. And let's see how this is done. When it comes to the digestive tract, we do realize that when it comes to saliva in the mouth, proteolytic enzymes, immunoglobulins, antibacterial substances present in the entire digestive tract, this definitely helps us to improve and fight our processes. Also, we have the mold defense, the lymphoid tissue, mucus-associated lymphoid tissue, mold. It's a defense system which helps us to deal with the evil that's coming from the outside. But unfortunately, you probably remember that we should also remember about bacteria, which have a very big impact on our whole body and health, as well as they're conditioned by the proper diet. What will decrease our health? Of course, an appropriate diet and its consequences, consistent lack of sleep, which characterizes all working people, lack of regular physical activity. Would you also been mentioned alcohol, tobacco, things like that? That's pretty obvious. So, can we assist ourselves with supplements, or should we help ourselves with natural substances? Well, we can. And I will show you how we can support ourselves.
Zielone myli. Czyli tutaj, przepraszam, dieta z przewagą produktów.
Diet with enough green products, probiotics, and all of this will contribute to the support of our immune system. And we can also try the immunomodulation.
Inflammatory reactions.
Żeby wspomóc ten organizm w walce z zapaleniem, to mamy taką sytuację, że jest czynnik wywołujący, rozwija się zapalenie, pojawiają się czynniki prozapalne, rozwija się w różnym przedziale czasowym taka faza plateau tego zapalenia i potem jest wygaszanie reakcji zapalnej. Chodzi o to, żeby substancjami, o których Państwo już tutaj szeroko mówili, spowodować szybsze wygaszanie reakcji zapalnej, żeby wprowadzić substancje prowygaszeniowe i one właśnie wiążą się z wielonienasyconymi kwasami tłuszczowymi. Bo o co chodzi? Chodzi o to, że dieta, o której tutaj Państwo szeroko już wspominali, czyli dieta wysokowęglowodanowa, dieta w oparciu o dużą zawartość tłuszczów nasyconych powoduje zwiększone wydzielanie insuliny. A insulina aktywuje desaturazy, które
activates a lot of insulin, and then we've got a cascada
arachidonowego, to oczywiście przewaga mediatorów prozapalnych. A chodzi o to, żeby wprowadzić tutaj kwasy tłuszczowe, szczególnie z rodziny omega-3, które będą raczej kierowały nasz organizm w kierunku wygaszania procesu zapalnego i o tym troszeczkę też powiem. Są dowody oczywiście na to, że żywność medyczna ma wpływ na procesy zapalne i to dosyć wyraźny. Myślę, że wszyscy Państwo znają wyniki badań prowadzone nad dietą śródziemnomorską i okinaawską, które zresztą tutaj Państwo też na ten temat mówili, które jednoznacznie wskazują, że dieta ma ogromny wpływ na redukcję chorób dietozależnych. Czyli wpływ diety na procesy zapalne to przede wszystkim dieta bogata w cukier, sól i produkty smażone. Teraz niestety charakterystyczna dieta dla naszego społeczeństwa i tak jak już powiedziałem, wiąże się to z przewagą procesów prozapalnych, natomiast zbyt mała ilość czynników prowygaszeniowych powoduje, że procesy zapalne mogą się stale toczyć i zresztą wiedzą Państwo doskonale, że u osób otyłych jest to naturalny proces niestety tego zapalenia stałego ze wszystkimi tego konsekwencjami. W związku z tym przejdę może, nie będę mówiła o witaminach, gdzie ich rola jest oczywista, szczególnie w wszystkich procesach antyoksydacyjnych. Tu jedna z moich przedmówczyń wspominała o witaminie D. Myślę, że tutaj można by poświęcić odpowiedni oddzielny wykład na temat roli tej witaminy D. Też modulowaniu oczywiście procesów immunologicznych. Bardzo korzystny efekt tej witaminy, o czym warto pamiętać. Ja też w praktyce lekarskiej jestem pediatrą, w związku z tym pytam zawsze rodziców dzieci trochę starszych niż dwulatki, bo do 2 lat to witamina E jest podawana potem, a zapomniałam, a nie pamiętam, a Państwo podają sobie witaminę D, no też nie. No i stąd jest ten problem. Też trzeba wspomnieć o niedoborze żelaza, zarówno niedoborze, jak i nadmiarze. Przypomnę, że żelazo podtrzymuje reakcję zapalną, dlatego że żelazo służy
iron shortages
nadmiar tego żelaza na pewno nie będzie korzystny dla procesu zapalnego. No i teraz wracając do naszych kwasów tłuszczowych, chcę się skupić tutaj na ich pochodnych, na rezolwinach, na protektynach i marezynach. One mają ostatnio dobrą prasę naukową i myślę, że będą też wykorzystane ze względu na fakt, że znane są własności kwasów tłuszczowych, szczególnie z rodziny omega-3, jeśli idzie o modulację procesów odpornościowych. Dotyczy to zarówno pochodnych kwasu arachidonowego również, ale i koza pentaenowego do koza heksoenowego i o tym właśnie chcę parę zdań powiedzieć. Jeśli idzie o lipoksyny, to one mają bardzo ciekawe działanie. Z tego względu, że działają poprzez aktywację receptorów błonowych komórek immunokompetentnych, czyli właściwie pobudzają funkcje komórek immunokompetentnych, czyli bardzo korzystny efekt w każdym procesie zapalnym. One mają też wpływ na obniżenie wytwarzania reaktywnych form tlenu. Muszę Państwu tłumaczyć, że oczywiście wolne rodniki są nam konieczne do życia, ale ich nadmiar na pewno nie przyczynia się do podtrzymania zdrowia. I to, co jest istotne, to lipoksyny też aktywują w obszarze zapalenia, czyli działają najlepiej w miejscu, gdzie ta działalność jest potrzebna. Dalej mamy rezolwiny. One również działają na proces wygaszania ostrej reakcji zapalnej. Dalej są protektyny. Te protektyny bardzo ciekawie działają, dlatego że one hamują już ekspresję genów kodujących związki prozapalne, czyli jest to niejako taka najwcześniejsza protekcja naszego organizmu, jeśli idzie o ewentualny rozwój procesów zapalnych. I wreszcie marezyny. Ostatnio pokazało się wiele publikacji na ten temat. Rzeczywiście ich działanie jest wielokierunkowe i one skupiają się właściwie na zdolności fagocytarnej
put out the intense
information
and they
procesów zapalnych.
locally
No i
in
jeśli idzie o
the areas where they are most
immunostymulatory
needed.
roślinne,
And if you think of
to też przyjrzyjmy się takiemu schematowi jeszcze raz kaskady kwasu arachidonowego. Otóż niektóre ze składników roślinnych mają wpływ bezpośredni już na kaskadę kwasu arachidonowego. Mianowicie niektóre działają w miejscu, gdzie działają glicokortykosteroidy, czyli hamują już aktywacji fosfolipazy A2, ale większość działa
they activate phospholipases A2 and most of them
na
also
poziomie cykloooksygenazy i
act at the level of
prowadzi to do
cyclooxygenases
zmniejszenia produkcji cytokin prozapalnych, czyli
and
też bardzo
reduce the production of
korzystne. Dalej,
pro-inflammatory
które to są
substances.
rośliny, które
And
działają
so
właśnie w tym miejscu, gdzie działają niesteroidowe
can be
leki
applied
przeciwzapalne,
to
czyli te, które hamują w sposób bezpośredni
directly putting out
prostaglandyn i cytokin prozapalnych.
states
Znane od
by
wieków
stimulating
aloes.
prostaglandins.
Tutaj
Aloe vera is
na
one
terenie
of
Wielkopolski jest
the more
duża
known plants here in Wielkopolska, in our region.
uprawa, plantacja aloesu i stamtąd pochodzą produkty aloesu, które są dostępne na rynku. I proszę zwrócić uwagę, że wysokie stężenie polisacharydów, które jest obecne w wyciągach z aloesu,
concentration present in
ewidentny
aloe vera
wspomaga układ
extract,
immunologiczny, wpływając
help out
na
our
wydzielanie cytokin przeciwzapalnych, modulując aktywność cytokin prozapalnych i zwiększając zdolność makrofagów do fagocytozy, czyli rzeczywiście na wszystkich etapach służących ograniczeniu procesu zapalnego te związki aloesu są bardzo korzystne.
Aloe vera is highly conducive to putting out inflammation processes. Furthermore,
dopełniacza, co przekłada się na aktywację komórek służących
complement system
układu immunologicznego. Bardzo modna jest aronia i proszę zwrócić uwagę, że oprócz walorów smakowych, które oczywiście posiada, jej działanie polega znowu na blokowaniu ekspresji indukowalnej syntezy tlenku azotu. Przypomnę, że indukowalna synteza tlenku azotu to ta, która po indukcji na przykład wirusem czy bakterią powoduje bardzo dużą produkcję tlenku azotu, który jest wolnym rodnikiem.
Which is a free
bójczo na tego obcego najeźdźcę, ale tylko w miejscu,
obviously,
gdzie jest taka potrzeba.
the important bit is that it only acts where necessary. It acts locally.
Poza tym też
and besides,
zmniejsza adhezję monocytów do powierzchni śródbłonka naczyń, co z jednej strony może ograniczać trochę wejście tych makrofagów do ogniska zapalnego, ale z drugiej strony tam, gdzie jest zbyt duże gromadzenie monocytów, to może być blokowanie mikrokrążenia i to będzie wtedy niekorzystne. Dalej mamy czarny bez i tutaj chcę zwrócić uwagę na działanie ewidentnie przeciwdrobnoustrojowego, przede wszystkim przeciwwirusowego, że ekstrakty z czarnego bzu hamowały replikację wirusa grypy AH1N1 i to w wyższych stężeniach w 100%. Także jest to dowód na to, że rzeczywiście produkty roślinne mogą nas bardzo wspomagać w zwalczaniu sezonowych chorób, jakimi m.in. jest grypa. Znany od starożytności czosnek oczywiście o bardzo szerokim działaniu przeciwdrobnoustrojowym i immunomodulacyjnym. Tu nie ma żadnych wątpliwości. Zresztą każdy w swoim gabinecie lekarskim czuje to nadspożycie czosnku w momencie, kiedy infekcje wchodzą, że tak powiem, na rynek ludzkości. Także rzeczywiście
with the developing immunological state and when they treat themselves at home before consulting their
przyczyniając się do zmniejszenia produkcji mediatorów prozapalnych. Imbir, tutaj też efekt korzystny, immunomodulacyjny. Chcę zwrócić uwagę na działanie przeciwwymiotne, dlatego że niektórzy nie tolerują tych leków przeciwwymiotnych w chorobie lokomocyjnej. W związku z tym można tutaj spróbować posłużyć się
especially with those of you who suffer from vertigo and other diseases.
Działanie tego imbiru
So it is beneficial in reducing the symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis, sore throat, constipation, indigestion, vomiting, hypertension, fever, and infectious diseases and worms. And then we've got lingonberries and
z malin i to nas uzdrawiało. Ale chcę zwrócić uwagę na żurawinę. Mianowicie wiemy, że żurawina kojarzy nam się z infekcjami układu moczowego. Dlaczego tak się dzieje? Dlatego, że bakterie E. coli zmieniają kształt i tracą wyrostki pod wpływem działania soku z żurawiny i dlatego trudniej się przyczepiają do śluzówek. Jest szansa, że aż tak bardzo ta infekcja nie będzie się rozwijać. Jagoda kamczacka też teraz najnowsza, jedna z nowszych mód, ma własności odczuwające. Chcę zwrócić na to uwagę, dlatego że tutaj mamy dużo...
Kamchatkan blueberry. Professor, you have to end because we are running way past our allocated time. A short reminder from the audience.
Odtruwająco. No i w takim razie, konkludując już, bo chcę zwrócić uwagę jeszcze na kurkumę, dlatego że kurkuma też jest bardzo modna teraz.
Oxidating and anti-inflammatory plant, which is particularly fashionable today. Many of my relatives and friends take it. It's an activation, it's a short lasting, but you have to take it with piperine, which is present in pepper, and it extends the duration and absorption of
momentu sprzęgania z kwasem glukuronowym i w ten sposób przedłuża się działanie. No to, żeby zmieścić się w czasie, to podsumuję tylko, że oczywiście bardzo istotne jest żywienie, nikt nie ma wątpliwości,
there is no doubt that flavonoids and physical exercise, not only your diet, but what you eat is what you are, as the well-known dictum goes. And let's not forget physical activity, which is also greatly beneficial for your immunomodulation.
Mówili Państwo też o tych strefach, szczególnie Pani, gdzie
the secret of longevity, there are certain zones in which local diets have been recognized as highly beneficial for extending your lifespan. Here's the map. I don't have time to go into details. I prepared 60 slides, so there is no ample time to present all of them, but conclusions in short, nutrients are important in terms of affecting the mechanisms of our cellular immunity, as well as longevity and extension of our protected lifespan. Our diet and proper BMI. Eat until you feel satiated, 80%.
Regularna, umiarkowana aktywność fizyczna, dobre relacje rodzinne,
moderate physical activity, well-being, a sense of well-being,
dla którego żyjemy. Powód, dla którego codziennie wstajemy.
Family relations and social relations, a strong sense of purpose, low depression levels, low stress levels, and a positive, upbeat attitude to life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kraus. Thank you very much, all presenters and prelegents and participants. Sorry. Do we have one burning question because we are run out of time? No question. So please, I welcome you to the lunchtime now. You can, of course, discuss during the lunch all necessary issues. Thank you very much.
I don't know. Let me. Yeah, sure. Have a mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're going to get started again with our afternoon session. So the focus of the next hour and a half will be on looking at inequalities, particularly in relation to both tobacco and alcohol in an international perspective. So we should jump right into it because I know we have a number of talks lined up here. So first off, we have Professor Witold Zatoński, who's going to give the first presentation on tobacco control in Poland, following on the work of Mateusz Zatoński.
Mam nadzieję, że wszyscy się dobrze najedli i zdrowo.
I hope you are well fed after dinner.
Taki trochę moja prezentacja będzie
My presentation
specjalna
will be very special also for me.
Kinga, dlaczego tu jest
Kinga,
15,
why
a nie 20 minut?
is it 15 and not 20 minutes?
Różne są
There are different
nierówności w dostępie
inequalities in health access.
Pod koniec PRL-u
At the end of the Polish People's Republic, Poland was one of the countries with the worst health access.
to znaczy na przykład
So, for example, what we mentioned,
umieralność
the deaths per 100,000 were one of the highest internationally. And the chances of a 15-year-old boy to live up to 60 were lower than in the west of Europe, but also lower than in China in 1990, lower than in China. In India, the health status of Poles was in a disastrous state after Polish People's Republic. It's strange because the politicians were all the time talking about health during the Polish People's Republic. Very strange phenomenon. If you're a writer, maybe you can describe it at some point. A country in the middle of Europe, all of a sudden, all in all, with relatively highly educated society, and we had a lot of early deaths before 65, which were pretty high on international rankings. One of the challenges when I started teaching epidemiology, I was working as a clinicist and I became later a professor in the Academy of Medical Academy in Wrocław. And I tried to understand what was the reason for that fact. My son was looking at my work, who recently, at that time when I was actually moving to Warsaw and becoming interested in this topic and thinking about Polish people's health, he was observing my work, what I was doing, and in the previous session I've learned a lot about him and about his way to think, which is a completely, let's say, markedly different than mine. He was, if you compare his education to mine, then his knowledge of languages, and if you compare it to mine, then, and of course, it's a completely different, it's like a completely different thing. He was much more educated in this respect, and I'm very proud that we educated him, and that he finally having the opportunity, he had fantastic opportunities to become a scientist in many areas. He got a proposition to work in Cambridge and Oxford and Brussels even, and to my surprise, he picked the path of, well, he had different interests. He was interested in history, politology, political sciences, and he picked this path of kind of historical aspects, political aspects. Graduated from the London School of Hygiene, but he was like a humanist by when you look at his education. And together with us, he was looking at what was going on with this fight with the cigarettes and. So how much time do I have? 15 minutes, 20 minutes? Kinga, what was it like? From okay. So, in short, Mateusz, after a very active decade of practicing the profession as a, let's say, a scholar, the Russians used to say use the word scholar. I think in English it's also scholar. And on the 31st of January in San Francisco, he had a lecture which was a summary of his PhD in his way of thinking. And when I looked at it, preparing myself for this conference, I thought that this is a good idea to maybe tell you a story of the lecture, Mateusz's lecture from the beginning of 2017. This is the Poland that he loved, and the people who were helping him to understand what was going on in tobacco control in Poland. Best, really fantastic teachers, all of them.
Mateusz
mentioned that we are in a transformative period from under the dictatorship. From one regime, we're moving on to another, to a state with a huge role of society. Society would play a huge role in, especially civil society. The collapse of communism in '89 led to a growth of interest of the tobacco industry in countries of former Eastern Europe, because that was a market opportunity, and they were hoping that they would making 5 times as much on cigarettes than in the Polish People's Republic period. At least that's what the international companies thought. And this piece of cake that could be eaten by international tobacco industry included almost 50 million people. This is Mateusz's slide that he used. It's also used by other persons which summarizes what used to be. In Poland, dramatically we had a growth of cigarette consumption, and in 1991 we had the highest rate, 42%, the highest frequency of sales of cigarettes around the world, or in Europe, sorry. So this culture of smoking, well, it was interesting. The very popular cigarettes were the cigarettes called Sport. My colleagues used to smoke them. We had a nice drawing showing the Gdańsk workers with cigarettes visiting the holy well, they were visiting God in heaven, but due to smoking still with cigarettes in their mouths. So a funny drawing, a satirical drawing. And here you can see new cigarettes, Solidarity cigarettes. That's a way to manipulate people's behavior. So if you are smoking, you can look at this advertising. If you smoke, you can win 1 kilogram of gold. What a strange advertising. And if you were smoking Solidarity cigarettes, that means you were fighting for freedom. So a wonderful way to manipulate people. The tobacco industry were using techniques, advertising techniques unknown in Poland. They were not selling cigarettes, they were selling freedom, America, truly American lifestyle. Have a look. Sunset, Mean West, wonderful, strange, wonderfully strange advertising. We had a beautiful woman here on the billboard, and ultimately it had to be taken off the market. It had to be censored, so this advertising had to be censored. So we have censorship in a newly created freedom-loving country. There it is, right? It's censored. So censorship. It says censorship. The censorship told this poster to be altered. So indeed, in fact, civil society started operating very quickly. In the 80s, in the 90s, we managed to create a wonderful act of law against cigarettes. It's one of the best, I think, acts of law around the world, which were very interesting, although it was amended later. It included a national tobacco regulation program, which was about government having a duty every year to prepare a program to limit the medical consequences of tobacco smoking. And this program had to be accepted by the government and then accepted by the parliament. So all in all, it was like a full accountability of cigarette smoking. That's what we led to. And another important point, because these are all the important points of this act of law. Some of them are still embedded in that law. And however, 2 relevant items from that act of law were removed. So it was established that 0.5% of what you're making on cigarettes should be devoted to let's say, fighting tobacco consumption. This program is great, used to be great for some time. In Poland, we had this law was really wonderful. Later, we introduced this information on the cigarette packages, smoking kills or smoking causes cancer. This was a very relevant warning, health-related warning. We were very leading this trend. Then the Australians invented even more stringent package control regulations, and then EU accepted it as well. Mateusz was a very hard-working person. He had a very good education as a scientist, and he led several interesting. He led several interesting research about way to evaluate cigarette consumption. One of the very interesting, important events that helped everybody to understand certain facts was one of the conferences. So in 1995, when we implemented this act of law in Poland, about 104 billion cigarettes were bought in Poland, whereas when this meeting took place in the ministry, with participation of the minister himself in May 2006, in Poland we were selling then 104, and then we had a drop to 41 billion. After that, new initiatives went into force. So from 104 to 41 billion, we had a drop, significant success. Because there was a drop in the exposure to cigarette of the society, and with the drop of exposure to advertising to cigarettes, we had a drop in consumption, and thus improved the health of the general population. We had very many interesting and important people visiting this conference, and we had also the 20th anniversary conference of that first conference that was so successful. And then what Mateusz also contributed to was he helped to organize a meeting where a lot of people were invited, people who were former prime ministers and inspectors, sanitary inspector, as well as all people who were responsible for these sort of things. This happened also in this happened in a building of the sanitary inspectorate. So this is the concept of this whole plan, the plan that Mateusz had. Mateusz also reminded his PhD, something that I hope none of you maybe remember, or maybe a general remembers that nervous employees wanted to hold the price increases of cigarettes. This was an international sensation because the workers came up with a very silly idea to have cheap cigarettes. Unfortunately, there was lack of awareness. I don't want to insult the workers, but their mentality was, let's say, it was what it was. This is how people thought about cigarettes at that time. So people they thought that what was most important for them was being taken away from them. Mateusz thought that it was an important thing to formulate create this civic society. Americans were assisting us in doing this, teaching us exactly thinking in these categories, in these civil society categories. We met at a meeting where we accepted this program, this roadmap, tobacco control roadmap for Europe. One of the successes or ideas was to have a competition, Stop Smoking with us, and the winners went to a meeting with the Pope even. there were several million people, thanks to which, directly or indirectly, I think this helped to quit smoking. Millions of people decided to quit smoking, directly or indirectly, as a result of the ongoing efforts.
Właśnie tego klimatu, rozumienia. Przemysł tytoniowy w 1995 roku
in 1990
lansował plakat, na
there was a poster
palacz, jak rozumie,
where the smoker said, I like smoking because I smoke because I like it. I smoke because I like it. That was a very popular kind of motto of many smokers.
15 lat potem na
15 years later,
Polski pokazały się
15 years later, there were new posters. I ran because I like it. And they are very shortly kind of show this change of awareness and mentality in Poland that actually occur. I would really like to read it, especially to the minister, who was talking a lot about the tobacco industry. So the tobacco industry was complaining about the social anti-tobacco movement. The tobacco industry was wanted to have a more influence, more. So I would say that we were successful in defeating a billion-dollar industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry that has everything at its disposal. Mateusz noticed that the industry was very much interested in important politicians. The first person who was, let's say, loved was Lech Wałęsa. The tobacco industry went to Poland, gave him $10,000, cheap bastards, and unfortunately he accepted it. But it was similar with Václav Havel. He loved smoking, and he was, I don't know how, he was kind of captured or befriended by the tobacco industry. This story with Wałęsa almost ended tragically. In Wall Street Journal, we had this article, Lech Wałęsa, Philip Morris advertising star. That's
zobowiązał ich, reklamował. Nie wiem, jak to było na
They were kind of writing about him, advertising cigarettes. Mateusz pointed our attention to the way this industry was moving around in this kind of moving around in a democratic country where these sorts of methodology was kind of the norm, and from moral point of view were dubious. This led to an interesting situation that when this program was passed, Wałęsa vetoed it and wrote that he's vetoing it because and he said that he's vetoing it because he's too weak. That program needs to be sharper, he said, it needs to be sharper. So he decided to veto it. But again, democracy has multiple ideas and possibilities. So he lost the election, and for 3 months, all the laws that were accepted by the previous crew, the new president was allowed to veto it. One of my school colleagues, was a minister, and the next president vetoed this act of law. He vetoed it. I mean, he vetoed the veto, let's say. The next president vetoed the previous veto of the previous president, and this act of law entered into force after Wałęsa was kicked out of power.
Jak dzisiaj, godziny temu, ja nigdy nie byłem tak bardzo, nie wiedziałem wszystko o tym, co robił Mateusz, i to, co
Mateusz then was doing a lot of things independently, and all the things he did was strongly related to his convictions. That he expressed in his PhD when he was analyzing it. So he was analyzing the Polish People's Republic history and its relation to cigarette smoking, and then the later history, the earlier history, with a huge progress that happened actually. I learned a lot about his work, and I learned a lot about this 1995 to 2022 until his untimely, early, unfortunate death. So this is like a short snippet of history, a well described story described by an interesting person who was analyzing this whole phenomenon. I hope that a new scientist, angry scientist, will describe what happened since 2014 till 2023, when all of a sudden the sales of cigarettes also was exposed to manipulation, and this manipulation still is ongoing.
Zahamowane. Dziękuję za uwagę. To właściwie to Mateusz dziękuję za uwagę.
So, thank you for your attention.
I to jest pierwszy przykład nierówności.
So this is the first example of inequality that was kind of equalized a bit. Poland right now is not a country with the highest cigarette consumption. We are somewhere halfway through. We're not the best country still. But let's say if these things that are now happening will continue into the future, we'll be dropping in all of the indexes, so to a less favorable spot.
Thank you. So next up we have Dr. Krzysztof Przozniak, who's going to be talking about continuing on the theme of tobacco control in Poland, on inequalities, urgent needs, and new challenges.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam serdecznie. Mam nieco trudniejsze zadanie, bo będę mówił nie o sukcesach, które są niezaprzeczalne,
is a little bit more difficult because I'm not going to talk about successes that are undeniable and not about Mateusz's contributions to our successes that are also undeniable, but rather about certain problems that we have encountered. Especially with respect to inequalities and largest challenges, quite a number of them actually. So some of these slides will be presented in a very brief manner.
Slajd z lewej strony, przed chwilą pan profesor Zatoński pokazywał, ta sytuacja na początku
lat 80. The slide that Professor Zatoński showed us can be reflected in my own slide. The end of 1980s was pretty bad for Poland, which ranked among the heaviest smoking countries in Europe in terms of smoking prevalence. And then we took a step in the right direction. 40 years ago, at least, we can say so. Poland is no longer the country with the greatest prevalence of smoking in Europe. We moved towards the middle of the pack among European countries. But also, as you can see in this slide, the geography of tobacco consumption in Europe has likewise changed. For example, in Eastern Europe and in Scandinavian countries, in particular in Norway today, or Great Britain. Norway, Great Britain are among the leaders in curbing tobacco pandemic. This slide has already been displayed for you, ladies and gents, and I'm rehashing it in order to show you where we still encounter some of the major problems. We were situated smoking-wise largely in a situation where there was a big difference between incidence of heavy smoking among boys and girls and women and men. And this gender gap is significant because obviously you can't act socially and you have to overcome a cultural barrier, which has been the case in Poland, where smoking has been historically, culturally driven and associated mostly with the male part of the population. And then you've got the ratio of women between 2000 and between 1980 and 2015 in two age groups, 40 to 54 and 56 to 69. There has been no change, no downturn in the tendency essentially in those two age groups. As you can see, 30% to 30% and from 22% to 19%. As I've said, this percentage is virtually identical for this first age group and almost the same for the second group. The percentage is virtually the same. The second and important change that has occurred in this period is the shift from the education towards the educational factors, from educational factor towards income or economic based factor, and this. These two factors that determine whether one is a smoker or not and how often they smoke. So, education and economic and employment status. Given the average ratio of smokers in both populations in Poland at around 23 to 24%, we have a tremendous problem with those that struggle to find stable employment in the job market, who fail to land a well-paying job, and who are undereducated. In that group, incidence of smoking is much higher. And then we have another huge cultural transition or shift, because the Polish countryside, which used to be the stronghold of conventional norms and protected women against psychoactive substances, and the very image of a woman, of a smoking woman in those communities was frowned upon. This is no longer the case. We only used to have 8% of smoking female population in the 1970s, whereas right now the frequency of smoking is 2 or 2.5 times as high. Moving on to the hot problems and burning issues and most pressing matters. What you can see on the right-hand side are some mortality markers structured for the previous years. The curve has luckily for us curved downwards for both men and women. That's one positive signal or foretoken of change. And, excuse me, that's not true. Well, but it is true. Take a look at the data. But do you remember what the curve looks like for the youngest group of population? But I'm talking about the average. Well, yeah. But the average is misleading. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. On average, we have noticed a very positive change among women and a slight curve among middle-aged women, and we have a very, very, very slight change for senior females in Poland. But nonetheless, the graph that I showed you here shows that the recent years have witnessed a downward curve of this average and this ratio. The problem has been that since 2007, lung cancer is the most frequent cause of mortality among women smokers, and we have to take that into account and tailor our anti-tobacco programs to factor this in. Another thing that we've noticed is a drop, a significant drop of the value of sales of tobacco products and cigarette production in Poland, and the value of tobacco industry export in Poland. If you give me a second, please. If you could please not interrupt me.
Dobrze, to bardzo poproszę o pytania na koniec. Druga sprawa,
please leave your questions until the end of my presentation.
rysunek tutaj pokazuje, to jest to, że w tym
The second graph
w Polsce
shows you that at the same time, however, the tobacco industry has built a tremendous stronghold of its own here in Poland. It's not about Polish tobacco industry not producing as much tobacco or as many cigarettes, but it's just that the Polish tobacco industry sells more or less the same, fewer cigarettes, but the value of production and the number of cigarettes produced has vastly increased. So instead of 104 billion cigarettes, you have 170 billion cigarettes produced in Poland per annum. Which you can see on the right-hand side, that shows you the value of TI exports expressed in millions of euros in Poland between 2009 and 2018. So, in other words, we're no longer poisoning just Poles, but mostly and mainly other nations in Europe. The second matter that pertains to what has been executed very well and our efficiency in this regard is the Polish Act banning the promotion and advertising of tobacco products at points of sale. But this is not a faultless product, as you can see, because advertisement of advertisement of cigarettes at points of sale is still pretty valuable, even though tobacco advertisements have been banned from television, media, and billboards. As you rightly mentioned, the primary factor that conditions one's behavior is economic in nature. So the poorer you are, the more you tend to smoke. And if you think of the tobacco excise tax, whenever the price of cigarettes was not adjusted by inflation, the sale was higher. The value of sales only dropped when it was adjusted by inflation on a steady basis. And in terms of the average cost of cigarettes per package and per cigarette, we rank among the bottom both in Europe and worldwide in terms of the purchasing power of consumers. And another contribution of Mateusz was the projected behavior of menthol and other flavors and unflavored cigarettes after the enforcement of tobacco flavors ban in the EU. These projections were made shortly before the implementation of the said ban. And as per projections, menthol cigarette smokers at the top, 52% of them almost, despite the disappearance of the product, want to have access to those cigarettes, which suggested that the cigarette would be reintroduced on the market, which it has. The problem is still pressing in Europe because there has been a large share of black market for menthol cigarettes. The good news is that both menthol cigarette smokers, 14% of them, and those who enjoy flavored smokers declared that after the ban was introduced, they would cease to smoke. The problem was that no program, no infrastructure, or no strategy was implemented in that regard in order to assist them in doing so. Another significant factor is that even though the ban on smoking in public sphere and public locations was introduced, and we reduced the exposure to tobacco from 41 to 8% among smokers, and from 19% to 6% among non-smokers. And it seems that the ban is observed by not only those two groups, but also the owners of restaurants and other places. And there is still some sort of a gap in this respect, and this gap needs to be closed, because at restaurants and other places the gap is being observed, and then it could be rendered even stricter, given the successful execution thereof. And in terms of evaluation of tobacco control in selected European countries, and the results of tobacco control scale, which was devised by a Belgian and British scholar, and these are detailed data from 2003 through 2021, where you can see Poland and how it fares against the UK, Hungary and Germany. In 2003, Poland was ranked even higher. And in 2006, Poland ranked towards the top at the 10th place in Europe. And following the introduction of the directive across the EU, we've noticed a downward trend in Poland, where we dropped to the 21st place. And if you compare Poland against Hungary and the implementation of their respective anti-tobacco or tobacco control policies, they are only fourth, and they dropped only one position in the ranking. Yeah, and we're running out of time. A short reminder to the speaker. So I'll skip a few slides for lack of time, and I'll have to tell you about challenges at hand. There's a whole number of them, but I'll focus on the most pressing ones and the most noticeable, palpable ones. Not for the adult population, but for the teenager population. The huge challenge is the introduction of e-cigarettes and vaping products. E-cigarettes have been researched in detail, and based on ENDS, we know that e-cigarettes are more popular in Poland than any other country that has conducted said research. But if you look at the graph on the left-hand side, then you will see that e-cigarettes also encourages people to try on conventional cigarettes. And the second bit is that there is a hybridical use of cigarettes among teenagers, and so they use both e-cigarettes and they smoke conventional cigarettes. This is an important threat, because in the recent years, this is the first Polish CEO of Philip Morris.
Oczywiście nie do końca można w słowa prezesa tej firmy wierzyć, no ale jednak coś jest na rzeczy, bo jego polityka...
PMI has committed to moving away from cigarettes, and its policy is about restructuring the market structure and smoking and tobacco products, taking heed of the data collected among the young generation, so that we can have smoke-free products, but tobacco products nonetheless, by 2025, available to the youngest generation. And there is also a great impact of tobacco production and use on environment, as you can see in the materials distributed in your tables. The WHO report Tobacco Poisoning Our Planet, that caters for that covers the past 10 years, shows that tobacco is the biggest source of litter worldwide, the largest source of plastic, a great source of pollution, as well as CO2 per year. The emissions are really great, and there is a huge impact on deforestation and the water production worldwide. So if you can have one final look at this link and click, and please support this initiative and learn more about it and educate the others, I'll be grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you all. Moving on with our theme of inequalities in tobacco use, I'm going to focus more on the U.S. perspective. First, though, I wanted to show, I think Witold already showed this, this slide, which shows the success that both the U.S. and Poland have had in tobacco control. Yes, in women as well. It's, we can see it's leveling off as well among women. And so, you know, we can really see the direct impact that we've had here in tobacco control in both U.S. and Poland. This is a success that should be celebrated. And I wanted to reflect back. So I think, you know, it's been inspiring to hear all the sort of, you know, accounts, reflections on Mateusz's contributions to this work. You know, I first met Mateusz through my sort of mutual interest in the history of tobacco control. And I think we were both interested in trying to understand what were the factors that led to this, this tremendous shift, which really is one of the greatest sort of public health advances that we've seen. Where, you know, we were successful in uncovering the cause of a major, you know, epidemic and finding ways to intervene. Of course, it didn't happen overnight, but it happened through the work of many different organizations and efforts at multiple levels. And at the last Calisia conference in 2019, June 2019, we actually, after the conference here, we held an event at the American Embassy, or the American Center hosted by the American Embassy in Warsaw, to talk about Polish and American collaborations in public health, particularly tobacco control and clean air. It was really, Mateusz, I think it was really kind of the driving factor behind this. You know, one of his strengths was really in bringing people together. You know, so he brought together folks like Jonathan Samet, epidemiologist Cliff Douglas from the American Cancer Society. The American Cancer Society, as we've heard, had you know, a role in supporting some of the early tobacco control efforts here in Poland. And so this forum kind of reflected back on the collaboration between U.S. and Poland. But you know, I think one of the conclusions that came out of this discussion too was that there's really more work to do, and so that's what I want to move on to. We have found that the benefits of our tobacco control efforts have not been distributed equally across the population. So I'm going to highlight some of the inequalities. From the U.S., this shows how the pattern of lung cancer incidence from 1975 to 2020, using the our surveillance and epidemiology tracking system. We can see a slight rise and fall. However, you can see the blue line above that represents Black or African Americans. The green line at the bottom represents the white population. So there's clearly a racial difference that has persisted, where we are seeing higher lung cancer mortality among you know, Black African American populations. We can also see substantial variation geographically around the country. And this figure shows variation in lung cancer mortality by U.S. state. See some darker sections kind of in the Mid-South. I think the colors don't show up too well here. But the map actually, when we look at the map of tobacco smoking, you can see this circled area represents the same area where we see high lung cancer prevalence, or high lung cancer mortality, so which is not surprising. So at NCI, we produced a monograph a few years ago focused on the health disparities in tobacco use. One of the central conclusions of that monograph was that enormous progress has been made in reducing overall tobacco use, but some population groups have benefited at a lesser or slower pace by these efforts and continue to experience high tobacco related morbidity and mortality. In particular, we're seeing substantially higher rates of tobacco use among certain racial ethnic groups, by occupation, by socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, and other factors. So in the monograph, we used this socioecologic model to describe how a variety of factors at multiple levels influence tobacco use behavior, from initiation through to cessation. And the key point here is to note how tobacco use is not solely an individual behavior, but is really driven by peer relationships, by the community, by the surrounding neighborhood and policy environments. One of the findings in the monograph was telling the story of menthol cigarettes in the US, which were heavily marketed specifically to urban neighborhoods with more black residents in US cities. And studies continue to show that there are more inducements to start and continue smoking in lower income neighborhoods and also neighborhoods with more black residents. So Keith Waylu's book, Pushing Cool, covers the history of tobacco marketing to black urban neighborhoods in the US. He describes how tobacco companies actually put up billboards and point of sale advertisements in inner city neighborhoods, developed relationships with community organizations to help sort of ease the marketing of their product into these communities. So we do also see, as I mentioned, substantial disparities by both economic and educational status that have persisted over time in the US. Here, the red line at the top shows smoking prevalence among people who live below the poverty level. So these are the poorest segment of the population. Even though smoking prevalence has been decreasing, it's consistently always been higher among that group compared with higher income groups. Similarly, by education, you see the red line at the top that represents those who have no high school diploma. So these are the lower educated groups have the highest smoking prevalence. The green line at the bottom, actually doesn't show up quite as green here, but anyway, the line at the bottom is those who have a university degree or higher. They have the lowest smoking prevalence consistently over that time from 1974 to 2014. So that last diagram was among men. This is among white women, similar pattern, and also among black or African American women. You can see that that reddish line at the top is those who do not have a high school degree. There's been some decrease, but not much. But among the educated group between 1974 and 2005, there was a dramatic drop in tobacco use among black women who had a university degree. And this just to show that this trend begins even before university, in that even when we look at high school students, we can see just based on whether the students say they plan to go to university or not, those who have no plans to go to university are much more likely to smoke. So I'll just, one final point to make here, another sort of subpopulation we've been looking at is we know that smoking prevalence is much higher among people with HIV than among people who are HIV negative. They also tend to have greater challenges in quitting. People with HIV often have other morbidities that make it more challenging for them to quit. They tend to be less responsive to conventional nicotine replacement therapy. So we're actually funding research now to develop targeted treatments to populations with HIV to help them to quit. So just to conclude, this, I think even when we look globally, we can see that while tobacco use has been decreasing in high-income countries, in much of the rest of the world it is remaining the same or potentially even increasing. And So I think this just highlights the fact that we have to continue to pay attention to when we're thinking about tobacco control, who might be left behind and how can we address those gaps. So I'll leave it there, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, for interesting introduction to inequalities in the United States. A teraz bardzo poproszę panią profesor Pikulę o wygłoszenie wykładu na temat nierówności edukacyjnych w alkoholowej marskości wątroby w Polsce. Bardzo proszę pani profesor.
Dzień dobry Państwu, nazywam się Małgorzata Pikala, jestem kierownikiem Zakładu Epidemiologii i Biostatystyki Uniwersytetu Medycznego w Łodzi i chciałabym dzisiaj przedstawić Państwu wyniki swojej analizy dotyczącej nierówności edukacyjnej w umieralności z powodu alkoholowej choroby wątroby w Polsce. Bardzo dziękuję panu profesorowi Zatońskiemu za zaproszenie mnie na tę niezwykle interesującą konferencję i przyznam, że zainteresowanie tym tematem wzbudził we mnie właśnie pan profesor Zatoński. W najtrudniejszym okresie pandemii w 2020 roku odebrałam telefon od pana profesora z propozycją wykonania takiej analizy statystycznej. Przyznam, że pozwoliło mi to przetrwać najgorszy czas lockdownu.
The worst period of lockdowns in Poland, and roll up my sleeves and get to work on this particular topic together with Professor Koncewicz. The results of my analysis today are
publikacji. Oczywiście są one zaktualizowane, bo od tej pory już minęło troszkę czasu.
Procured in the course of this research and the subsequent publication.
Obliczenia zostały wykonane na podstawie informacji o zgonach wszystkich mieszkańców Polski w wieku 20 lat i więcej z powodu alkoholowej choroby wątroby w latach 2002-2021. Policzyłam surowe i standaryzowane współczynniki zgonów. Do wyznaczenia tempa zmian został wykorzystany program Joint Point Regression.
Calculate the rate of standardized death. We use the joint point regression program with which APC coefficients were counted. As Kinga Janik-Koncewicz mentioned in her own presentation yesterday, the number of alcoholic liver disease
począwszy od roku 2020, kiedy ta liczba wynosiła 1079, wzrost liczba zgonów wzrosła ponad 6-krotnie.
caused by this very disease amounted to almost 1100. Right now it spiked to almost 6.5, over 6.5 thousand. So there has been a steady rise, in particular among men, where the growth has been exponential from 900 to 4,800 deaths, and even greater among women, where the number of deaths was 161 in 2002 and spiked all the way up to 1682 in 2021. As for the trends in death rates caused by alcoholic liver disease in Poland, it's higher among men than women.
Natomiast po 20 latach wzrosła ta wartość do ponad 25. Jeśli chodzi o kobiety, w 2002 roku było to niecałe 1%, w 2021 8,5%. Jak możecie Państwo zauważyć, pomimo tej różnicy na niekorzyść mężczyzn, tempo wzrostu tych wartości współczynników
the pace of coefficient growth is
greater
for women than men, even though the direct numbers are lower for women. With men we had 3.8% and with women we had 10%. So there is an ongoing and growing difference between the death rate among men and women.
Tempo wskazuje na zmniejszanie się tych różnic.
Differences, however, are
obserwowane są duże różnice edukacyjne w grupach
sex axes over time.
choroby alkoholowej wątroby.
If you take a look at changes in the values of standardized death rates for men from 2002 to 2021, the greatest increment was seen in the group of men with higher education.
Pomiędzy rokiem 2002 i 2021 wzrosły 3,4 razy. Jeśli chodzi o osoby z wykształceniem średnim i podstawowym, chodzi tu o grupę mężczyzn z wykształceniem średnim i podstawowym,
secondary education, those coefficients grew fivefold.
Również w grupie kobiet najniższe współczynniki dotyczą kobiet z wykształceniem wyższym, natomiast najniższe kobiet z wykształceniem wyższym, natomiast najwyższe wartości tych współczynników dotyczą kobiet z wykształceniem podstawowym. I tutaj również zwraca uwagę wysokie różnice pomiędzy rokiem 2002 a 2021. Różnice te wynoszą 9,5 w grupie z wykształceniem wyższym i ponad 9 z wykształceniem średnim oraz, jak możecie Państwo zauważyć, prawie 12, jeśli chodzi o kobiety z wykształceniem podstawowym. Ten współczynnik zgonów w grupie z wykształceniem kobiet z wykształceniem podstawowym wynosił ponad 23, chyba, jeśli dobrze widzę, i to jest to wartość już niewiele niższa niż współczynnik zgonów w grupie mężczyzn z wykształceniem średnim, czyli te kobiety z wykształceniem podstawowym, jakby już ten współczynnik zbliża się do wartości współczynnika zgonów mężczyzn z wykształceniem średnim. W tej tabeli zamieściłam wartości
the coefficient for men with secondary education shortly. In terms of educational difference in death rates among men in the age groups 20, 44, 35, 64 and 65 plus, if you take a look at the final line of the column, you have
współczynników zgonów w tej grupie najmniej wykształconej, w grupie z wykształceniem podstawowym,
quotient of
współczynnika w grupie najlepiej wykształconej
difference between the higher education and lower education group.
Jeśli chodzi o mężczyzn z wykształceniem wyższym i
And if you take a look at the men with higher and secondary education, then these coefficients are higher the older the men are. And for men with elementary education,
w średniej grupie wieku 45-64 lata.
is for the highest difference. The highest quotient is for the age of middle-aged men, 45 and 64.
Jeśli chodzi natomiast o kobiety, to tutaj tylko w grupie z wykształceniem wyższym wartość współczynników wzrasta wraz z wiekiem. Natomiast jeśli chodzi o kobiety
in the older group and with women
wyższe wartości dotyczą kobiet z wykształceniem
elementary or secondary education.
W 2002 roku nie zmarła żadna kobieta z wykształceniem wyższym z powodu alkoholowej choroby wątroby.
In 2002, no women with higher educational background died as a result of alcoholic liver disease.
W 2021 roku to właśnie w grupie osób najmłodszych, kobiet najmłodszych, wartość tego współczynnika była najwyższa i wynosiła 15,8.
The higher and amounted to 15.8.
Na tym slajdzie pokazuję Państwu zmiany czasowe, jeśli chodzi o porównanie współczynników w grupach.
And now you have a comparison of death rate coefficients in male death rates by age groups.
Najmłodszej grupie wieku z
The
wykształceniem
greatest difference is for the youngest group of men with secondary education. Unfortunately, the columns are written in such a fine print that I can't read them out, so let me double check.
I również w grupie z wykształceniem wyższym. Ja to zresztą w podsumowaniu będę miała napisane
group with higher education,
więc będzie to lepiej
it
widoczne.
will be reiterated in the final slides of my presentation.
Tutaj największy wzrost mieliśmy właśnie w najstarszej
the greatest upturn has been observed in the
starszej grupie wieku z wykształceniem podstawowym. Ten współczynnik wzrósł ponad 20 razy,
of women with elementary education where the coefficient grew 20 times.
Podsumowując,
Summing up, as you've seen, the number of deaths caused by alcoholic liver disease increased from 2002 to 2021 for both sexes and all age groups and educational groups. And hence this growth is unfortunately observable in each of those groups. And death rates in the female group are lower than in the male group, but the rate of increase is much faster for the latter group, for the former group. The lowest value of death rates fall in the group of people with higher education, while the highest in the group with primary education. The largest disparities between the rates in the group of people with primary and higher education are in the youngest age groups, while the smallest differences can be observed in the oldest groups. And these are the very bits of information that I couldn't read out from my diagram. And in the male group, the largest increase in death rates was observed in the youngest age group with secondary education and the oldest age group with primary and secondary education, while among women, the largest increase was observed in the group with primary education and all age groups, and with secondary education in the youngest and oldest age category. And the final conclusion is that there's patently an urgent need to implement the national programs striving to reduce alcohol consumption in Poland. One customary conclusion that I reiterate in all presentations concerning educational inequalities that mostly adversely affect the people with poorest education was that we should implement educational programs targeting people with lowest education, but also implement similar programs across all walks of life, regardless of the social and economic status, because this problem spans across different categories and social strata. And as Kinga Jankowicz said yesterday, this very cause of deaths, namely alcoholic liver disease, is triggered solely by alcohol, and hence we cannot account for these increments, for these growths, by any other factors than excessive use of alcohol. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, and once again, sorry for mispronouncing your surname, which obviously falls on me, the onus, that is.
So now we'll talk about, we'll come back to Gdańsk University, and I'll talk about e-cigarettes. So Łukasz, a few words. Thanks, Marek. Thanks for the invitation. Thank Professor Zatoński for being able to participate in this important event. I feel that there is a lack of real venue for being able to talk about these very important issues. So thanks for creating it and involving me. There are no lobbyists here, fortunately, but in Warsaw it's different. So it's good that we are in Kalisz. I will share my results of my examination that I done in 2020 as part of the Polnico youth research. The results is not fresh, but shows certain trends. So first of all, we know that using any tobacco products is a serious problem. A lot of smokers start their adventure before they're 18. That's almost 50% of people, and so starting habits is an important phenomenon. So it's nice to look at this entry-level age and process. There are new products on the market, like e-cigarettes. Now we have heated tobacco. Also nicotine, let's call them sachets, or little nicotine containers. We have also the so-called dual use both tobacco products and electronic products at the same time. It used to happen that let's say in school you were using e-cigarettes to avoid detection. After school you were using regular tobacco. So the encouragement to this research that I done the motivation resulted from my study with Mateusz that I did while observing that e-cigarette consumption is growing. And this involved a lot of Polish youths selected randomly in Polish schools to whom we directed our questionnaires. And the research already then, in order to reach this group of people in a short amount of time, and we used the CAVI method using online surveying through schools. And we did manage to get a lot of people involved. The surveys were built by using standardized questionnaires like GATS or JOITS, and these types of standardized questionnaires. A few points that showed what kind of phenomenon we're dealing with. If we asked about contact with any tobacco product, 60% of youths aged 15 to 18 had some initiation using different products, not only traditional tobacco products, but also similar percentage also tried. At the moment of research, they already prior to that have tried e-cigarettes and also rolled tobacco. So people were actually using snuff as well, if you can see here. So youth was experimenting with different products. What was interesting to that, maybe to us, maybe don't remember, but there used to be an interesting e-cigarette called Juul, introduced 3 months before on the Polish market, and after 3 months it turned out that 13% of youths said that they tried it. It's no longer on the market, but it was a surprise how fast the industry is able to penetrate the market of young users. For us it was also important to see how youth initiate their contact with the first cigarette. Already in 2020, 30% of youths admitted that they were initializing their tobacco contact using e-cigarettes. And these statistics were pretty strong for us, showing, somebody initiated something, the young people try different things. And if we accumulate all of these who tried, then you got 62%. But these statistics show also the scale of the problem. 26% of youths admitted that in the last 30 days, at least once, they smoked tobacco. But everyday smoking, that's 9%, and the aged 15 to 18. What's strange to us, even then in 2020, for e-cigarettes, have a look, in the last 30 days, 30% of respondents said that they vaped. Everyday vaping happened in almost 11% of people. So already confirmation that cigarette use, when it comes to frequency, so these cigarettes have kind of outpaced traditional products. So what types? Here, what types of e-cigarettes do young people use? Well, young people pick kind of flavored e-cigarettes. This is what we are talking about in our health policies recently. 50% of youths picked fruity, menthol, sweet, other types of taste like vanilla, chocolate, or even soda drink flavored e-cigarettes. So this attempt to limit these additives in e-cigarettes is very much justified, because it's the youth who picks these types of products. Using e-cigarettes is related, although it varies, but is related. Over to liquids that they prepared on their own. So you can buy some nicotine, mix it with something. This is cheaper, and people prepare these liquids. Youth like the cheaper products, so it was possible to buy base products, ingredients, and 50% of people who use e-cigarettes also experimented with creating their own liquids. In yesterday's presentation, e-cigarettes not only were bringing the intoxication of nicotine, but it turns out that e-cigarettes are also a good way to... They're like a gateway to other psychoactive substances. 40% of users of e-cigarettes admitted that they were using e-cigarettes for other substances, psychoactive, like the THC or other. It turns out that the drug market is adjusting to e-cigarettes, so it's already able to purchase prepared drugs, prepared for vaping. So these types of phenomena are observed. Toxicologists from Gdańsk have also mentioned this. So maybe I'll skip this data, although they're pretty relevant, because you can see here that young people, 70% of youth said they don't need any assistance from anybody, even when they want to quit smoking. Nobody's really interested in youths using e-cigarettes. Several pieces of data showing you how the e-cigarette problems, as well as this double use problem, is distributed, and we were interested in those double use persons that go to e-cigarettes but continue traditional products. So these are people who eagerly break kind of law. These are people whose parents mostly, even if they smoke, they don't pay attention to them. 37% of people only said that of the youth that uses tobacco products, their parents are against that. So several characteristic data regarding double use users who use e-cigarettes in the morning and afternoon they smoke tobacco. So it turns out that these are groups of people who use, who go to vocational high schools. So, you can divide these two groups, vocational high schools versus high schools, regular high schools. And these are also, people who in general have a tendency to experiment with different types of products. So summing up, it might seem that there's a confirmed trend that vaping has outpaced regular tobacco products in this group of youths, and we know that this is a problem because very often vaping is a gateway to traditional products, and we know that the users experiment. We know that it's worth paying attention to this problem, especially when a double use problem. And I strongly encourage you to read the recommendations that we prepared on the basis of these results, both on the Public Health National Public Health Institute as well as other work that we've done.
Right, thank you. So next up, we're going to hear from Mindaugas Stelmakas, who's going to be speaking about alcohol consumption and trends of alcoholic liver cirrhosis in Poland and Lithuania.
Thank you for introducing me again. Before I start, I would like to briefly go back to a session from University of Bath that we had from before the lunch, and very briefly about the matter of conflicts of interest. I I was very happy hearing so many declarations of interest that our colleagues have no interests, no vested interests in the matter. But what I wanted to raise is that, okay, here in a conference we know each other, and the ones who were invited definitely have any kind of conflicts of interest. But quite often when we are invited in ministries, in policy debate, I don't know how it is in Poland, but in Lithuania we quite seldom asked about our interests. And this is in particular a problem that we are raising in Lithuania. Even our allies, like Department of Drug, Tobacco and Alcohol Control, they quite seldom ask to declare the interests. And this is a problem, and we need to tackle it, and I think to raise this question more often, because, well, even sometimes when medical professionals are attending the meetings, well, they tend to speak sometimes quite strangely, and yeah, it would be a necessity to always to declare interests, and we should promote the declarations of interests all the time in a conference. Well, it's kind of academic standard, yes, we are used to it, but when speaking to the governmental institutions, we should also raise this as an important issue and keep promoting it. Right, so when moving to my presentation, I will quickly speak about alcoholic liver cirrhosis and comparison between Poland and Lithuania. A little bit about the context. We identified with the colleagues under the leadership of Jürgen Rehm in our project that we currently implement, 4 key policies for Poland. So 2 of those were liberalization in 2001 and 2002, and another 2 were an increase in excise taxations, which marked some reduction in affordability, at least according to the methodology we applied in estimating it. And for Lithuania, we also had 4 policies. All of those were alcohol control policies. That means well, stronger policies which had positive effects. 2 of those were in 2008 and 2009. We increased the excise taxation. We also limited the marketing during the daytime, and some other important measures for traffic safety were implemented, etc., etc. And then the important 2 years for us, for 2017 and 2018, well, in 17 we basically more than doubled the excise taxation. It was such a major increase of excise taxation that it's now amazing to study for academics, you know, because of the magnitude of the effect. And then 2018, multiple strong measures were implemented, a full ban of alcohol advertising, a significant increase of well, reduction of retail sales hours, an increase of legal alcohol purchase age from 18 to 20 years, etc. So all strong policies that we implemented in a short time, and basically Lithuania may identify 2 time periods with strong alcohol control policies. And this is the alcohol consumption data for Lithuania and Poland, Lithuania in blue, and the orange one, the lower trend is for alcohol consumption in Poland. And what we can observe, of course, Lithuania had much bigger problems, but we tackled the problem. It's a very hot topic in Lithuania. When you start debating alcohol, it's getting intense. The media is covering it a lot. We have strong NGOs. Of course, we also have strong lobby from the industry, so it's always a strong fight against each other, and it's really a visible topic in Lithuania when we start talking about alcohol control. But we managed to succeed, I think, and especially from around 2014, there was a sudden decline in alcohol consumption, recorded alcohol consumption, but together we also have significant effects in other health-related indicators. Well, Poland seems to be like more or less stable and slightly increasing with alcohol consumption, which end up with some negative consequences that we would need to address. And here are quickly an illustration of 4 policies that I talked about for Poland. And here we see on one side with these vertical lines, the 4 policies basically identified for a standardized mortality rate per 100,000 population in Poland. Well, just look at the red lines here. And on the other side, we have total numbers of alcoholic liver disease cases. So what I want to say here is that for Poland, it seems that liberalization in 2001 and 2002, it seems to be having a negative consequences, even though afterwards in 2009, in 2020, there was some increase in excise taxation by 9 to 16% in 2009, and then by 10% in 2020. But this probably shows that basically doing nothing is really doing bad, and you need to raise the question of implementing stronger alcohol control policies in Poland, most likely. And this is on the other graph, when we sum up the total number of cases of deaths that are caused by alcoholic liver disease. So the potential of saved lives in Poland, of course, is much, much bigger. Poland is like 14 times bigger than Lithuania, 37 million inhabitants, when in Lithuania we have 2.7. Yes, so the potential of saved lives in Poland is much bigger. In Lithuania, the maximum total count of deaths from this cause was just slightly above 800 in a peak of 2007. Currently, we have around 300 deaths per year after significant reduction. And moving directly to Lithuania, those are 2 particular periods when strong alcohol control measures were introduced. We analyzed the periods. Of course, 2008 was also a period of quite significant economic crisis in the Baltic states. The GDP reduction was really dramatic, and to analyze this specific period may be a little bit complicated, but even though the big breaking point appeared in that specific period. Of course, afterwards in 2017, 2018, we have another important period in Lithuania where we may see another additional decline in alcoholic liver disease mortality, and that happened during the stable, modest economic growth. It was a calm period, 2017 to 2018, and up till 2020, when the pandemic hit, we had a really significant improvement in the situation. And of course, we already showed the analysis of this good effect in scientific research. This is a publication from our colleague Alexander Tran from Canada, showing the same effects of the same policies that I was just describing to you, but it was the time series analysis was applied for monthly data to show the results here. And just finally summarizing, I want to say that even though Lithuania demonstrated some impressive results, the job is not done yet for us. We cannot relax, and we need to continue working on improving our alcohol control policies and reducing mortality. But on the other hand, Poland needs to be doing more, and I wish that the trend would reverse in Poland. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
All right, so we have one final presentation. So I believe Krzysztof is going to close us out with a brief presentation on the European Network for Smoking Prevention.
Prezentacja moja i jako członka zarządu, ale także sekretarza generalnego NSP nie dotyczy badań, dotyczy pewnej propozycji współpracy bardzo różnych
a proposition of cooperation of different research organizations like governmental organizations, civic organizations. But don't worry, I try to limit my presentation. I'll just talk about 4 or 5 minutes about this topic. If you're interested, there is a website. And mainly, I suggest some discussions if you need to. This organization was created
właściwie wtedy, kiedy Unia Europejska
when the European Union started seriously dealing with this topic, and we had Professor Zatoński as member of this group, and they started preparing to the great program of fighting cancer. The organization that initiated the NSP was a Belgium League for Fighting Cancer, and then other members, mainly cancer research organizations or cancer prevention organizations, who started to join this. Was at the end of the 90s. This organization also has its own goals, concentrated on, having this civic movement being brought together. The vision for longer view is a Europe without tobacco, like until 2030 or 2040. But in recent initiative that we were talking about, also we want to prepare in the next decade such conditions, legal conditions, so that the youngest generation bombarded by tobacco industry, so that we want them to have a difficult access to all tobacco products containing nicotine. Today, this is an organization which is pretty big since the end of the 80s until today. This organization, in the respect of building a broad European coalition, which from Portugal to Kazakhstan, it has built a very big network of these organizations. Today, we have there 110 organizations of different ones, from Ministry of Health of Israel, institutes, different types of organizations, scientific organizations, and also individuals. This network for smoking cessation, we cooperate with big medical organizations, European Respiratory Society, but also Action of Smoking and Health in the United States and Great Britain, with women who want to do something with relation to fighting lung cancer, but also European Coalition of Patients, cancer patients. What's important is that with time, this organization was developing, growing, and found its place where other state organizations, World Health Organization, when creating or discussing other recommendations regarding the World Convention of Tobacco Control, it has found its place, and we have found our place as observers, during all meetings of this organization, this World Health Organization, among different governments, representatives of different governments, but also an active participant. We have a status of active participant with respect to serious problems like illegal sales of tobacco. We are one of the few organizations internationally, anti-tobacco organizations, which have a civic nature and have a voice in this convention. Very different tasks. I will not go into details. This regards both like jurisprudence towards policy to limit tobacco consumption, building a capacity in this respect, information, different projects. This organization have their own science journal, tobacco prevention cessation, run a newsletter where we describe all our everyday activities, and we are active in all social media. The projects conducted recently or started recently, like the Cancer project, they are very different, mainly projects run and funded by EU. They regard different topics, like the biggest project which Professor Zatoński has implemented was the project regarding analysis and attitudes regarding TPD, Tobacco Product Directive, to understand in what scope this policy has a chance to be implemented. And also ANSP is creating expert groups, both made up of their members and external members, which play a very important role in different types of problems which continuously are discussed. In the European Commission, we mentioned Mateusz's role in regarding his expertise referring to mental. I can skip this. This is Article 14. So building activities which allow to stop people from smoking cigarettes. There's been prepared a 4th edition of guidelines, ANSP guidelines. It's been translated into 18 languages together today. These are the modules of these guidelines. Accessible. This training is not only in person, but it's online. And I would like to encourage you to participate in this training, not only because it's interesting, but because this training is included by accreditation of the biggest European organization that gives accreditations to conduct these types of trainings regarding health education. And this training was conducted several times already. What else? Everyday European conferences, NSP, are important. 300, 400 people joining in November this year in Florence, between the 10th and 12th. We will be organizing another conference, and you can submit your participation, submit your abstracts, and willingness to organize your own sessions there. So, University of Kalisz invites you to active cooperation. In this regard, we also have a new activity, kind of a school, which is to teach the young activists, advocates, tobacco control advocates. We will teach them how to use their energy to build active programs in this regard. We had the first school in Warsaw. The second school will start. Also, we part of the workshop conducted as part of the conference in Florence. We had very interesting lectures. Professor Zatoński, Ola was there. She had a session about innovative smoking cessation. Very interesting topics that young people like, which are very much interesting to young people. We very often talk about very important topics, but not necessarily being interesting for young people. But this school is focusing exactly on interesting things. Those who run this activity for a long time, then ANSP is interesting. We grant awards also every year when it comes to Polish winners of this award. We have Professor Zatoński, me, and also Mateusz, which with great esteem for Mateusz's work we have to mention this and award his esteemed work.
So that's the end of the session. I think given that we're over time, maybe we can just go directly to the coffee break. But thanks everyone for your patience, and I'm sure all the speakers will be around if you have questions for them. So thank you again, and we'll regroup, I believe, at 3:30.
No dobrze, jak pan profesor każe, to ja to zacznę. Dobrze? Aha. Tak.
To jest...
Dobrze, witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Nawet najbardziej interesująca konferencja musi dojść do etapu ostatniej.
Final stage, final session now.
Etapu sesja poświęcona COVID-owi.
This will be a session about COVID-19 and infodemics. A few words of introduction. Months are passing since we had this intensive COVID run. So maybe just as a reminder, let me tell you that the last 3 years have been kind of under the influence of COVID pandemic. It influenced the way we function in our professional environment and education, and family life, social life, but also it influenced how the economy, healthcare functioned, and all aspects of our life. The scale of the problem that we had kind of is backed by numbers. We had 690 infections and 6.39 millions of deaths. So these are official data.
Odpowiednio było to 6,5 miliona zakażeń i około 120 tysięcy zgonów. I też są to dane Ministerstwa Zdrowia, które no, mają, powiedzmy, luźny związek z rzeczywistością. W tej chwili ta liczba zakażeń...
The situation now, the number of infections has markedly decreased. Per week we have about 200 infections, 1 to 2 deaths, which is a result that the resistance, populational resistance has changed. And now we know that SARS-CoV-2 virus will be here to stay. It's nothing new, as we've been living with different viruses, measles, hepatitis, etc. So what is still left unknown is the direction in which the evolution of the virus will go. Whether SARS-CoV-2 will join the group of coronaviruses, which cause mild seasonal cold, or will the mutation go into the direction of that it will break our bodies. We'll see. These are something different for a different conference. This session will focus mainly on the conclusions that we can draw from this
końca
this
pandemii
conference.
nie ogłosiła, stwierdziła tylko,
The end of the
że
pandemic hasn't been announced yet. It just has been said that the SARS-CoV-2 virus is no longer a threat to public health in a global scale. When it comes to our country situation in the country, last week on Friday, on the 17th, in the Journal of Laws, we had a regulation by the Minister of Health, who on the 1st of July has withdrew the epidemiological status in our country. These experiences from the last 3 years require examination, and they will be for a long time, and by many teams there will still be studies, since this is a material which definitely can serve as material to draw some conclusions, because this is not the final pandemic. We'll still be facing crisis situations definitely in the future. So I think that the pandemic the one that's coming to an end still requires some studies about excessive deaths, big disproportion in those deaths between particular countries, as well as an important problem is the problem of infodemics, which in a great way contributed to a lowering of the efficiency of all types of prophylaxis, which would allow to more efficiently to fight the pandemic. This is it when it comes to the words of introduction, and now we will go to the presentations. As the first, I would like the Professor Frode Forlande from Norwegian Institute of Public Health to join us, and he will tell us about how Norway was facing the problem of COVID-19.
Bardzo proszę, panie profesorze.
Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon from Addis Ababa, where I'm now working, and I'm trying to pull you through a rapid journey of what we were doing in Norway and how we were thinking. And just to draw a little bit back, what happened actually here. We have seen that this COVID pandemic actually was a prolonged health and societal crisis in the society, not only in Norway and Europe, but all over the world. It affected the whole world, but at the same time with large differences within and between countries. We saw that national and international reactions have been both impressive and also depressing, for instance, when it came to sharing of vaccines across the world. There was a lot of knowledge being generated, so it was like a knowledge revolution, and at the same time, a knowledge crisis, where we really needed also new knowledge every day. There are many learning points, but the question is really, what have we learned, and how can we also act accordingly to what we now have learned from this pandemic? And we've seen that the return on investments for health has become even clearer than before. So just to remind you about this disease pyramid, that is where we have knowledge and where we don't have knowledge. On the top, I think we can count the dead, and there is a death registry in all countries. Those who are admitted to intensive care were also registered in separate registries in Norway. Those hospitalized, those who came with a positive test, we had an overview. Those who contacted their GPs. But below there, it was more difficult to find out who were the ones with symptoms or those who were infected without symptoms, and the exposed ones at the bottom. And you see, we had different registry there as sources of data in Norway. And on the right side, I've written BERET C19, which was a infectious disease emergency registry that we were allowed to establish during the pandemic, caring for all those 4 or 5 disease registry on the top here. I'll come back a bit to that later. So this became like I would say, a very interesting situation. We were almost laughing in Norway in the beginning when we saw the pictures from the Far East of the people wearing these face masks in meetings and so on. And suddenly I found myself in a Norwegian airplane sitting beside these people with face masks all around me. And we found the same thing when it came to the border control to Sweden, that we'd never been having any argues with the Swedes, except for fun, I would say, since we'd never been in a war, but certainly it was soldiers on the streets of Sweden controlling the people coming and going between the countries. It was a very extraordinary situation. And then as well, we saw, I was just thinking, this was almost back to the medieval times when we had fortresses pointing their guns towards Sweden, and we never used them, but now there were roadblocks towards Sweden, and because there were very different infection rates in Sweden and Norway at a certain time of the pandemic. I think these slides are moving a bit slow for me, but I think you saw now the Swedish picture there. This was then just drawing attention to these huge differences that we had in the numbers of infections between different countries. These are data from our World in Data, and you see Norway at the bottom here, and you see Sweden with 3 times as many deaths as in Norway. This was at a certain time in the pandemic, and the UK and the US on top here, even with much more infections than in Norway and in some other countries. Moving on, this is a slide showing the cumulative deaths, and I see you have another slide than I have, but I'll just continue. And then this is to say we had these huge differences in waves between the different countries. I think on the map here you will see that Poland is there, and Sweden is there, and Norway is there at the bottom. And you see the waves became very different between the different countries. So let's see, it's moving now gradually. I'm sorry, this is moving wrongly from the side, but can I take you back to the slide where the daily confirmed deaths, that's there is a bit of slow line from Addis Ababa, I'm sorry, but I think now we are on the same slide. After the daily new confirmed COVID deaths per million, I wanted to show you the slides on the excess mortality, which is coming up here. And the excess mortality is what we calculate as the difference between the expected mortality and the observed mortality in that period. And I've pointed here to 3 countries, Norway, Sweden, and Poland. And you see here from the beginning of the pandemic, in Norway, we had very strict regulations, and the excess mortality was actually below the expected. It was first on the normal level, and then it went below. And we saw these huge waves of excess mortality, both in Sweden and later on in Poland, as you see on those 3 big curves. But at the end of this curve, from like March 31 in 22, we saw these were moving around the same level, and Norway was on top of this excess mortality. And that's, I think, as I read this, it's because the old people that we protected from having an infection in the beginning of the pandemic, they were actually dying when we were opened up during the Omicron wave at the spring of 2022. But the benefit of this was, of course, that then the hospitals were prepared. We were able to handle it, and there was a huge, I think, immunization already done in the whole country, but natural immunization and also vaccination. So it was an easier period to have an excess mortality in the society. And those old people who maybe died a year or 2 before in Sweden, they were dying in 2022 in Norway instead of in 2020. And maybe the same as in Poland, you saw with these big waves that you had beforehand. But now this has all leveled out. So if you look at excess mortality between Norway and Sweden throughout the whole pandemic, it's more or less the same for over 3 years. The next slide is showing also that we were discussing very much internationally with what was the resilience of the society. And this is from the Bloomberg's COVID resilience ranking. And Norway was on top of that, showing that we were well prepared and had also an opportunity to come back to society very quickly. Another ranking was what they call the health security ranking, which was an American ranking. That showed that Norway was given number 19 among all countries in the world on this security index. And on top of this index was the US, being the best prepared country according to that index. So it was difficult also to measure what were the societal interventions and the preparedness level of the society. Some ranked very different between the different indexes. So the government's strategies in Norway were first to have what we call a knockdown strategy to keep the infection pressure down, strict societal measures, protect the vulnerable groups and children and young people, and also trying to protect the economy and the business. So this was the first strategy for like half a year. And then we got over to what we call the control strategy, which was actually testing, isolation, infection tracking, and quarantine, which lasted for a long period of the pandemic. And it was adjusted to the level of measures in different municipalities and regions of the country, according to the different the different infection rates we had. And then what came next was another intensive strategy when we got the Omicron, with another infection use of face masks, contact reduction measures, and also quarantine recommendations to keep distance, increased use of home office, and recommendation to reduce the number of close contacts. So this was a reiteration of strict measures when the Omicron came. And then finally, the measures that we're having now has been a present strategy from March 22 until June 23, with the aim of living with COVID, a strategy to safeguard life and health at the same time as keeping the economy and the function of society going, with good monitoring, good plans, high vaccination coverage, and also capacity and preparedness building in the society. And we had intensive processes with a lot of input to developing this strategy, with a lot of, including also dissenting voices from the society. And last year in March, in May 17th, we celebrated the 17th of May, which is our National Day, with all people being out in the streets and no measures of society. So what we also saw was that the newspapers became an extremely important communicator of the epidemiology in the society. And this is from the biggest newspaper in Norway, which were like the Epi Atlas of Norway, I would say. And we also got this, what I call the registry for the epidemic, which was called the Beret 19, C19, which was allowing us to connect and combine the different registries that were already there and looking at different elements of the pandemic to understand it better and to work to analyze data and to have a better way of understanding how we could cope with the different elements for the different sectors of society. And we saw some striking differences between the different parts of the society. And what allowed us to do this was that there was already a legal allowance for these registries in the preparedness law, making it allowed to combine these different registries in an emergency situation. And this was used, of course, to making reports, to making risk assessments, to making scientific papers, and combining all this information from the different registries of the society. And we saw, for instance, huge differences between the men and women when it came to being admitted to ICUs. You see here on the slide, 68% male, 32% female, as an example of this. Another thing we saw with striking differences between different people groups in society according to country of birth. You see Pakistan on top here, I think Morocco next, Somalia, and so, and with huge, much more admissions to intensive care and hospital care than the people who were born in Norway. So these were things that we could easily see by combining the different registries. And I think it's important to point to that the pandemic is a syndemic, and it has maybe been guided too much by people driven by and learned epidemiology and not enough really understanding also the societal consequences of the pandemic. So the people who had other diseases beforehand, chronic conditions, interactions, they were also having a worsened health outcome, and inequities here that were deeply embedded in structures of society were shown and displayed throughout the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. So I see my time is running fast and my slides are running slow, not only because of me, but because of the interaction here. But just to show you, this COVID is a syndemic that's showing that all these different sectors of society were involved here. The ecosystems, the infectious disease system, the NCDs, and also the healthcare systems. And the next slide is also showing how we really needed to have information instantly. And the need for also bringing this from data to the decision-making table was very fast. We needed to reduce the uncertainties areas and the areas of knowledge improvement. And we made a lot of, I would say, very rapid moves from going from the data on the registries and from the lab into the decision-making process. And here you see me actually on the press conference with 4 ministers around me, giving data from the day before on new variants and what this actually then had to do with how we should also set regulations for instance, for travel. And we made these rapid reviews during the pandemic, which was very helpful for us because in the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, we have also the Knowledge Center for Health as part of the institute. And working also with an evidence-based methodology was important for us. So just finally show you then some of the conclusions that came from the Corona reports in Norway, because we've had a number of commissions, 3 of them already, working on, I'll just pass these slides, and working on evaluating the Corona pandemic. And the first Corona Commission went through the data. This was just showing how we went from lab and understanding how we could use the data also on different strains of the virus and how that also influenced public health. And we were trying also to make maps and finding ways of including how we should measure the different elements in the different parts of the situation. The situation changed very fast from March 2020 to September 21, and with the R changing very much from like a population with immunologically naive to a population with a good immunity. And then I think here is from the first Corona Commission saying that the trust in the authorities has been decisive. The authorities' handling of the pandemic was overall good, and they knew a pandemic was the most likely thing to happen, but yet we were still not prepared. And the Infection Control Act was an important tool in crisis management, but it needs revision. And finally, in the first Corona Commission, saying there was a need also to develop more cross-sectional system of society. The second commission, after 1 year later, said also that Norway's response was primarily good, but the government was also maybe interacting with too many details of the response. The intensive care units were not fully prepared, and the immigrant populations were suffering and were overrepresented among the infected people and seriously ill. The pandemic has reinforced the social economic inequalities of the population, and infection control measures had hit the children and the young people very hard. And the same conclusion was actually in the final one, which was just released now in June 23. They say it was right to have these strict measures in the beginning, but the health services should have also had been more flexible to adapt with the situation. There was a need for better collaboration across sectors, and more international collaboration would have benefited the response. The pandemic measures hit especially hard the young and vulnerable children, and also the trust in local governments has been an important factor. Finally, slide just to say there are a lot of research topics for the future that you can see here: epidemiological research, infection control research, also intervention research, systematic reviews, and doing virological research, and also societal research, and to see also how we can work better in a global perspective, to see how the different parts of the international society is affected in this way, and how we can work closely with WHO, ECDs, and others. And finally, also understanding how the long-term effects of COVID is affecting us and affecting research questions. So I'm sorry for a bit bumpy presentation here, but this was what I managed from Addis. I hope you got most of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
It's my honor and pleasure to be a co-chairman of this session. Professor Zatoński, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to welcome our speakers.
Podziękuję specjalnie naszemu przyjacielowi w Afryce za wspaniały wykład.
Słychać pana, panie profesorze.
Cieszymy, że on nie rozumie po polsku.
Thank you, Professor Forland. I'm sorry.
Professor
I would like to welcome our speakers. This time is running, so I invite you to listen our next speaker, Professor Carlo Lavecchia, who will be presenting trends in COVID-19 and excess mortality in 2020 to 2023 with focus on Italy.
Well, thank you. Thank you to the chairperson and thank you to all of you for inviting me and for listening to this lecture, which is much less positive than the Norwegian one we saw before. Italy, in fact, if you look at here, was the country with larger early waves in Europe. The first clusters of COVID in Europe was Lombardy near Bergamo. It was essentially due to the substantial economic communication between Bergamo and Wuhan. There were 3 flights per day from Bergamo to Wuhan before COVID. And so chance was one of the problems. Lack of preparation and lack of alarm, lack of attention to the emerging cases was, of course, the other one. Deaths, you see this peak of deaths in March and April 2020 in Italy, and this is the global picture. So Italy was unable to control the first peak of the epidemic. It was essentially northern Italy and Lombardy. Italy was locked down around March 10, so 20 days after the first cases in Lombardy, and the south of the country was largely spared by the epidemic, which, however, at that time had already become extremely serious in Lombardy, and our health service was unable to cope with that. The service in Lombardy was unable to cope with COVID between March 10 and the beginning of April. Our hospitals were overwhelmed. The people was left home to die with very difficult choices for families and also for doctors. Sometimes young doctors had to choose who could be admitted to hospitals and who could not be admitted. And you see that the falling period, particularly the end of 2021 and 2022, was more favorable in Italy than in most other parts of the world, and that was due to a very good vaccination rate. Italians accepted very enthusiastically vaccination, which was well organized by the army and by young doctors, students of medicine and retired doctors. Essentially, the personnel was made of this group of people. The structure was assured by the army, and the doctors were our students, our young doctors, and our retired colleagues. So we achieved the high vaccination rates, was over 95%, which allowed Italy to have subsequent waves less serious than in other areas of the world. Of course, also the large natural immunization was important. Originally, essentially in March and April 2020, the real number of deaths in Italy was greater than the reported one. We did not report about 15,000 deaths due to COVID in those 2 months. These are the International Health Metrics Institute, the GBD Institute from Washington, which estimated this large excess. I believe that their estimates of COVID data are a bit overestimated thereafter, not only for Italy, but for other countries. In fact, you see also for the world, well, there were major under-registration, essentially the countries with substantial under-registration were Russia, Mexico, and India, and a few other Latin American countries. Under-registration was very common there. But essentially, most of these was accounted by India, Russia, and Mexico. And so this is the percent estimated that you see the substantial amount of epidemic of excess in Russia and in some Latin American countries. I was involved in analyzing the early phases of a Peru epidemic, and you see in Peru again, possibly due to chance and also to the connection, to early connection with China, the excess in Peru was extremely serious, and also Mexico has a substantial excess mortality. Africa, contrary to what several of us expected, did not have a major epidemic, despite delays in vaccination. Of course, that certification is not optimal in most African countries, but still the epidemic did not reach the dramatic levels which we saw in India in spring 2021, or also in Europe and North America in 2020. Loss of life expectancy, this is up to the end of 2022. You see Russia is the country which had more than 2 years lost of life expectancy, but also the United States had major problems. Well, these were not only due to COVID, also the opioid epidemic was going on in the United States, but in most Central and Eastern Europe, you see Poland lost 1.3 years of life expectancy, similar to Italy, 1.2, and you see here Norway. Professor Forland already noted that Norway had no excess mortality. From also Sweden, if you look at Sweden, is here. So at the end of the story, Sweden did not have a particularly serious impact on life expectancy as compared to other European countries, despite the rather soft approach adopted and maintained by the Swedish government. We followed the epidemic by measuring the excess death, and we modeled the excess death. The data I will present are different from the one officially published, which just used the expected number of the basis of rates from 2015 to 2019, because we had to take into account the changing number of deaths. You see how even before COVID, the registered number of deaths increased in Italy. The death rate due essentially to the aging of the population, because the age standardized rate was declining, but the number of elderly population was substantially increasing. So we had to consider the time effect, which is what we are measuring now, the age effect, the changing age of the population, plus particularly for 2022 we had 2 other problems. Seasonality, because in summer 2022 we had a heat wave which caused probably between 15 and 20,000 deaths in Italy, and a term again for amount of the population and for aging. So these are our estimates, we had an excess deaths of about 100,000 in 2020, starting from March. In fact, January and February had less deaths than expected because the influenza epidemic was very limited in winter 2020. So an excess mortality around 19% in 2020. 2021 was partly covered by vaccination. The elderly were covered in spring and early summer, so the excess declined to 62,000, with again a 9% excess. What is surprising is 2022 is 66,000 excess deaths with a 10% excess, which, as I said, are largely due to COVID. So we had the end of a Delta phase in winter. We had the large Omicron phase, which, despite the widespread immunization, still caused a substantial number of deaths in the elderly. But we had two other phenomena. One was the heat wave in summer, and the other was the influenza epidemic, which arrived in Italy last year in November, December, instead and after Christmas. So influenza deaths, which are usually 20,000 per year, were counted in 2020 instead of 2021. So probably only about a half of this excess is attributable to COVID in 2022. The last available data were January, February 23, and you see there is no longer an excess mortality. So these are the data on graphs. For working ages, there was a substantial excess mortality also below age 65 in Italy. The numbers were, of course, much smaller because 90% of deaths are over age 65, but still 7%, 10%, and 4% excess mortality below age 65 in Italy over the last 3 years. And these are the various peaks. Starting from January 22, so we have this excess in July. This is the end of the Delta phase. This is the Omicron phase, which had another peak in summer. So here we have both the heat wave and the consequence of the Omicron phase, and here we have not only COVID but also the early arrival of influenza last fall. These are again the same statistics with the estimated number of deaths overall for the last period from August to December, and the lack of excess death early this year. And this is for working age, so below age 65, which again last year showed a 5% excess mortality. So we had this pandemic phase with a substantial excess mortality in Italy, which lasted for 3 years. These are the estimated excess risk deaths in red and the COVID deaths in blue. You see the under-registration in March and April 2020. Well, the system was totally broken in that period. There were villages where the doctor and the funeral home manager were both died. So it was really a difficult month. But also in the fall 2020, and the number of excess death was larger than COVID deaths, and also, but these peaks, which, as I already said, can be partly or largely explained by the heat wave and by the early arrival of influenza. Causes. The causes of death in excess in various countries. You see are not only COVID and respiratory disease, but also ischemic heart disease, cerebral vascular disease, and diabetes. You see the excess in various countries. This is Poland, which substantial excesses. This is probably due to the fact that COVID had a prothrombotic effect, so causes vascular disease, and also to the fact that acute vascular cardiac cerebrovascular episodes were not adequately treated in the peaks of the COVID epidemic. And you see how our countries other countries managed it much better than Italy and also than Poland. These are middle income countries, and you see the major excess in Mexico here. While for instance, Brazil was able to manage the epidemic much better. These are the reference of our published work on the topic, and with this I thank you for your attention and again for inviting me.
Thank you. We want to thank Professor Forland and Professor Lavecchia for very interesting presentation. They show us Norway and Italy perspective, and we also send a special thanks from Professor Zatoński. Our next speaker.
Tak, poproszę teraz o panią Kingę Janik-Kontsevich,
Ms. Kinga Janik-Kontsevich,
na temat przebiegu
who will
pandemii
present on
koronawirusa.
the course of the COVID-19 pandemic in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already learned about the Norwegian perspective
Widzieliśmy też perspektywę Włoch, teraz zobaczmy
and
jak pandemia przebiega
Italian
w Polsce.
perspective, and let's see how the pandemic ran its course in Poland.
Zacznijmy od wyzwań metodologicznych związanych z
Let's
tym,
start from
jak
methodological
możemy
challenges related to how we should measure the pandemic. Official data provided by national administration during pandemic did not allow to evaluate epidemiological situation. First of all, it was too few performed tests. In 2020, as you can see, in Poland we had only 193 tests per 1,000 people, in Germany 442 per 1,000, and in UK we had over 700 tests per 1,000 inhabitants.
Do tych testów podchodziły osoby,
To
które
these
albo
tests we had either
miały
people
jakby pierwsze objawy choroby i chciały
who had
sprawdzić
first symptoms and they wanted to confirm that they had COVID, or they were directed for tests by doctors. So it was an opportunistic approach, did not regard the whole population with unrepresentative results. In Poland, we didn't do post-mortem tests which would confirm that the death was resulted from COVID. You probably remember, and I'm talking about people from Poland, you probably remember for a long time, every day, social media or Ministry of Health website, we had information about how many people were infected, how many deaths in different voivodeships, also different, how many people died because of COVID and other because of comorbidities, as if not COVID caused this death. And it turned out that at the beginning of pandemics, WHO recommended everyday publication of data, which would for the administration to perform activities, but it has been stated that this data was very low quality. So official estimations of COVID-19 deaths were not based on scientific research evidence.
Grupa naukowców, wielu
Some scientists in different centers were working on this and established that excessive deaths, so deaths measured during crisis above the number of observed deaths before crisis are the best measurement to measure the pandemic. They are calculated as the difference of general deaths in a given period, so in a pandemic or according to weeks or months, and then the average of deaths in previous years before the pandemic, and in this case, the point of reference was the average from 2015-2019.
I tu Państwo widzą na tym wykresie, w jaki sposób ta pandemia
you can see on the slide how the pandemic presented on the basis of specified on the basis of excessive deaths and how it looked like in Poland. Here we look at the observation since March 2020 because that was the first case of infection and first cases of deaths due to COVID. As you can see here, these are weeks between 2020 in the first months 2020. In reality, the pandemic in Poland was controlled. The number of deaths per week did not exceed 1,000 and in many cases was a lot lower. Only after holiday, when restrictions were loosened, what happened? There was an explosion of weekly deaths. The peak was achieved in November, when in 1 week we have 9,000 additional excessive deaths above average. Excessive deaths, 9,000 in 1 week. Then we observed that this peak was a bit dying out. We came back to norm, controlled norm. Lower peak here. Normal course of pandemic. We had some peaks every 1 week. And in the second part of the 21st century, we again had this controlled phase. We had a third peak, and we had the dying out of the pandemic. For you to show the damages caused by COVID, please imagine that in that period of time, since March 2020 until March 2023, the excessive deaths, so above norm, what's in Poland, above norm we had 250,000, or most likely older-aged people.
Chwilę ciszy specjalnie zrobiłam dla uzmysłowienia sobie tej liczby.
A moment of silence to realize this.
Już w 2020 odniosę się do tego, co mówił Carlo, że
let me refer back to what Carlo said, that in Italy also it turned out that what official statistics gave us was not consistent with the excessive deaths, just as in Poland and other countries. And in 2020, Mr. Kobak have calculated that in Poland, those deaths, excessive deaths, were 3 times more than the officially given, and there was more only in Russia, 6 times more than official statistics. A group of scientists from Oxford published data summing up 2020. So they analyzed deaths in general in many countries, and it turned out that Poland, with a growth of excessive deaths, 14.4, was one of the highest excessive deaths around the world. Second was United States. On this diagram, which might seem complicated, I will explain everything. Here you can see the level, this exit level, so level of mortality in 2015-2019, so before COVID pandemic. And you have different people here, different countries here. So in Poland, the mortality was 1,400 on by 1,000. Here on this axis you have changes. So this is not an error. In such countries like Iceland, Norway, Finland and Denmark, there were fewer deaths than in this before pandemic, because the progress in healthcare there has actually offset the COVID pandemic deaths. In Poland, as you can see, is here at the very top, showing that we had a very big growth of excessive deaths.
Dla dłuższego okresu, czyli
For a longer period of time, between March 2020 and June 2022, OECD has calculated the differences between these officially reported differences and excessive deaths in Poland and also other countries. As you can see, this difference is almost twice as much bigger only in such countries like France and Norway, and the differences between these excessive deaths and the reported deaths was very small.
Jeszcze raz dla porównania to, co też profesor
To compare what Professor Forland has shown us, maybe more clearly, let's have a look at the model about this pattern of the course of pandemics in these three countries, Norway.
Wiemy to z prezentacji profesora Forlanda.
We know from the Forland presentation that controlled pandemic happened there. Completely different course of the pandemic. Very immediate peak of the death in the beginning, and then the lower peak. And the Polish model, when we talk about for many months in 2020 until November, the pandemic was controlled. We had restrictions. I'm not saying that all of them were evidence-based, but there were restrictions. There was protections of. There was regime. People were sticking to the regime, and the pandemic was controlled. And only then, when the restrictions were loosened, only then drastic growth of mortality happened, and other peaks you've seen before. And now, why is this the case? And in many countries, there are different courses of pandemic. And why? Because I found two publications, while Mateusz was co-author of one, Maki and Gruszczyński, but also I found on the statistics of UK website, I found information that there is research analyzing what are the causes for this different course of pandemic in different countries. To conclude, these results from many factors, you need to study those factors and study on this basis preventive and prepare preventive measures. COVID will stay here. We might expect that new factors, infective factors, may appear and may cause similar situation. So pre-pandemic factors, for example, illustrate the status of health of the population, because what the status of health you've seen in Norway, a lot of growth in health, they don't feel the pandemic that much.
Ale różnego rodzaju też czynniki, które były notowane.
Other factors that were observed during the pandemic, health status and demographic structure of patients. We talked about the deaths, particularly regarded particularly elderly. There were differences in excessive deaths among men and women related to sex. They more regarded men than women.
Oczywiście zmniejszona odporność, gęstość
decreased
kulturowe. Ponadto też rodzaj i czas środków ochrony zdrowia.
The protective measures and how they were introduced. Some countries introduced protective measures earlier, other later. Only after some time introduced restrictions. The mobilization of healthcare workers and provided equipment. In some countries, healthcare was prepared. In some countries, but not so much. Like in Poland.
Wykorzystanie technologii i
Use
danych.
of technology and data. We remember the problems with informations about deaths. Somebody didn't send something. You need to. There were problems with that, and this technology.
Tematów podczas tej konferencji musimy wykorzystać, musimy umieć wykorzystywać na naszą korzyść. Szczepienia, czy szybkość wykonywania tych szczepień, zasięg, rodzaj tych szczepień, rodzaj leczenia, zakłócenia w systemach opieki zdrowotnej i inne niezaspokojone potrzeby w zakresie opieki, czy społeczne reakcje behawioralne, czy na przykład stosowanie się do wytycznych. Jednym z konkluzji z pracy Mateusza, profesora McKee i Łukasza było to, że Polska jest przykładem na to, że wprowadzenie obostrzeń przez administrację państwową, a także ich przestrzeganie w populacji może mieć decydujący wpływ na liczbę zakażeń i zgonów związanych z COVID-19, szczególnie wtedy, kiedy jeszcze nie ma innych narzędzi do walki z pandemią, czyli przede wszystkim kiedy nie ma szczepień, a tak właśnie było w 2020 roku. Podsumowując, zgony nadmiarowe są najlepszym wskaźnikiem zgonów czy przebiegu pandemii COVID-19. Analiza zgonów nadmiarowych pozwala na śledzenie przebiegów pandemii i porównanie między krajami. Ona jakby wyciąga te problemy różnych krajów. Tak? Nie ma znaczenia, jaki kraj jak raportował czy przed testem, czy po teście. Po prostu bierze się umieralność ogółem i te dane są bardzo dobrej jakości. Polska była jednym z krajów o najwyższej nadmiarowej umieralności w latach 2000-2022. Przypomnę, 250 000 nadmiarowych zgonów, czyli ponad to, co normalnie Polacy umierają. Liczba zgonów nadmiarowych była znacznie wyższa od oficjalnie raportowanych statystyk zgonów z powodu COVID-19. Jeszcze raz powtórzę, że Polska jest przykładem na to, szczególnie w 2020 roku, że wprowadzenie obostrzeń przez administrację państwową, a także ich przestrzeganie może mieć decydujący wpływ na liczbę zakażeń i zgonów z powodu COVID-19. I oczywiście niezbędne są dalsze badania naukowe nad przebiegiem w pandemii w różnych krajach, aby wyciągnąć odpowiednie wnioski na przyszłość i być już bardziej przygotowanym niż miało to miejsce w 2020 roku. Jeszcze korzystając z okazji, mam 20 sekund, chciałam Państwu zwrócić uwagę, że po wszystkich naszych prezentacjach naszego zespołu prezentujemy całą listę naszego zespołu, współpracowników naszego instytutu. Zawsze się chwalimy naszymi osiągnięciami naukowymi. Chwalimy się też, że wydajemy czasopismo Journal of Quality. Bardzo serdecznie wszystkich Państwa zapraszam do współpracy. Jeżeli macie jakiś pomysł, pytania, chęć w jakikolwiek sposób kolaborowania z nami, to bardzo zapraszamy do kontaktu, również studentów, bo wiem, że są studenci bardzo aktywni na naszym uniwersytecie, także serdecznie zapraszam do kontaktu. Dziękuję bardzo.
We still have Professor Folland and hello. We still have Professor Forland and Professor Lavekia online with us, so maybe we use this opportunity. Maybe someone with the audience have a question to our speakers. I can see. No.
Happy to have comments of both speakers about this whole country. History of COVID. So can you say a few minutes, everybody of you, what is your feeling? What's happened in Europe? And why it was so many differences in country which theoretically are technically equipped, and between us speaking very rich country, but it was so big difference in fighting with coronavirus. Professor Forland.
If I can start, can I start?
Yes, Carlo, please.
Well, there are three components. The first one is chance, which can explain some of early phase. The second one is that their services are not equivalent. Despite having a national health service, Italy was largely unprepared. Our health service is in fact underfunded. We spend about 6.5% of our GDP in their service, so we spend less than other Western European countries, and particularly the system of general practitioner is under-organized and underfunded. So we did not realize how much our health service was unprepared. The last point is our hospital structure. It is true that we have excellent structure in oncology, in cardiology, and so on and so forth, but our pneumology network was insufficient. Every winter when there is the pneumonia epidemic, at the end of the winter, our pneumonia divisions were overwhelmed and they were unprepared and unorganized, particularly the first COVID wave. The large COVID wave of fall 2020 to May 21 was managed with extreme difficulties by the health service. So during that winter, spring, fall, winter, spring, you could find a hospital bed for serious patients. So there was patients were not abandoned, but the system was overstressed for over 6 months. Thank you. Thank you, Victor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Could I also respond to that? I think there is something here about where it started in Europe. We all looked to China the first weeks, and I thought it was impossible to make such strong societal measures in Norway as we saw in China. But that was actually what we did. And we saw what happened in Italy, and we were scared. So there was some little time more to prepare in Norway. But I think also the leading factor for us to have a less big first and second wave was the strong municipal reaction. We have a medical infectious disease doctor in all municipalities of Norway, and there are 356 ones. And they were all responsible for contact tracing and vaccination and follow-up of each and every case. So there was a very strong local response in the society. And also the legal requirements were put in practice as never before. And also the trust in the society and the government at all levels, both national level, regional level, and local level, were important, I think, in this regard. Of course, also the border control in the first phase was important, not to have the big wave in the first phase. That's a bit by chance, as Italy got it first, in a way, in Europe. And then the people who came back to Norway, they came from skiing holidays in Italy and Austria and brought it. That's what high-level people from doctors and nurses bringing it straight back into the hospitals. But that's when we actually closed down. And then, of course, I think the luck was also that we got this vaccine so fast, and the trust also in using the vaccine. So the vaccine coverage in Norway was about 90% for the eligible population. So there were many factors here that helped us to come out of this in a better way than some of the countries in Southern Europe and even in Poland.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Dr. Mark Parascandola, with the evolving COVID infodemic in the US.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn to the US context, focusing on the infodemic that accompanied the pandemic that we've been talking about. So this graph here just shows the sort of dynamic of the COVID pandemic. I think it looks similar to what we've seen elsewhere, but point here is that we continue to have deaths due to COVID even today. So the pandemic is not over yet. So at the, another point I wanted to make is that the pandemic has had sort of far-reaching effects. And beyond the direct effects of COVID itself. So at the Cancer Institute, we had actually early on in the pandemic started modeling what was the potential impact going to be on cancer, cancer control for cancer patients. And this comes from a paper from our then director, Ned Sharpless, who was working to project what the impact would be of missed screening due to COVID. And in fact, we did see over time a drop in cancer screening due to the pandemic. You can see the drop here in early 2020, and it partially recovered, but has not completely recovered since then. So we are expecting to see some impact, ongoing impact from that on cancer. But accompanying this, we have also had an infodemic, and I know this is, this of course was not unique to the US. We've had that in Poland and in many other places. Here, a few sort of communications that were designed in the US and also in Poland to communicate with the public around information around health. And we saw a lot of misleading information that was amplified on social media, and this led to a situation where the public was not sure what to believe, and also, led to a decline in trust in health information. So last month in the U.S., there was declared an end to the COVID national emergency. So I think this created a little bit of confusion. It got a lot of attention in headlines at the time. That didn't mean that we are completely clear of the pandemic, but the change was that some of the emergency measures that had been put in place throughout the pandemic were ending. But of course, many routine things, continued access to vaccination and treatment are obviously continuing. But I think, it's challenging often to communicate these sort of nuanced messages to the public. So in the US, we see large disparities in vaccine coverage, and basically the darker blue sections of the map here are the most vaccinated, but you can see sort of vaccination ranges from around 50% to over 80%, depending what state you're in. And we see these disparities are actually increasing over time. So here you see the bottom line represents the state of Alabama, which is a state with low vaccine uptake. And the top line represents Massachusetts, which is one of the states with highest vaccine uptake. So while Alabama kind of leveled off after a time, vaccination in Massachusetts continued to go up. So the disparity has increased over time. We have also seen, we have evidence now, substantial evidence of the benefits of vaccination for preventing mortality from COVID-19. And this is important, but the challenge is there are still different views among the public around vaccination. So this was a recent study done actually looking at cancer patients, cancer survivors, and found that actually misinformation and kind of endorsement of misinformation was actually relatively high among cancer patients. They appeared to be more vulnerable to this kind of misinformation, including endorsing beliefs like eating garlic can help prevent COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine may contain a microchip that will somehow be able to follow you, track you. It's unsafe to receive mail from China. So these are some of the statements that were endorsed by some of the respondents. And, we see that this misinformation is also linked to perceptions of the efficacy of the vaccine. So people who endorsed some of these misinformation statements were also more likely to perceive the vaccine as unsafe. So those who thought the vaccine was unsafe were also more likely to think that the vaccine was going to somehow track people's locations or be used to control them. So it makes sense then that they would probably be reluctant to take the vaccine. And we see that these beliefs also kind of track with level of education. So people with less education were more likely to endorse misinformation. So I just wanted to, again, turn this back to work we've done at NCI. We've actually been tracking sort of health beliefs and attitudes for 20 years now through this National Health Information Survey. It's been focused on cancer, of course, coming from the NCI, but I think there are many parallels here. And we see the same, that some of these trends are not entirely new, due to COVID. We see in other areas too, the public can often become overwhelmed by the news cycle of, we hear about, risks out there that may cause cancer, exposures out there that may cause cancer. And this kind of has an adverse effect in that people then have a sense of helplessness. That they endorse statements like, it seems like everything causes cancer. There's not much I can do to lower my chance of getting cancer, and there are so many recommendations, it's hard to know what to do. So this results in what we call fatalism and ambiguity. So fatalism is the idea that, whatever you do, you can't control whether your risk of getting cancer. And obviously, this is really counter to, this gets in the way of people taking positive steps to reduce their risk through, engaging in screening, quitting smoking, eating healthily, and this sort of thing. Some colleagues who have been involved in this health communication work at NCI actually recently did a pilot study looking at messaging and behavior in the context of the pandemic. And they found that, we can actually sort of test which messages are more effective in communicating in the context of a pandemic. They found that, for example, that narrative type messages were more likely to be understood and accepted by recipients. And that messages may be able to be tailored to specific, specific groups to be more effective. So I think there's a lot we can do to improve our communication in this setting. Finally, that group actually came up with some recommendations around addressing health misinformation in the context of the pandemic, but I think, again, it applies in many other contexts as well in public health. And they talk about things like, the need for surveillance of health beliefs and health attitudes and behaviors on an ongoing basis, understanding psychological drivers, how they impact health beliefs, assessing the real-world consequences of misinformation, focusing on vulnerable populations, those who are more vulnerable to misinformation, and then also developing effective interventions and responses to misinformation. So I'll end there. I was going to mention, we actually have NCI is organizing our Center for Global Health in July 13th, a seminar on COVID and the global cancer pandemic, and the global cancer control, sorry. So anyway, I'd be happy to share more information about that with with this group after the meeting if folks are interested. It'll be online and open to everyone. So, thank you.
Thank you all for a very interesting lecture. A w tej chwili poproszę panią dr Anetę Tomaszewską, która przedstawi nam prezentację. Dlaczego ludzie wierzą w błędne informacje medyczne, wyniki badań firmy MedFake.
Based on MedFake results. To jest projekt MedFake. Spróbuję w swojej prezentacji przybliżyć, jaki mamy stosunek do szczepień i jak to również wszedł stosunek nasz do szczepień przeciw COVID, właśnie w oparciu o wyniki badania MedFake. Jest to część dużego projektu pod tytułem Project entitled Building a Trust to Protect Najnowszych Narzędzi Komunikacji i Wpływu Społecznego. Jest to projekt finansowany przez NCBR z programu Postpratek 2
Jest realizowany przez Warszawski Uniwersytet Medyczny w konsorcjum z Centrum Medyczne Kształcenia Podyplomowego, Akademią Leona Koźmińskiego i Uniwersytetem SWPS. To, o czym ja będę teraz mówiła, to tylko niewielki fragment badań, które wykonaliśmy w ramach identyfikacji problemu. Ten projekt był projektowany przed pandemią. Pandemia nas zastała, więc troszeczkę zmieniliśmy nasze podejście badawcze. Badanie, które realizowałam, to było badanie obserwacyjne przekrojowe, badanie kwestionariuszowe, techniką CAPI, czyli wywiadów indywidualnych wspomaganych komputerowo. Próba była reprezentatywna w stosunku do populacji 15-39. Próba miała charakter hybrydowy, i random road. Tutaj po prawej stronie widzicie Państwo strukturę badanej populacji. Mniej więcej połowę to były to
as you can see on the slide on the right hand side, you can see the age groups participating in the study. This is a targeted population. Our main goal is to study social attitudes among parents, but also among parents who will soon be parents, people who will be parents soon and take decision about vaccines. Together we implemented 1,560 interviews. The period was the 10th and 11th month of the 2021. And so this was, as you can see,
chyba 13 czerwca ta
I think this list
grup została
groups was broadened.
Nasz zakres tematyczny.
Our thematic scope of the examination is, like we said, we added a module related to COVID. And we had a chance to ask about COVID-19 vaccination, but also about perceiving the pandemics as such. And of course, entire block of questions regarding protective vaccination and your own experiences. Also about the child vaccination, because only part of the people in that group had children, only half of them, and package of additional questions regarding health protection as well as attitudes to religion and political choices, and different other evaluations also regarding and their decisions regarding health protection. What were the declarations there? So 2021 about COVID vaccination. Among people who are elderly, the people between 25 and 39, according to the declaration, 60% of people were vaccinated, 12% wanted to be vaccinated, 18% say they didn't want. In the younger people between 15 and 24, 37 was vaccinated, and no was the answer of 44% of population. Big group. We asked therefore about the causes of reasons why. Because people said they are not safe, people said they are not effective. And people say that if COVID is not afraid of COVID-19, they shouldn't. It's not necessary. Some people said that they already had COVID. Some people said that 70% of people said that it's best to just go through the disease to be resistant. Some people said that they present natural immunity building measures. Some people said they did it like needles, and some people said that because they are because of 4% said that because of their health status they cannot get or don't want to get vaccinated. We segmented the population, so divided the population into subgroups, so that in the next stage of our product, so that we can optimize the message. Our project is oriented towards building a message regarding vaccination and regarding prophylaxis, health prophylaxis. In order to do that, we did a segmentation of population, and in the first step we did analysis of Pearson correlation, and the second step we managed to select three main factors. So we did the analysis of main components and managed to describe 6 groups on these 3 main factors that we selected. These factors, as to which our population differs, well, these 3 factors is general conviction about vaccines, then security threats of vaccinating children, and the third one is negating pandemic and COVID attitude towards COVID-19 vaccination. 3 main axes of division which determined the division of our population. We divided it into 6 groups. So this.
Więc jakie są postawy wobec szczepień w tej
What's
populacji?
the attitude among this examined population? We might say that 30% of people are people with positive attitude, with positive attitude to children vaccination. 10% is negative. People to whom no message will convince them. We have no room for maneuver here, and no room for presenting scientific facts. 60% of our examined population we identified as not uniform attitudes. What does that mean? Well, under this idea, we have a lot different, very often conflicting views. So here we have people who either are, well, they don't care about much about, they don't really care about other vaccines, but are against COVID-19 vaccines. Some people are very positive about vaccines, but afraid of vaccine to children and negate the COVID vaccine. And there are some people who also have unprecise views, and this shows us that among this group with ununiform groups, that's the majority of groups. This is those who don't have views. They are very subject much to manipulation. If they don't have any views, then they can be manipulated. A very important element that we studied were the fears of safety of kids vaccination, because there are very often anecdotal cases used when there were some negative effects. Evidence-based medicine will lose with single case in the narration when we are showing a kid after, for example, having negative effects of vaccines. Because you have emotions and you have facts, and it's a very tricky confrontation. 68% of people believed that vaccines for children are safe, but 37% of people said that vaccines may have complications. We asked then if among you or among people with your environment, was there any negative vaccination effect? 16% said yes, 5% said that they knew of such cases, 11% said that they won a such case. And this is a marked difference to the fact that 37% that these vaccines may cause serious side effects. What about fake news regarding vaccination? 29 people said that vaccines in kids can cause problems like autism. 31% of vaccinations weaken natural immunity of kids. 33% of people said that they can cause mutation in genes. 38% said that it's in the interest of pharmaceutical firms, although they may be effective. 44% people think that these vaccines may cause other elements, harmful elements, and that sick people don't die of COVID, but of coexistent morbidities. That's 52% of people who said so. An important element of research was the evaluation of reliability of information passed about COVID pandemics from different sources. And what you will see here, we have a green bar which showing us which sources of information are reliable for this group of 32 people. So positive about it. Red pillar showing negative people about vaccines, the negative opinions about vaccines, and the blue pillar is showing the people with non-uniform views. People with positive views towards vaccination, both the doctor and for them is a reliable source of information, and also medical experts. So most people showed the doctors as reliable sources. Media, classical media, as well as Ministry of Health also was very considered reliable by people. The drop of people, some people who with non-uniform views didn't trust these media outlets. Some people who were looking at social media more, and they were less looking at government data. And Some people don't believe the medical experts as well.
Jakie zatem wnioski?
What are the conclusions? People with attitudes which are not uniform, because they are constitute most of the population. This is the main target group to which we should direct our message to build conviction about the rightful measures. We know that smoking can harm you, but some population still smoking, and some population still wants to enjoy smoking still. What else? It's important to be aware that using these fears regarding security to children causes fears. Persons who don't have precise views are bombarded by information regarding vaccines, and they may, be doubtful because they are not experts in vaccines. So it's important from this perspective to build public health from the ground up, and so to working from the ground up. A question: why do we believe in fake news? Why 15, 17 or old people, why do they think that fake news are true? You must have heard it, especially. We were asking about whether people are looking for knowledge about vaccines actively. Most people don't look for information actively, but they still got some information from somewhere, and they agree with some statements. So the question is, what about fake news? What's the story here? And we are sometimes subject to bombarded. We are bombarded with unreal news sometimes. Sometimes this causes that there's a lot of skeptical people. And national public health is showing data. Some people refuse to be vaccinated. Since 2010 to 2021, the other people say no to the vaccines. Some people, we have more people who are refusing vaccines. It's a big jump. Some medical experts thought that the pandemic will remind you that you need to get vaccinated more and are a threat, and this will help us. Some people will believe that there will be new vaccines, everybody will get vaccines, but actually it's turning out this is a missed opportunity, and I think there's a lot of area to disinform people, and medical experts also were some doctors were also doubtful. Thank you very much.
Panią profesor, zapraszamy.
Na temat niepożądanych odczynów poszczepiennych i zdarzeń.
No właśnie, jakby kontynuując to, o czym ja mówiłam, bardzo ciekawa jestem, co pani profesor nam powie.
I was very much interested in your topic.
Czy dobrze mnie słychać, tak? Dzień dobry Państwu. Postaram się zachęcić do tego, a wręcz udowodnić na podstawie zebranych przeze mnie danych, opracowanych danych, że warto się szczepić. Tematem mojego wystąpienia jest analiza występowania niepożądanych odczynów poszczepiennych
post-vaccine effects and medical events after COVID-19 vaccines.
Już się nauczę. Chciałabym się odnieść do podstaw
prawnych. I would like to refer to legal basis, which then I will refer to during my presentation. I will be talking about the act of fighting and preventing infectious diseases from 2008. I will refer also to the Minister of Regulation from 31st December 2020, which alters the earlier regulation from 2010 about unwanted post-vaccine effects and their criteria, and to the law on pharmaceutical substances from 2021, National Hygiene Institute, National Health Institute. The negative post-vaccine effect is a violation of the normal status of health which happened 4 weeks after the vaccine was provided to the patient. In relation
przed chwilą przeze mnie ustawy
in relation to the Act of Law from 2008, post-vaccine effect is defined as
jest określony jako
specified as unwanted disease related to the vaccine.
Natomiast niepożądane zdarzenie medyczne
unwanted medical event, however, is defined by law from 2001 as event that without the use the dosage of the medication or the product, veterinary product, causes the death of a patient, harm to life, necessity to be hospitalized, or necessity to health problem, or is an infection, or is a
my niepożądane odczyny poszczepienne dzielimy na ciężkie
health infraction. We divide those vaccine consequences as serious, mild, and damaging. Some of the serious ones might need hospitalization, cause brain problems, or cause loss of physical efficiency, or may end in death. Some of the serious effects we qualify, for example, swelling in extremities, rash, high fever, but also serious cases don't lead to some of these cases don't lead to the death or serious problems in health. There are also weak effects but problematic effects, for example, rash, or redness of skin, swelling of extremities, or fever. What are the causes of vaccine effects? For example, health problems related to maybe comorbidities, emotional reaction, maybe caused by some errors when providing medication, when providing vaccine, etc. How do we monitor and report negative vaccine problems? Well, there is a duty to monitor these post-vaccine situation, and every doctor is obliged to report to the National Sanitary Inspectorate of every vaccine negative effect that he recognizes, and there is a legal duty, legal obligation to do it. He does it via the Gabinet Gov.pl web application using a form which is integrated and with the National Sanitary Inspection database called CEPIS, and this CEPIS was introduced at the very beginning of the pandemic. Thanks to it, more or less, can report, count the negative post-vaccine reactions. National Sanitary Inspection is verifying the completeness of data, and if the data is insufficient, it contacts the doctor which has submitted information about the unwanted post-vaccine reaction and gets the data. When the data is accumulated, it's transferred to the National Public Health Fund, National Hygiene Institution, and I use this data to prepare the analysis. The National Public Health Institute conducted, is analyzing these reports. These reports are then handed over to
Departamentu Monitorowania Niepożądanych Działań Produktów Leczniczych Urzędu
department, one of the official bodies with a very long acronym that you can see here in the middle of the slide. All of the hard cases are go to the main inspectorate, then to the International Medication Agency, and also they are provided, passed on to the WHO.
Mogliśmy skorzystać z kilku rodzajów szczepionek.
We were able to use several types of vaccines. First one was Pfizer,
oraz BioNTech o nazwie
BioNTech, a Comirnaty.
Prawdopodobnie większość z nas jest zaszczepiona, ponieważ należeliśmy do grupy 0. Druga to była
second one was mRNA by Moderna called Spikevax.
Trzecia szczepionka dostępna.
Third one is available on our market was vaccine by AstraZeneca, manufactured Vaxavira, manufactured by AstraZeneca, and vaccine Janssen.
Natomiast ostatnia to szczepionka Novavax o nazwie Nuvaxovid. To jest szczepionka białkowa. Teraz, proszę Państwa, pozyskałam, przeanalizowałam dane z raportów Narodowego Instytutu Zdrowia Publicznego, jak wspomniałam przed chwilą. Te dane obejmują okres od momentu, kiedy
include the period from when the vaccines were available since 27th of December 2020
do końca 2022 roku. Czyli jest to okres dwuletni. Ogółem do dnia 31 grudnia 2020 roku zarejestrowano, może tak powiem w przybliżeniu, około 18 800 niepożądanych odczynów poszczepiennych i niepożądanych zabiegów medycznych. Natomiast wykonano około
post-vaccine effects were reported 50 million injections.
Tutaj mam na myśli wszystkie 4 dawki, teraz już jest dostępna 5. dawka. W ramach wspomnianego przeze mnie prowadzonego nadzoru epidemiologicznego przez inspekcję sanitarną do systemu SEPIS wpłynęło około 17 400 not. Jak widzicie Państwo, no gdzieś tak jeszcze są uzupełniane, bądź też zostały po części i spływają one do Narodowego Instytutu Zdrowia Publicznego. Uzupełniane w wywiadach pracowników inspekcji sanitarnej z lekarzami. I teraz, proszę Państwa, przedstawię dane. Jeżeli byśmy mieli spojrzeć na liczbę niepożądanych odczynów poszczepiennych oraz ich kwalifikacje w zależności od
dependency on whether they are mild, serious or hard, this data looked like this.
Najwięcej odczynów poszczepiennych niepożądanych wystąpiło po szczepieniu szczepionką firmy Pfizer-BioNTech. Następnie chodzi o szczepionkę AstraZeneca, Moderny i Janssen. Oczywiście najbardziej interesują nas niepożądane odczyny poszczepienne poważne i ciężkie.
Which is hard or serious when it comes to mild ones, the WHO doesn't take them into consideration.
Nie możemy się posługiwać tymi danymi ogólnymi, dlatego że najwięcej szczepień było podanych szczepionką Pfizer-BioNTech, około 40, ponad 45 milionów. I teraz właśnie wcześniej to tak dużo. Natomiast jeżeli sobie uwzględnimy teraz
reports. Now, if we look at what the professor mentioned, if we include the number of provided dosages, then it turns out that the most unwanted post-vaccine effects were after
firmy AstraZeneca, następnie firmy Moderna, Janssen i najmniej po szczepionce Pfizer-BioNTech. Proszę Państwa, ja chciałabym zwrócić uwagę na to, że tak jak przed chwilą powiedziałam, no te łagodne to są takie właśnie miejscowe obrzęki, bądź też
swelling or high temperature.
Interesują najbardziej poważne i ciężkie. I zobaczcie Państwo, to jest
hard are most
0,01%.
Hard and serious are most problematic. Other data.
Zgonów z podziałem na rodzaj szczepionki i odczynów wystąpiło po zaburzeniach kardiologicznych.
After cardiological problems, but there were few of those.
Za chwilkę powiem o tym więcej. Następnie były to zaburzenia neurologiczne.
Neurological disturbances as well as respiratory problems.
Liczba zgonów z
number of deaths depended on post-vaccine
56. Natomiast
effects. Number of total deaths was 56. If we analyze the deaths which are related in a temporal axis with the vaccine, then we had 40. Then we have some other statistics.
przypadków.
There
Tak,
were
tak.
38. Sorry, the lady made a mistake regarding
To
data.
tutaj właśnie więcej jest
She said
zdecydowanie
confused percentages with number of cases, so that's why there was some
stanowią
confusion.
oni
And
dwukrotnie większą
of course,
liczbę.
men were more exposed to the danger. And what about age groups? Well,
Najwięcej ciężkich
most hard cases happened in people above 60.
Raporty.
We analyzed all reports, and these were mainly
osoby, które
people who, first of all, were about 80, 74.
Najczęściej były to osoby, które cierpiały z powodu innych
There were also people who suffered because of comorbidities, who were getting 3 to 5 other medications. And these deaths happened after providing those hard cases, post-vaccine cases, happened after the second dosage of the vaccine was provided. In general, in Poland, 4% of all registered post-vaccine events, the benefits from COVID-19 vaccination outweighed the risk of unwanted events, including rare cases which happened among all 4 vaccines. So this is the key conclusion which confirms our thesis about benefits of vaccine.
Dziękujemy bardzo. To był ostatni nasz wykład w naszej sesji. Teraz byśmy przeszli może do podsumowania, tak? Oczywiście. Pytania z sali, jasne, bądź komentarze.
Questions, comments.
Proszę.
Ja chciałbym
refer to
praktycznie do wszystkich wykładów, które zostały przedstawione.
Or lectures which were presented. Thank you very much.
Z panem profesorem Trybuszem
jesteśmy
praktykami i jednocześnie naukowcami, bo i profesor
scientists, because Trybusz and me
głównymi inspektorami sanitarnymi Polski w różnym okresie, ale każdy z nas stykał się również z pandemią. Pan profesor Forland mówił o tym, że najważniejszy jest plan walki z pandemią i przygotowanie do tej walki. Ja podam Polski. Otóż w Polsce był powołany jeszcze w 2000 tak zwany komitet pandemiczny, który skupiał naukowców, praktyków, którzy się przygotowywali i aktualizowali tak zwane
analyzing pandemic plans. We were prepared for different phases of epidemiological problems. Me and Professor here, where Professor here was the voivodeship inspector.
Głównym inspektorem, gdy walczyliśmy z pandemią świńskiej grypy.
And we also were fighting the pandemic of swine flu.
W związku z tym, że myśmy byli przygotowani na tą pandemię, my dostaliśmy jako Polska nagrodę WHO za najlepiej prowadzoną walkę ze świńską grypą.
We were granted an award for fighting swine flu, and now we're at the front of fighting the COVID.
Ja powiem, jakie były tego przyczyny.
But with time, it turned out that fighting swine flu in Poland deteriorated. The effectiveness deteriorated. Politicians, it was a political motivated decision.
Trzeba płacić profesorom.
Right now, the government is also doesn't want to pay for doctors additional money for fighting the pandemic, believing that the pandemic is already over. In 2013,
Komitet pandemiczny, ulegając wpływom różnych ludzi, którzy się nie znali na pandemii, zlikwidował komitet pandemiczny
the pandemic committee was eliminated. to fight coronavirus. We were not very much ready for this plan for the vaccine.
Doktor Kinga Janik-Koncewicz, przedstawiając nam te wykresy, stwierdziła, że restrykcje rządowe w początkowym okresie przyniosły efekty.
According to one of the previous presentations, the early introduced methods of fighting pandemic were effective. Yes, but in the very beginning, we didn't have much scientific evidence about the pandemic. In the beginning, people were not allowed to leave outside, were not allowed to walk in parks. At the same time, they were not informed that they need to open windows in their homes. My grandma, when she was sick, she told me to open the windows and go in a warm place, stay in bed, for example. So she was opening windows very often. She wanted to air the room. So people sitting in crowded places during COVID pandemic were spreading the disease among those, then what happened was that in an uncontrolled way, there was no control. There was no control of coronavirus coming from outside. All Polish people from Great Britain were brought here. There was no control of. They were not controlled. There were no control points. There was no on the airports. There was no isolating rooms, and there was no control. Just like in the case of swine flu, where it was more efficient. Those most likely COVID cases were not controlled, were not detected. And the effect was that those people from England, also from Italy and England and other places, brought the coronavirus here to Poland. And the government came up with the idea to give tourist preferences, tourist subsidies to travel during the pandemic. And the people were not really wearing masks at that time. They were spreading this coronavirus everywhere. Came home, infected their kids. Kids went to school, and this is how. And these restrictions, governmental restrictions, led to the fact that we had such a high number of infections. Also, anti-vaccine movements are pretty strong. I do not know. You did this research, but when I compare the situation in Poland to other European countries and also in Ukraine, is this not Russian or KGB propaganda? Our academy was mapping the internet, and we checked the connections between different. We checked for Russian propaganda, and was this Russian KGB propaganda? Well, I don't know, but I think maybe that in the first months of pandemic, there was a lot of reports about infodemic. Some people said that there's that the information is not reliable about the pandemic, and then also these web portals started spreading anti-Ukrainian also information. So I suspect that there might be some propaganda. Yes, I was a doctor who was treating children of Ukrainian immigrants here in Kalisz, and there, when it comes to the number of vaccinated children in general, not only for COVID, but is lower than in Poland, which shows that they may be propagandized by KGB. And this is my analysis of these activities of government, which we were not prepared for this, and when you are based on intuition and not on evidence, then what happens is what happened here. Yeah, let me just add that
potwierdzić, bo rzeczywiście talent u nas, znaczy nie wiem, no chcę to do jakichś cech narodowych.
I don't want to somehow maybe ascribe our attitudes to national traits, but we Polish people, we disorganize things very often, and we undermine organizational frameworks as Polish people. We are very efficient in introducing chaos and organizational chaos. Okay, Mr. Professor, a summary. Professor, I still have one more thing. Because there was a committee to evaluate the poster session.
Ale to ogłoszę tylko. Ja podam 3 nagrody, które zostały
there were 3 awards granted by the committee. First poster regarded breastfeeding on children.
Wait, 3 years after birth, to jest zespół
which is a team by Dr. Zuzanna Chęcińska. The second one was the poster prepared by students.
Of EMS training on backmuscular pain syndrome. I trzeci, the use of social networks in epidemic modeling, który jest
and the third one was prepared by Madam Professor Wojtyła Buciore. And then 5 special mentions include poster prepared by I'm here as well, one of the co-creators of this, one of those mentioned posters. One of them is referred to the breast cancer deaths prepared by Professor Carlo Lavecchio. There is one prepared also by the team of our department about physical education. It regards physical activities and the efficiency of players of rugby. And also the other ones include and the other one is also a poster prepared by the health education department. This is about physical activities of people with mental disabilities, and also the next one about tobacco and also cancer related, studying the relationship between prostate cancer and tobacco. Thank you. I had to read this. Sorry, I was supposed to read it yesterday. Today I read it because I'm old. I need to do this. I promised others that I would read the winners of the poster session. So session 7 is finished by this very act of reading the laureates of our competitions, poster competitions. Okay, thank you very much. 10 seconds of break, and then we're moving to the next point on our agenda. What?
No już to powiedziałem.
Poproszę prezentację. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo krótko, nie chcemy Państwa trzymać, ale chcielibyśmy przedstawić podsumowanie konferencji.
We want to do a summary of the conference. During this entire conference, we were preparing a short resume from every session, and I would like to show you, first of all, This is a continuation of previous two conferences, after which we tried to prepare a report as well as a report describing technically the conferences and prepare a technical report with conclusions about recommendations for public health. That was the case during the first conference, second conference, and now also we would like to prepare something like this. We were involving all the leaders of sessions and a group of people who were reporting. You have all the people mentioned here. What else? I prepared a preamble here. In the last 2 decades, Poland has experienced a lot of changes in health care. We had in the 90s, we had the first wave of transformation. In 2015, the expected life expectancy in Poland stopped growing and then stopped decreasing. The main determinants responsible for this is cigarettes, food, coronavirus and alcohol. Dramatic changes in health were resulted about the public health policies. The conference is supposed to sum up the current knowledge about public health of the aforementioned risk factors as well as problems related to that, problems that have shaped the epidemiological situation and influenced the public health of public status of healthcare in Poland. We will also do a very short but very interacting summary. For the first session, I will introduce Marek.
Thank you. So I'll briefly go through the summary here. So just up here again are the presentations, which is in your program. We highlighted a few key conclusions out of these presentations. First of all, historical research has demonstrated the essential role of science in public health, and currently amidst emerging public health threats, climate change, and global conflict, we live in a critical time with regard to both public health and the importance of science, and I think that's been reiterated throughout the 2 days. Also, to remember that health is not solely about healthcare, but also encompasses prevention, health promotion, and attention to social welfare. Evidence-based strategies for tobacco control exist, we heard, but sustained, focused effort is needed to ensure their implementation. Rigorous data collection and analysis is critical to monitor the impact of health policies and inform future strategies. And this includes things like maintaining large-scale population-based cohort studies. We heard about some studies here in Poland, as well as regular collection of health and economic data. And finally, in recent years and across multiple countries, we've seen progress in health stalled or moving backwards in the context of the COVID pandemic, but there are other factors also contributing to that. So understanding the driving factors and translating this knowledge to policymakers is essential to reverse these trends.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, very much. Następnie odbyła się sesja, nasza główna sesja w szczegółach omawiająca recesję zdrowotną w Polsce. Czyli jeszcze raz.
Next session, summarizing, during the last 20 years in Poland, we see a recession of health, which we can see against the background of positive changes which happened after the political transformation and economic, social transformation in Poland. The most important, the most sad summary leads us to conclude that the growth of life expectancy observed since 1991 in Poland has slowed down up to 2002 and then to 2000 and also in 2016 it has stopped. In the last 3 years, the average lifespan in Poland has decreased by 2 years. It is estimated at 72 among men and 80 among women.
W 2021.
Sorry, I missed the number. One of the reasons for decreasing health of Polish people is caused by drastic changes of public health care. The Act on Sobriety has been weakened. The law on raising people in sobriety has been somewhat weakened. The most efficient policies also have somewhat been weakened. One of the first and most spectacular activities was the lowering in 2022 the tax on alcohol by 30%, which had dramatic effects in damaging health. Additionally, for unknown reasons, one of the very progressive programs of controlling tobacco diseases, this program and consequences of tobacco smoking program has been weakened. What also happened was that the financing of other preventive activities have also been somewhat weakened, especially also regarding cardiology and oncology. The healthcare situation and it's especially when it comes to alcohol and tobacco, and this tobacco and alcohol legislation that was weakened caused an increase in consumption of alcohol, leading also to the liver problems, causing damages related to alcohol consumption. The drop of sales of cigarettes and resulting consequences, this progress in health has been stopped in 2015. In 2015-22, the sales of cigarettes has increased from 41 billion to 50 billion pieces, which is by 20%. The cigarette consumption between 2015 and 2022 has increased by 9 million pieces, and this had health consequences, which we are observing and we predict that they will happen in the future. The alcohol consumption growing and sales of cigarettes, which also been growing, led to the restoration of the problems regarding cardiovascular diseases. If the consumption of cigarettes will not stop and will not be decreased, we expect that similar changes will also happen in lung cancer and other diseases caused by tobacco consumption. Right now, there is still some drop in tobacco consumption and health-related problems related to that, but these trends might reverse in the future. The excise policy towards cigarettes and alcohol needs to be considered. The accessibility of cigarettes is growing. Cigarettes are rather cheap in Poland. Only in Bulgaria, cigarettes are cheaper. In Great Britain, they are 4 times more expensive. We need to change excise taxes and alcohol taxes, considering especially the high inflation. Ola will now summarize the session. Thank you. During session number 3, we were talking about 3 main topics related to fighting tobacco addiction. The first topic was the status of citizen and using it in Poland. The next topic was the status of treatment, tobacco treatment, addiction treatment, clinical treatment in Poland, and also the future of clinical studies and clinical work with patients addicted to tobacco. When it comes to conclusions, first of all, we also have a decade of data accumulated pointing to citizen as the most effective and the cheapest and most safest accessible medicine from all those accessible ZUT medications. World experts believe that citizens should be accessible globally and will become very soon an aspirin when it comes to treatment, tobacco treatment. Here we also have a growing number of countries which make citizen available for ZUT treatment. We also see that the number of packages of the medication for smoking is growing, and this is mainly bought by smokers in pharmacies, which means that they are not receiving the necessary behavioral support which allows kicking the habit efficiently. And with this, citizen is also not used by doctors in clinical conditions, and these clinical conditions it is most effective. Another part of the presentation regards behavioral studies and how they may affect and help us in creating the most efficient therapies and innovative therapies, also using new digital technologies. We also had a very interesting session about artificial intelligence, including a program which was created at the University College London, which will help to identify the most efficient elements of future interventions, which may be personalized and for the needs of particular groups of patients and particular environmental factors, and where these interventions are conducted. We should focus also on a routine, complex health cigarette smoking cessation programs, and we should also focus on some examination of whole populational studies of using citizene who buy it of those who buy it without behavioral support, and maybe introducing behavioral support in this context. Thank you.
Dziękuję, Olu. Przechodzimy do następnej sesji.
Next one. Harmful products for health and monitoring industry. Professor Balwicki, short summary. Thank you. We in our session were focused mainly on the activity of industry, tobacco industry, as this factor which is limiting the efficiency and possibility to introduce proven interventions, anti-tobacco interventions, but not only. Several conclusions which we would like to emphasize here is, first of all, the concept of determinants of health related to the market. It's still kind of, in Poland, is not well known, but it's being developed with the support and participation of the Bach Center, especially Anna Gilmore. This is showing us how the industry is influencing our health, as well as in the short term and long term, and on different areas of our society.
Pokazywaliśmy też, myślę, że wiele dowodów na to, że przemysł tytoniowy jest...
How the tobacco industry is influencing and what kind of barrier it is when it comes to implementing efficient health policies. However, these types of activities are divided also. These activities are also done by alcohol business and also business that produces especially unhealthy food. And these techniques are also done and used by other businesses. There were a lot of work done to learn about the mechanisms of work of how this industry works. This type of works, and this scientific examination also helps to prevent and predict different forms of activities, because they are very often repeated in many places and in different time. And these strategies, it's really worth to emphasize them here, especially those which impose certain narration about some products, especially those which are some strategies, industrial strategies. It's worth in a systemic way to monitor the activity of the business. As an example, Tobacco Industry Interference Index is a tool that helps to evaluate and assess different countries for how these interactions really influence on processes, decision-making processes. And this work done by scientists also show a very high, broad spectrum of interventions and some solutions which might in fact limit this unwanted and bad influence of different types of industries on decision-making processes, and it's worth using such tools like systemic thinking. Thank you, Professor. Next, summary of the next session. And this summary will be done by Minuges.
Thank you, Kinga.
Thank you, Kinga.
So I have the honor to the fifth session, main outcomes, and we summarized it as that changes in food consumption in Poland, especially in fat consumption, played an important role in shaping health status of Polish population and led to a cardiovascular revolution. We saw a
very impressive figures from Professor Zatoński, showing that from around 1990, there was a steady decline in CVD mortality, and it was really a huge achievement. Then we also concluded that special nutrient responsible for beneficial health changes was alpha-linolenic acid from rapeseed oil. Then related with children, some specific aspects, nutritional mistakes must be explored in specific age groups, children, youth, adults, and nutritional models in children do not meet criteria of nutritional guidelines, and we also separated some important points here. Children nutrition in Poland is insufficient, and youth especially are characterized by insufficient number of regularity of their meals. Also, it was highlighted that specifically youth are drinking too much of energetic drinks, and that was one of the examples as a nutritional mistake. But of course, there are many more mistakes that are made with children and youth nutrition that will likely have consequences in the future and need to be addressed. Then we also concluded that pandemic deepened the burden of consequences of bad nutrition. Obesity increased during the pandemic. Body mass index 25 and higher may be attributed to around 40% of deaths in Poland, and it was quite striking for me personally that 66% of men and 49% of women were attributed as overweight or obese in Poland, and percentage of excess weight increases, of course, with age. And final conclusion was that there is a need for good quality epidemiological studies, especially prospective studies, to monitor nutritional status of population and plan prevention strategies. Especially in COVID area, there was a lack of balanced diet, proper level of physical activity, and maintenance of proper weight to stimulate the proper immunity. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mateusz. And now, przepraszam, przechodzimy do omówienia sesji nierówności metody tytoń-alkohol.
Alcohol, tobacco, inequality. Dr. Krzysztof Przewoźniak will now summarize it.
Dziękuję.
Thank you.
Nasze wnioski,
our conclusions from this session, what I want to say is these conclusions are a kind of summary, and first of all, when I was thinking about what kind of conclusions from this session we should have, together with Marek, we decided that after the lecture of Professor Zatoński, with my participation also regarding this topic, I think that we should very often look back. We have very often, we mentioned in the also a previous session, in the past we have already solutions, which very often now, as in the future, we don't take into consideration. And in the past we had there is a lot of knowledge in the past, a lot of lessons, which may be a way to solve our current problems. So this is the first conclusion. When it comes to inequality regarding both tobacco and consumption and alcohol consumption, it can be seen that these inequalities are growing. It may become obvious that especially these inequalities related to tobacco has increased. And what is also relevant, the paradigm of these inequalities is also different. In the past, the factor that was deciding upon inequalities was mainly sex, and this time it's education and material status in people who smoke tobacco or drink alcohol. We are dealing also with the new phenomena related to also attempts to replace some products with other products. Like in the case of tobacco, this may regard in particular e-cigarettes and heated tobacco. In the case of alcohol, people drink small amounts of alcohol through small cheap bottles, also adding new tastes and flavors to the liquids used in e-cigarettes. And it should be obvious that we should build, through analysis and ready-made and studies, we should build on that basis a better reaction to these new strategies, marketing strategies of tobacco industry and alcohol industry. There is a lot consistently, there is a lot things to do, even when we achieved a lot, even where the health policy in limiting tobacco consumption, especially when it comes to ban on advertising, promotion and sponsoring tobacco, we still have some gaps there, especially when it comes to point-of-sale strategies. These gaps should be closed. My dream is so that we can close these gaps as soon as possible, especially exposure of and popularizing tobacco and exposing people to tobacco smoke. And what else? We shouldn't look only at general trends. This can be visible very much in this debate. We should be watchful at trends and how these trends look like in subgroups, and especially I would like to pay attention to what changed in the inequalities in those groups which are deprived of our help, which are left to their own devices, and in short, those groups which have low possibilities to handle these substances and their effects, those addictive substances that are addictive. Last conclusion is about what's already declared in many countries around the world. So in Poland, it's still a declarative issue and not a strategy building issue. I'm talking about tobacco endgame. So a strategy which will allow us, through a comprehensive document, to equip in particular activities, particular plans of action, to think about the fact that in 2030, because this is what some of the promises that we heard, one of the main sanitary inspectors promised us that this epidemic, epidemic of tobacco and tobacco epidemic will already be over. And we were promised that tobacco smoking will go down to 7% or 5%. If we don't have this end game, this plan, that means that we will still be dealing with only declarations, and we will not be ready for the changes that, as you can see from this picture, already are coming.
Bardzo dziękuję, Krzysiu.
Thank you, Krzysiu.
Oczywiście, proszę Państwa, to co my tutaj przedstawiamy, to jest bardzo, bardzo wstępna wersja. My dopiero zaczniemy nad tym pracować. To jest tak na gorąco zrobione. Nawet w tej chwili przypomniało mi się, i pewnie Państwo poprzecie mnie, że specjalnym wyzwaniem zdrowia publicznego w Polsce jest rosnąca...
I just recalled that we have a very good very big share of nicotine providing devices to young people. Among young people, this percentage is growing, which Professor Balwicki also showed, and this should be summarized here, and this should be included in the recommendations for the future. The next session was the COVID session, so I think you remember it. So now let me skip to the very end, and Professor Zatoński will make some comments.
Dziękuję. Panie Hektorze, dziękujemy, że jest Pan z nami.
Thank you that you're still with us. I would like to thank all those who are here with us. Thank you. I feel that this was a very wonderful conference, because it was a conference very partner-oriented. Presentations were very original, very in-depth, very live, and also very involved. Dear Rector, the conference was successful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for leading it to its wonderful end. Thank you for its course. It ran its positive course. You could listen to wise people, eat good food, and also build new interactions and friends. And I think that coming back to the final unfinished business, I think that these sections about conclusions and propositions, we will prepare the first introductory version on the basis of what we have presented here. And after some time, we will be requesting you to participate in the final correction of the final version. We will send all conference participants information about we will send to all participants the copy of the text for them to kind of confirm their accuracy, to have a final decision, final direction for where public health should go in Poland. And I feel that this is the first step. We are a university, so we should think about our specialty, so that maybe our our special skill to be operating in public health area, so that our university have an important mission in shaping public health. And this is important. We have such stars here among us, like Professor Trybusz, not mentioning me, of course. I think we will be together successful in creating here in Kalisz a very, let's say, experience-based team. So thanks everybody for your. I would like to thank you, and now the Dean will close this meeting. I would also like to thank you for participation in this conference, and every host is evaluating the conference positively. I would also like to, these positive voices that were reaching me from all scientists who were leaving our town, let's hope that their voices will be, I think they were expressing their positive opinion, honest positive opinion. When it comes to this aspect relating to public health, I think that since November, we are opening a new department, and this curriculum of this new department differs a bit from other curricula on other universities in Poland, and first of all, it's expanded by humanist sciences. I believe that the doctor should first of all be a humanist, and I also think that we will expand it by public health medicine, populational medicine. We were creating this program together with Professor Zatoński. Ministry agreed to this. The Minister of Science agreed to this as well, accepted it. So we will be building public health here in Kalisz. I think that apart from Professor Trybusz and my persona, we still have two other former sanitary inspector directors who are professors of our university. That is Professor Biliński and Professor Sigit. So there are 4 persons who were in the past main sanitary chief medical officers.
Chief Medical Officer to się nazywa.
It's called Chief Medical Officer. We will be still building this capacity, and I would like to thank the professor for preparing this session, and I would like to invite you to the next year, because I got information last year that we got funds from the Minister of Science to organize similar conference next year. Thank you very much. I would like to finish here and I close the conference.